Chapter 1. The pearl diving boat left the harbor and sailed for 2 full days with favorable winds. Beneath the early autumn sky, shattered golden sunlight danced across the sea, dazzling Haishi's eyes. Her father sat on the gunwale, pulling the child close beside him. "Haisher, do you remember everything I taught you?" "I remember." The little girl nodded vigorously, patting the rope tied around her waist. It was the first time her father had taken her out to sea to gather pearls, and she had memorized every instruction. "All I have to do is dive down, find a beautiful sister, and bring her back. She'll give us lots of pearls, and then we'll have enough tribute pearls this year, right?" She was only 7 or 8 years old, bare to the waist. Her skin was darkened by the sun, and her flat chest made her almost indistinguishable from a young boy. Only her clear, bird-like voice revealed that she was a little girl. "Dad, Uncle Jean, Uncle Zhu. I'm going down now." Her father's weathered, purplish-tanned face suddenly tightened with anguish. "Haisher, aren't you afraid?" Haisher laughed brightly. Drawing a deep breath, she flipped over the side of the boat and plunged into the sea, sending molten gold spray into the air before vanishing like a fish, the rope trailing behind her. Her father knelt on the deck, gripping the rope tied around Haishi's waist with both hands. After a while, Haisher must have reached the seabed. She tugged on the rope, signaling for more slack. Her father hesitated. The rope remained taut in his hands. Uncle Jean, who had been sitting silently nearby, reached over and patted his shoulder. When he received no response, he pressed down more firmly. Her father shuddered. At last, he loosened his grip. The rope slid downward. It felt as though the rope had pulled the strength from his own body. He collapsed onto the deck. After a long silence, he rasped, "Haishi's mother doesn't know I brought her to the Mermaid Sea. She'll hate me forever." Uncle Jean muttered, "I didn't dare tell you before we left." The night before we sailed, the soldiers collecting the tribute pearls came to Shiyu village. They were only half a liter short of their quota, so they burned every house and every boat. They chained all the villagers together with anchor chains and said they'd sell them to the barbarians in Hanzhou at the autumn market. He sighed heavily. "This tribute, it's driving people to ruin. Pearls have been unbelievably scarce this year. Otherwise, how could we ever have brought a child?" His voice trailed away. Uncle Zhu looked at Haishi's father and said awkwardly, "When Haisher brings the mermaid up, let me do it. You shouldn't have to. Otherwise, Haishi's mother will hate you for the rest of her life." Haishi's father buried his face in his knees. Staring blankly ahead, he murmured, "No matter which of you does it, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Haisher is a good child. She won't come back to haunt anyone. I'll do it myself. I'll do it." His voice dissolved into broken sobs. Neither Uncle Jean nor Uncle Zhu could bear to watch the man. Years of hardship at sea had worn him to the bone. Silently, they turned their faces away. A black-tailed gull swept low across the waves. Mist-covered waters stretched endlessly to the horizon. No matter how many times the mortal world rose and fell, whether famine left roads crowded with starving refugees or prosperity filled every city with wealth, the sea surrounding the continent remained unchanged. Vast, indifferent, endless. The tiny pearl diving boat was no more than a speck upon those boundless waters, carrying 3 ragged pearl divers and all their grief. Perhaps one day the seas would dry up and become mulberry fields. But people like them, insignificant as grains of dust, would never live to see it. Their sorrow, like the sorrow of countless ordinary people throughout history, disappeared soundlessly into the sea's eternal indifference. This was the 4th year of the Tianxiang era. Since the Zheng dynasty had replaced the Muyun clan's Duan dynasty, the Chu imperial family had ruled for 53 generations. Although the scars left by the Prince of Yi's rebellion had yet to fully heal, everyone still believed the great Zheng dynasty, now in its 661st year, would endure forever. Just like its founding emperor, Chu Jing, who had survived countless battles as though protected by heaven itself. They seemed to have forgotten one simple truth. Even Chu Jing had eventually died. East of Yuezhou, within the vast southern sea, lies the Jiao Sea, spanning no more than 100 li. The Jiaran dwell within its waters, living like fish beneath the waves. Their tears become pearls. The Jiaran are protected by Jaya sharks, creatures driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, capable of devouring even small boats. Emperor Su greatly cherished pearls. Seeking imperial favor, local officials imposed increasingly severe tribute demands. When pearl divers failed to gather enough pearls, they tied ropes around the waists of children and lowered them into the sea to lure the Jiaran to the surface. Once a Jiaran appeared, the children were strangled before its eyes. The Jiaran, gentle and compassionate by nature, would weep at the sight. Their tears transformed into luminous pearls the moment they touched the wind. To prevent the children's blood from attracting the Jiaran's guardians, strangulation was employed. The Chronicles of Zheng, Consorts, Empress Huani. Countless shades of emerald and sapphire shimmered beneath the sea. Looking upward, Haishur saw pale sunlight filtering through the water in wavering ribbons. She touched the leather air pouch hanging against her chest, lifted it to her lips, inhaled deeply, then slowly released a stream of bubbles. Crystal clear bubbles drifted upward before dissolving into tiny flashes of light. She continued descending into the deepening darkness. People who drowned often clung to stones at the bottom of the sea. Haishur had always believed it was because they saw light below and desperately reached for anything they could grasp. Gradually, the darkness faded. The path ahead brightened. Almost there. She swam toward the light until her toes settled gently upon warm, soft white sand. It felt as though she had descended from heaven into another world. The sea muffled every sound. Only the gentle flow of water remained, along with dazzling rays of divine light. Schools of fish drifted lazily by. Coral branches swayed like willow leaves in the current. Among the pale crimson coral, Haishur noticed several strands of an unusual blue. She blinked. Since when had coral grown in shades of azure? Carefully following the current around the coral grove, she finally saw what it really was. Her eyes widened. She nearly inhaled seawater in shock. Those swaying strands were not coral at all. They were a woman's long blue hair. The woman reclined gracefully among the coral, lazily lifting one hand through the seawater. Threads of pale jade and cool blue gathered between her fingers. She stretched the jade threads before her, weaving them with the blue into an almost invisible piece of shimmering gauze. Her slender fingers danced with effortless elegance, as though plucking blossoms from a dream. Wasn't this the beautiful sister father had spoken about? The one who would give them pearls? Haishur pressed her legs together and shot forward like an arrow. Startled, the woman looked up. Before she could react, Haishur had already thrown herself happily into her lap, laughter bubbling from her mouth like a playful little sea creature. The woman's expression softened. Smiling gently, she reached out a graceful webbed hand and stroked Haishi's short hair. The translucent blue membranes between her fingers shimmered softly beneath the sea. The air in the leather pouch against Haishi's chest was running low, so she dared not linger. She immediately took the woman's hand and kicked toward the surface. The woman's body was light and supple, flowing effortlessly through the water. Haishur watched her in admiration, circling around her several times. The woman seemed amused and began circling Haishur in return. One large, one small, they played happily together, spiraling upward through the sea. Several times, the rope tied around Haishi's waist nearly tangled around the woman, but with a graceful twist of her body, she always slipped free. Gradually, they left the seabed behind. The darkness around them deepened, wrapping them in velvet-like blackness. Tiny drifting lights flickered through the water. One of them darted straight toward them. Curious, Haishur swam closer and startled a strange fish with a glowing lure dangling from its head. The frightened creature immediately turned and fled. Haishur reached out to catch it, but the woman gently stopped her. As though comforting the disappointed child, the woman spread her arms. A soft, pearly radiance slowly blossomed from her body. Countless strange fish, drawn to the glow like moths to a flame, gathered around them, weaving and dancing through the water in dazzling swirls. Being only a child, Haishur instantly forgot about catching the fish. She watched in wide-eyed delight. Little by little, the water around them changed from black to deep blue. Sunlight filtered through the waves, tinting everything a clear, translucent azure. Holding the woman's hand with one hand and the rope around her waist with the other, Haishur felt herself growing lighter. At last, with a great splash, they burst through the surface together. Dad! Dad! Haishur waved excitedly. Her father reached out and lifted her aboard. Ticklish beneath her arms, she curled up against him, laughing. Then, a few heavy, burning hot drops landed on her face. Before she could turn around, her father's hand suddenly clamped around her slender neck from behind. "Dad!" she cried out in pain. "Dad!" He didn't answer. His grip only tightened. Her tiny body was nearly lifted off the deck. She tried to scream again, but only a hoarse rasp escaped her throat. She kicked wildly and clawed desperately at his rough, bony hands. It was useless. A faint ringing filled her ears, like the distant roar of a storm heard from inside a seashell. Mixed with it came her father's trembling voice. "Haishur, my precious Haishur, be good. Don't come back to haunt the village. I'll make offerings for you every Qingming, every Pudu festival, every ghost festival. You won't go hungry down there." Was she going to die? Was her father, who had always loved her so dearly, trying to kill her? If he wanted her dead, why was he crying? Summoning every last bit of strength, Haishur twisted her head and bit down hard on his hand. Warm blood flooded her mouth with its metallic taste. Her father's grip instantly loosened. Haishur collapsed onto the deck, coughing violently. Through tear-blurred eyes, she saw Uncle Zhu and Uncle Jean already in the water. They floated beside the woman, diving beneath the surface again and again, frantically gathering something. The woman. She floated half-submerged in the sea, her turquoise eyes fixed anxiously on Haishur. Tears streamed endlessly down her face. The instant each tear met the air, it shimmered brilliantly before sinking into the water. Even beneath the surface, each one glowed like a flawless jewel. Haishur, born into a family of pearl divers, had never seen pearls so exquisite. Uncle Zhu and Uncle Jean laughed in wild excitement as they repeatedly surfaced and dived again, gathering every luminous pearl born from the woman's tears. None of them noticed that Haishi's father stood motionless at the bow. His eyes stared fixedly at a single spot upon the sea. Across his weathered hands, several old wounds had split open. Dark blood slowly seeped from them. Sin. Such terrible sin. He stared at the tiny drop of blood disappearing into the water. Already it had dissolved without leaving a trace. A faint scent of iron drifted into the unknown depths. Far beneath the calm, emerald sea, something began to stir. A sudden disturbance caught Uncle Jin's attention. He looked up. His face turned deathly pale. Far away, beneath a cloudless sky, an enormous wave rose without warning. As far as the eye could see, the sea began to boil. Foaming white water surged toward them from every direction. Within the crashing waves, more than a dozen enormous iron-gray dorsal fins appeared, then vanished. This sea was called the Jiao Sea. In the blink of an eye, a towering wave closed in. Then, impossibly, it slowed. It continued rising. Higher, higher still, like an immense wall of emerald jade, until it blocked out the sun itself. "Father! Father!" Haishur screamed as she rushed toward her pale-faced father. Her tug finally snapped him from his daze. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His cracked lips trembled as though he wanted to say something. Before he could, the monstrous wave, already 2 or 3 men high, crashed down. His face vanished behind the wall of water. Everything turned white. A deafening roar swallowed the world. When Haishur opened her eyes again, she had no idea how much time had passed. She found herself several yards beneath the sea. Looking upward, the murky green surface seemed like the sky of another world. Broken pieces of the pearl diving boat drifted slowly downward around her. Then, a gigantic shadow shot upward from the depths. It brushed past her, bursted through the surface, then plunged once more into the abyss. Even amid the foam and swirling currents, Haishur saw it clearly. A shark, longer than the pearl diving boat itself. Its iron-gray skin, smooth and scaleless, shimmered with a faint bluish sheen beneath the water. A moment later, something else fell from above. It drifted downward before her eyes. As it slowly turned, Haishur nearly screamed. It was her father. Only the upper half of him. The little girl lunged forward without hesitation. She wrapped both arms around her father's broken body and dragged it upward through a faint crimson cloud of blood. Behind her, she could feel the sea shifting. The water surged strangely. The sharks had caught the scent of blood. They were coming. Grinding her teeth, Haishur glanced back. 3 of them, still distant. but closing fast. The currents became increasingly violent as the blood-crazed giants rushed toward her. Tears of terror filled her eyes. They dissolved silently into the seawater. With them, the last warmth inside her heart seemed to disappear as well. At last, she burst through the surface, gasping desperately for air. There was nowhere to go. Only endless sea. Endless sky. Nothing to cling to. Nothing to save her. Holding tightly to her father's body, Haishur slowly closed her eyes. Then, the violent currents around her gradually began to settle. She opened her eyes in disbelief. After a long hesitation, she gathered her courage and submerged her head once more. Far below, within the deep blue darkness, a soft white light swayed gently. The strange woman floated there, her long hair drifting like seaweed. One hand stretched out before her. 5 or 6 enormous sharks stopped in their tracks. The white radiance in her hand held them at bay. One by one, the ferocious beasts shrank back. Finally, they turned away and disappeared into the depths. The sea slowly grew calm again. Broken timbers and scraps of clothing drifted silently downward through the water. Only then did Haishur realize she had exhausted every ounce of strength she possessed. Her limbs trembled uncontrollably. The arm wrapped around her father's body had become completely numb. She could no longer move it. She stopped struggling, closed her eyes, and slowly sank beneath the sea. For a brief moment, Haishur felt as though she were still lying in the bottom of the pearl-diving boat, awakening from a deep, peaceful sleep. Her eyes remained closed. Her ears shut out the world. Yet she could still feel the gentle rocking of the waves beneath her and the warmth of sunlight on her face. Soon, however, the pain returned. The sting of torn flesh. The ache in her exhausted limbs. The dull throbbing inside her head. She frowned and slowly opened her eyes. Before her stretched an endless sea. Beneath her was the iron-gray back of a shark, its dorsal fin jutting proudly from the water like a banner. Haishi's heart nearly stopped. She was riding on the shark's back, and it was beginning to dive. She struggled desperately to escape, but a pair of hands held her firmly around the waist. She screamed, thrashed wildly, and accidentally swallowed a mouthful of seawater. Moments later, the shark surfaced again. Still panting, Haishur looked down. The hands wrapped around her belonged to the woman. Their fingers were joined by translucent, crystal blue webs. In the bright daylight, Haishur could finally see her clearly. She had delicate pointed ears, smooth, glistening skin, deep blue curls that floated gently in the breeze. Her eyes were entirely blue except for their dark pupils, with no trace of white. Beneath her light, gauzy robes, graceful fins fluttered beside her slender ankles. Haishi's heart pounded. This woman wasn't human. What exactly had father sent her into the sea to find? Noticing Haishi's stare, the woman quietly pointed ahead. Far away on the horizon, a faint gray outline appeared. Land. It wasn't far now. The shark continued swimming, rising and falling with the waves. Haishi's thoughts felt strangely hollow. Not empty, but too painful to linger on. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks, disappearing against the shark's wet back. After more than an hour, they were still 3 to 5 li from shore. The water had become too shallow for the shark to continue. The woman reached behind her and produced a bundle. She fastened it securely across Haishi's back. The cloth was a pale bluish green, impossibly thin and soft. Inside were countless pearls, enough to fill 7 or 8 handfuls. Even beneath the afternoon sun, they glowed brilliantly. The woman gently took Haishi's hand. Using one finger, she slowly wrote upon her palm. Wherever her fingertip passed, soft white light lingered, forming 2 glowing characters. Lang Huan. So, her name was Lang Huan. Lang Huan smiled gently and gave Haishur a soft push, easing her from the shark's back into the water. Then she pointed toward the distant shore, urging her to go home. The instant Haishur entered the sea again, the glowing characters on her palm shone brightly. She swam underwater for a long while, without feeling the slightest shortage of breath. She even covered another half li before surfacing. When she finally emerged, she turned back. Lang Huan still sat astride the shark. Her robes drifted gracefully over the emerald waves. She said nothing. Perhaps she could not speak. Her deep blue eyes simply watched Haishur in silence. Haishur tightened her grip on the bundle strapped across her chest. Then she turned and swam toward shore, without looking back again. Is that everything? The captain of the tribute soldiers reached into a wooden bucket of pearls and scooped up a handful. "Why, yes, my lord, that's all." The village chief trembled as he answered. The captain picked a pearl no larger than a grain of rice from beneath his fingernail. "You call this a pearl?" He sneered. "It's smaller than sand." His cold gaze swept across the gathered villagers. "You lazy, worthless peasants." The village chief bowed lower. "My lord, we've had many storms this year. The pearl oysters were disturbed before the pearls could mature. Our men have been diving day and night to gather these. Our village has always delivered excellent tribute pearls. Please consider our years of loyal." Before he could finish, the captain kicked over the wooden bucket. It smashed into the chief's face. Pearls scattered everywhere with a sharp clatter. "Take every one of them." Far away, atop a nearby hill, a carriage covered in black oilcloth rolled slowly along the road. Someone inside lifted one corner of the curtain. Curiously, although the outer cloth appeared plain and black, its lining was bright imperial yellow silk. "Is that the tribute pearl collection?" The voice inside was soft and calm. A handsome young man stepped to the window and bowed respectfully. "Yes, the soldiers are arresting villagers. It looks as though they intend to burn the homes. Let us watch a little longer." The curtain fell again. In the distance, cries and chaos spread through the village below. The hand holding the curtain paused briefly before withdrawing. Suddenly, a small figure ran into the village entrance and threw himself between the soldiers and a woman. His sun-darkened little face was filled with stubborn determination. "Don't take my mother." Before the soldiers could react, the woman struggled up from the dirt and tangled fishing nets, pulling desperately at the child. "Haishir, run. Go find your uncle. Don't come back." But Haishir refused to move. She untied the bundle from her back. Reaching inside, she pulled out a handful of glowing pearls and held them high. "Look, aren't these pearls?" The village froze. Those who had been crying, running, fighting, or shouting, forgot everything. It was as though their souls had been stolen. The pearls were neither unusually large nor rare colors like gold, pigeon green, or jet black. Instead, they were astonishingly round and perfectly matched. Even more remarkable, as twilight settled over the village, they glowed brilliantly. Their soft light cast Haishi's tiny shadow across the ground. Luminous pearls from the deep sea were treasures beyond price. Even 1,000 pieces of gold could not easily buy one. Yet this child held an entire handful. How many more remained inside that bundle? The captain pushed through the crowd and extended his hand. Without hesitation, Haishir poured every pearl into it. The captain's dull face was bathed in their radiant glow. For several long moments, he simply stared. Then he blinked, chuckled. "Brothers, did you see anything?" "Nothing at all, Captain." The soldiers smiled knowingly. A chill crept down Haishi's spine. The captain's eyes clung greedily to the bundle in Haishi's arms like a sea slug. "So, do you think this village has paid its tribute in full?" "Not even close." Several soldiers laughed. What pearls could a miserable village like this possibly possess? The captain tucked the luminous pearls inside his robe. "Exactly, Captain. We've searched everywhere. There aren't any pearls here." The soldiers slowly closed in. Their swords gleamed. In the fading light, their eyes shone with an eerie green glow like ghostly fire. Haishir instinctively hugged the bundle tighter and stepped backward. Her retreat ended against an unfinished fishing net stretched between several trees. Her hand brushed something hard, sharp, cold. For some reason, a strange calm settled over her. She gripped the object tightly, held her breath, and waited. She did not want to die. She wanted to live. The captain swung his blade at the wrist, clutching the bundle. The instant the sword descended, Haishir threw herself forward. Whether she had pulled on something or not, a section of the fishing net hanging from the tree, more than 10 feet long, suddenly tore free. Small and swift, she slammed into the captain's chest just as his blade swept past her back, missing her by inches. "Don't just stand there. Run!" Haishir shouted over her shoulder. The villagers snapped out of their daze. Supporting one another, they scattered in every direction. The captain seized Haishir by the collar with his left hand, preparing to crush her. Then a strange numbness spread through his abdomen. An instant later, it became a sharp, piercing pain. His eyes widened in disbelief. He released Haishir and clutched at his stomach. A single hemp thread stretched taut from the wound. Blood slowly gathered along it. forming one crimson drop before falling to the ground. Haisher took another step backward. As the captain struggled to raise his sword once more, she calmly wrapped the hemp thread around her hand. Then she pulled with all her strength. A spray of blood splattered across her young face. The captain's body slowly pitched forward, carried by the force of the pull. Until his dying breath, he never realized that the object which had pierced his abdomen and taken his life was nothing more than the hardwood shuttle Haishi's mother used to weave fishing nets. Haisher flung the blood-stained hemp thread aside and ran toward the mountain behind the village. Shouts rose from the foot of the hill. Inside the carriage, a man asked calmly, "Zhuiying, what's happening?" "The child killed one of the soldiers and is running toward us." The young man named Zhuiying spoke evenly, though tension tightened his voice. "Then let us see whether fortune favors the child. If the child lacks fortune, following us would only lead to death." The voice inside the carriage remained calm and clear. Zhuiying bowed slightly. Understood. Darkness had completely fallen. Listening carefully, they could hear several sets of hurried footsteps trampling through the grass as the pursuit climbed the hillside. Within less than the time needed to drink half a cup of tea, the sounds drew within only a few zhang. One soldier apparently caught the child. A desperate bite followed. The soldier cried out in pain. Immediately afterwards came the sharp whistle of blades cutting through the air. Then, the sound of cloth tearing. The child had likely been struck. The footsteps faltered, stumbled, became uneven, yet they never stopped. Zhuiying tightened his grip around the golden hilt at his waist. His palm had become damp with sweat. The man inside the carriage spoke softly. "It's time. Go." Understood. Before the final syllable had even left his lips, Zhuiying had already leapt more than 2 zhang. Guided only by sound, he located the fleeing child, reached out, caught hold of her, and tossed her gently toward the carriage. Without pausing, he surged forward. His golden blade rang as it left its scabbard. In the darkness, a cold flash swept through the night. The crisp sounds of slashed cloth and spraying blood followed in rapid succession. One soldier after another collapsed to the ground. With one final horizontal slash, Zhuiying spun with the momentum of his strike before landing lightly upon both feet. He lifted his eyes toward the child, then stopped in surprise. The child had fallen to the ground. The bundle strapped to her chest had come undone. Its contents spilled across the earth. Even in the darkness, they shone with dazzling brilliance. Their radiance rippled like a living mirage. One pearl rolled all the way to the carriage wheel, striking it with a clear, crystalline chime. The carriage curtain lifted. A man stepped out. A lean, powerful hand reached down and picked up the pearl. Holding it beneath the lantern light, he examined it carefully. Its glow illuminated his face. Narrow phoenix eyes. A half-inch scar at the corner of his mouth that curved upward ever so slightly, giving his refined, dignified features the suggestion of an unreadable smile. The child lay motionless on the ground, staring up at him. Yet her hands never stopped moving. Quickly and deftly, she gathered the scattered pearls back into her arms. Her eyes resembled those of a wild animal, filled with fear, yet astonishingly keen and alert. She had not given up on escaping. She was simply waiting, watching, searching for the perfect opportunity. At the slightest movement, she would flee without hesitation, perhaps even throwing a handful of dirt into his eyes. The man slowly crouched before her. He reached out a single finger and gently stilled her trembling hand. Where their skin touched, he felt the tiny tremors running through her exhausted body. With effortless strength, he lifted her into his arms. She struggled fiercely. Her eyes burned with something close to hatred. The man remained completely unruffled. He simply reached out and gently stroked her small, delicate face. Her struggling gradually weakened. Then, quite suddenly, she buried her face against his shoulder and clung tightly to him. A faint smile touched the man's lips. Holding her securely, he rose to his feet, letting the pearls spill unnoticed from between their robes. "What is your name?" His voice was calm. After a long silence, a tiny, hoarse voice answered. "Haisher, would you like to come north with us?" Still clinging tightly around his neck, Haisher thought for a long moment before asking, "If I go north, can I earn money to support my mother?" The man fell silent for a moment. "If you become my son, you will have everything except an easy life. If you become my daughter, you will have an easy life, but nothing else." Haisher tightened her arms around his neck. Then, I'll be your son. The cloth covering the man's chest was soft and dry, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. Haisher buried her face even deeper against him. The aching tension slowly drained from her body. Her voice faded away. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. Zhuoying gathered the scattered pearls, lit a white silk lantern, and lifted the carriage curtain. The man carried Haisher inside. Zhuoying leapt onto the driver's seat. The carriage rolled silently into the darkness. As the lantern swayed, Zhuoying's curly hair and golden eyes reflected a dark amber glow against the black night. Zhuoying, when I found you in the Scarlet Medicine Plains, surrounded by an army of 100,000, your eyes looked exactly the same, like those of a wild beast. Yes, Zhuoying replied simply. 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yes. Silence settled over them once more as the night deepened. Chapter 2. Could it be that I'm growing old? These past 10 years seem to have passed even faster than the previous 20. The lean, sinewy right hand picked up a bronze pick to trim the lamp wick. The flame crackled softly, releasing the rich, intoxicating fragrance of ambergris. The person across made no reply, merely pondering as they held a black ghost stone. The room was utterly silent. After a long while, a crisp sound broke the stillness. The black stone had finally been placed on the board, intruding into White's territory to become an isolated stone. The one who had made the move wore a white robe patterned with arabesques, appearing no more than 16 or 17 years old, with sun-kissed golden skin and long eyebrows that swept toward the temples. They seemed an exceptionally handsome youth, yet also bore the striking aura of a valiant maiden, truly enigmatic. That move was too hasty. Go must follow principles. One cannot force without reason. When entering enemy territory, one should proceed gradually, remarked the lamp trimmer as he set down the bronze pick. The youth in white pursed their lips into a smile, a delicate beauty shimmering within their heroic demeanor. Rather abandon several stones than lose the initiative. Isn't that what you've always taught me, father? Now that you cannot confidently capture my stones nor tolerate my advancing freely, what will you do? The man across the board had sharp, refined features and a calm, mature presence, yet the faint lines at the corners of his eyes when he smiled revealed the passage of years. After a moment's contemplation, the man made a blocking move. Without hesitation, the youth placed another stone. The man lightly tapped the board with his right index finger. Seeing the indicated position, the youth's expression shifted slightly, yet they stubbornly argued, the game isn't over yet. If we're counting by half points, I might not necessarily lose. Hearing this, the man lifted his gaze, the half-inch scar by the right corner of his mouth quirking upward, sketching an ambiguous smile on his dignified and gentle face. That's precisely why, Haisher, I fear you are still too impetuous. If you find the position of Huangquan Battalion's lieutenant commander uncomfortable, it might be better to return to the capital, and I can arrange another path for you. Haisher twisted a ghost stone between their fingers, remaining silent. A respectful knock sounded at the door, and Zhuoying's voice came from outside. Haisher, the robes you ordered have arrived. The weaving workshop awaits your response. Haisher set down the stone and declared, Father, if I cannot marry the one I wish to, then I would rather remain beyond the pass, living freely for a lifetime, and never return to Tianqi. A vertical furrow briefly appeared between the man's brows before vanishing. He kept his eyes lowered, his right hand lightly tapping a stone against the board, unwilling to make a move. Haisher pushed back their chair, stood up, and opened the door to leave the study, where Zhuoying was waiting outside. The man watched as the two walked side by side into the night, finally releasing a silent, long sigh. He opened his right hand. A bizarre new wound had inexplicably appeared in his palm. A trail of blood abruptly traced across the intricate lines of his palm, dripping onto his blue robe with a soft patter, staining it with an ominous reddish-brown. As Haisher and Zhuoying walked side by side toward the front courtyard of Jifeng Hall, palace attendants from other areas, coming to deliver gifts to Jifeng Hall, caught sight of the pair from a distance and invariably stepped aside, bowing with their sleeves respectfully gathered. Whispers, carried by the wind, reached the ears of the two martial-trained individuals. Are those Chief Eunuch Fang's two adopted children? Hee hee, Indeed, the elder is imposing and the younger is exquisitely handsome. If they were eunuchs, perhaps they could form a paired meal. A paired meal referred to palace attendants and eunuchs living together as husband and wife, merely to alleviate loneliness. Well now, you've got no ambition at all. Fang Zhuing's serving in the Imperial Guard these days. If only they'd release us from palace service to marry someday. Haisher teased Zhuing, watching as his fair complexion flushed slightly pink. He strode forward with unusually large steps, as if trying to leave those idle remarks behind. Yet they still faintly heard. What a pity that young Fang Haisher just received his appointment. He's being sent to the northern frontier. We won't get to see him much after this. Better to form a pair and share meals. This time, a faint blush showed through Haishi's wheat-colored skin. Forgetting his own earlier embarrassment, Zhuing smiled silently. Extremely flustered, Haisher grumbled resentfully. When I first entered the palace, I asked everyone what paired dining meant. Someone actually told me it was just a man and woman eating meals together, and now they're all acting so worldly wise. Zhuing laughed heartily, and the two quickened their pace toward the front hall. The head of the weaving workshop, Ti Lan, saw them coming and hastily set down his teacup, rising to bow without further ceremony. He pulled a garment from silk paper wrapping and shook it out, his doughy face beaming with pride. "Oh, Uncle Shi, you're so biased," Zhuing blurted out. It was a smoke-gray satin short robe with archer's sleeves, clearly tailored to Haishi's measurements. Across its back, various blue and purple threads embroidered a fierce goshawk. Every feather, claw, and beak rendered with vivid realism, its eyes dotted with emerald green that sparkled with life. Since the chief eunuch Fang Zhu had gained influence, his two adopted sons rose accordingly. The elder entered the Imperial Guard 8 years ago, receiving the rank of 6th grade Qianzhi cavalry commander before turning 24. The younger placed third in this year's military examinations and was appointed adjutant of the Yellow Springs Battalion at the northern frontier. The weaving workshop had always curried favor diligently, ensuring all their clothing and bedding featured the finest tailoring and needlework. Haisher grew embarrassed. "This robe is quite handsome, but Uncle Shi has dressed me like an opera performer. When I get to Yellow Springs Pass, people will laugh at me. How will I command troops then?" Ti Lan urged Haisher to try it on right away. Accepting the garment, Haisher retreated to a side room to change. Zhuing's outfit was the formal 6th grade court robe of the Qianzhi cavalry commander, black background embroidered with a scarlet-purple Philian divine beast, its lower hem edged with blue, green, and white wave patterns. Since Zhuing already wore close-fitting archer-sleeved robes, he simply donned the court robe over them in the main hall. It fit perfectly, accentuating his tall, slender frame. Without his military crown, he fastened only the 5-colored silk cords, which complemented his fair skin, high nose, and deep-set eyes. Altogether magnificent. As they admired him, Haisher emerged from the side room. The short robe cinched neatly at the youth's slim waist, highlighting his elegant build. His complexion, darker than Zhuing's, glowed handsomely, while the embroidered goshawk on his back seemed to come alive, its sharp eyes fixed piercingly ahead. A while back, Prince Chang wandered into my workshop and saw Joliot's embroidery draft. He insisted Joliot had modeled it after his own goshawk, and that this robe should go to him. Never mind that ancestral rules forbid bringing hawks and hounds into the palace. Even if they allowed it, how could Joliot have seen the bird? I coaxed and wheedled, explaining this piece used fine copper threads tribute from the kingdom of Zhunyan in southwestern Lijiao. Though shiny and beautiful, they're quite heavy and rough against the skin. Fine for a military officer, but utterly unbefitting Prince Chang's noble bearing. Better to wait for new silk to be spun and have Joliot embroider something soft, dense, and lifelike for him. After all that flattery, he finally felt pleased. "That prince," Ti Lan chattered on while refolding the garment. Haisher could not respond to his words and could only manage a faint smile. Emperor Su still had no heirs, and his only younger brother, Prince Chang, was frivolous and extravagant, unfit for any great responsibility. The vast empire had been unified for only 14 years since the chaos and division. If anything were to happen to Emperor Su, there would be no one worthy of succession. Zhuing said nothing, merely reaching out to stroke the goshawk embroidered on Haishi's back. The fierce bird seemed as though it might tear through the silk and emerge, its spirit radiant. Sherlin smiled and said, "I dare not neglect the young master. The filion on your robe was also crafted by Jolio. That girl has put her heart and soul into the garments for you two young masters, working tirelessly alone in a dimly lit room, embroidering day and night." "That won't do. What if she falls ill from exhaustion?" Zhuiying blurted out. Haisher turned around and fixed her gaze on Zhuiying, smiling without a word until his fair cheeks flushed crimson. "Young master, you will accompany the troops to the defense of Huangquan Pass tomorrow. Outsiders are not permitted to see you off, so I offer my blessings here in advance. Please also convey my regards to Eunuch Fong on behalf of both of you. I shall take my leave now." After his rambling speech, Sherlin cupped his hands, turned his stout and stocky frame, and retreated through the door. Thick, emerald green water flowed between her fingers and through her hair, while countless shimmering, silver-like bubbles drifted upward in a murmuring stream. Yet she was sinking, trapped in the viscous, soundless, and lightless seawater, as if pulled by an invisible hand, slowly descending into the unfathomable, pitch-dark depths, never reaching the seabed. Haisher looked up blankly. The murky green surface of the sea resembled a sky of a different hue, growing higher and higher, gradually beyond reach. A massive, steel-blue figure glided silently past her and vanished into the deep darkness. A thread of crimson spread like silk, swaying with the water's motion and brushing against her cheeks, leaving a cold, slimy sensation. Longhuan reached out to her, her exquisitely beautiful face etched with anxiety. Haisher strained to reach for Longhuan as well, but her hands only grasped empty water, and she continued to sink slowly and irreversibly. Despairingly, she stared at her own hands, small and soft, as if she had returned to her childhood. In the dimness, a faint white light glowed in her palms, stroke by stroke, on the verge of completing two elegantly written characters. Haisher abruptly opened her eyes, her hands and feet icy cold, as a chilly breeze brushed her face like water. 10 years had passed, yet this nightmare still haunted her. She shifted slightly on her pillow and saw the bedroom window wide open. In the vast night, countless lights flowed like rivers, tracing the outlines of the two imperial avenues, Yong'an and Yongla. "It's time to get up," Fangzhu said, turning from the window. He was dressed in his formal court attire, adorned with patterns of pale green vines and grass. Haisher remained silent for a moment before murmuring, "I had the dream again." "Aren't you too old to be afraid of nightmares?" the man replied with a slight smile. Haisher lowered her head and glanced at her palms, which showed no unusual signs. Finally, she draped her clothes over her shoulders, rose, and walked over to stand beside him. The regular 5-year rotation for the Huangquan, Chengcheng, and Wuwei garrisons was approaching. With the border tensions this year, an additional 30,000 troops had been deployed to each garrison, totaling 180,000 soldiers. They were to be reviewed outside the Zhuke Gate early the next morning. The capital, Tianqi, already a city that never slept, grew even more clamorous. In the final years of the Duan dynasty, the Right Jin tribe of the northern plains once again breached Tianqi. Following this, the Western Duan army, the Imperial Loyalist Army, and various rebel forces and roving bandits engaged in repeated battles for control. By the 13th year of the Weiping era, the once majestic and solemn ancient capital of 1,000 years had been ravaged beyond recognition. On the day the last hidden emperor of the Duan dynasty, Mu Yunsheng, finally withdrew from Tianqi, the autumn sky was high and the winds fierce. In the afternoon, a fire broke out from an unknown source, and by dawn the next day, the flames in the city illuminated the land for 100 miles. Gazing north from the Shangyang Pass, the entire imperial basin was shrouded in dust and ash, with only Tianqi City glowing like a leaping crimson, a massive, venomous, and dazzling man-eating flower blooming explosively amidst the desolate haze. The Yinglin Palace, which Mu Yunsheng had painstakingly supervised and built, was not spared either. The mica, cool wave silver, and gold-inlaid jade and other precious decorations that paved its halls, despite being plundered by tens of thousands of rebel soldiers and refugees throughout the night, Only 1 or 2 out of 10 were salvaged from the flames. The capital of the Zheng dynasty was also established in Tianqi, but this Tianqi was a new city rising from scorched earth. The old Tianqi, along with the legendary paper adding, incense-burning painting demons deep within the Yinglin Palace, and the entire Duan dynasty itself, had all turned into rubble and charred remains, buried deep beneath the new Tianqi city. The extraordinarily magnificent and ingeniously crafted Yinglin Palace, which had consumed the lives of countless artisans, stood in Tianqi for only a few short years. Yet, its mirage-like beauty and the rivers of blood beneath its foundations were enough to leave an indelible memory. She sighed softly. Haishi's thought. On that night when the city was engulfed in flames, the sky must have looked much like this. The palace was restless too. The Forbidden City was densely planted with maple and sumac trees, and when autumn reached its peak, clusters of crimson and vermilion burned like fiery clouds against the deep azure sky, reflecting off the black and white palace halls and pavilions. In the solemn silence, an intense beauty emerged. Now, in the night, glass lanterns weave through the palace like a tapestry, their light casting swaying shadows and illuminating the vibrant, translucent red leaves. Only the Golden City Palace, where Emperor Su resided, stood in solitude. Although the court officials had already risen and prepared, they mostly knew that Emperor Su would, as usual, not attend the military review the next day. Yet, it was hard to say if he might change his mind and decide to make an appearance at the Zhuge Gate. Thus, throughout the vast Tianqi, troops and horses were mobilized all night, and cleaning and preparations continued, lest any oversight occur. All this commotion for the emperor's uncertain whim, and yet, it is truly beautiful, Haishur sighed. You should get ready too. At the stroke of midnight, you must enter the camp to deploy troops and line up at the Zhuge Gate. Though the old general will look after you, you must not slack off, came Fang Zhu's reminder. Haishi's court attire, the uniform of a junior 8th-rank military official, along with 5 layers of inner robes in shades of blue from light to dark, were neatly laid out by the bedside. She shook out the innermost smoke-blue robe and draped it over herself, attempting to cross the silk ties of the inner lapel behind her back. Since the age of 6, she had disguised herself as a boy and refused any close personal assistance. Yet, the court attire was layered and intricate, making it extremely difficult to don without help. Father, Haishur called out hesitantly. The night breeze combed through her waist-length flowing hair, and her usually androgynous features now appeared exquisitely and unmistakably feminine. Fang Zhu turned his head aside and said, I'll have Zhuing come help you pack. Haishur smiled faintly. You've always treated Haishur as a boy, not a girl. Even though you've spent 10 years practicing martial arts, hunting, and roughhousing with Zhuing, you're still a girl at heart. I blame myself for letting you grow up wild. When you return from the army, we must properly select a family for you and see you married off. Haishur held back tears welling in her eyes and said with a smile, When father serves at the palace, don't you often attend to the noble lady's needs? Brother Zhuing is, after all, a man. It would be improper by etiquette. Please help me instead, father. After all, a man. To a eunuch's ears, there could be no sharper sarcasm. But in Fang Zhu's eyes, it was as if a mirror lake had frozen over, utterly unreadable. He simply moved behind Haishur and tightened her robe sash for her. It was the deepest hour of night, with the cool breeze of the cold dew solar term blowing. Somewhere in the palace, someone whiling away the long night plucked a pipa, the notes faint and sporadic. Haishur spread her arms like an exquisite doll, allowing him to layer her in gauze and brocade garments. His fingers, gently touching her cheeks, were steady and warm. Even when a burning, heavy teardrop shattered directly on his hand, it only made his hands pause briefly without trembling. He meticulously bound up her ebony hair, covering it with a black satin military official's cap. The 5-colored silk ties were fastened one by one beneath her chin. Finally, he hung the saber and the gold-inlaid swanee waist token at her hip. The tassel of the waist token was strung with 3 soybean-sized pearls that glimmered faintly in the dim light. Haishur recognized them. They came from the peck of pearls given to her by mermaids in her childhood. When she pressed her lips together and turned back around, She had clearly become the image of a brave and handsome young military officer, her gaze sharp as frost, without a trace of lingering softness. After seeing Haishur off with Zhuiying, Fang Zhu headed to the Golden City Palace to prepare for Emperor Su's rising. At mid-morning, word came from the palace that the emperor, weary from reviewing memorials the previous night, would not be inspecting the troops at the Vermilion Bird Gate today. Before dawn, the world was like splattered ink. 180,000 elite soldiers knelt and shouted, "Long live the emperor," in a mountainous roar. For 10 li, the clashing of battle axes echoed, torches lined the city walls, and the rise and fall of armor resembled dark ocean waves surging. Led by banners, the army divisions departed Tianqi in order, the Wuwei Battalion heading west through Hushi to Jun Pass, the Chongqing Battalion to Mo Pass, and the Huangquan Battalion westward to Huangquan Pass, each rotating their garrison duties. When they reached the Chiyue Pass, Haishur reined in her horse. North of Tianqi, the Mingluo Mountains curved like a strong bow, forming a natural barrier for the imperial capital's basin. Only this broad pass at the ridge's center allowed passage, directly facing Huangquan Pass across the sea. Once we pass here, we won't see Tianqi anymore. When I first went to the Huangquan Battalion at 15, I was just a lowly foot soldier. I cried when I reached this spot, said Zhang Chengqian, riding alongside Haishur, his eyes gazing at the sky. Zhang Chengqian was about 32 or 33, a staff officer sent from the Huangquan Battalion headquarters to handle rosters and provisions. What? Were you scared back then, Brother Zhang? Haishur responded casually. Zhang Chengqian grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Not at all. Finally, I don't have to learn butchering from my father back in the village. I can go to war and earn merits. Just thinking about it makes me so happy I could cry. The grand capital remained in its deep slumber, and in the dawn light, the crimson maples outside the Qingji gate shimmered like mist. Perhaps this would be the last time she would see the red leaves of the imperial city. So be it. After saying such harsh words, what would it matter even if they met again? Haishur laughed mockingly at herself, turned her horse around, and urged it into a trot as she rounded the pass, leaving Tianqi behind the mountains. Chapter 3. The Great Army crossed the sea from Quanming and arrived at Qiqing, a port in Hangzhou, then proceeded toward Shuanghuan City. More than 300 years ago, when Shuanghuan City was still called the northern capital, merchants from Lizhou brought fire silk cocoons here and paid hefty sums to hire craftsmen from the eastern continent. During the brief 30 days of the driest season each July, they wove the fire silk into heavy brocade. It was said that even in the icy northern reaches of Shangzhou, a single garment made from this brocade could ward off the biting frost. Thus, it was named Frost Return Brocade and became exceedingly precious. Gradually, the place came to be known by the name of its famous product. As the territory of the Zhun dynasty expanded northward and the northern tribes retreated, the people of the eastern continent renamed the northern capital as Shuanghuan City, making it the capital of Hangzhou under the Great Zhun. Traveling westward from Shuanghuan, the scenery grew increasingly distinct from that of the eastern continent. Along the way, wherever there was water, lush meadows flourished, dotted with herds of cattle and sheep, and prosperous towns thrived. Beyond these oases lay nothing but gravel and barren deserts. The northern climate was harsh and cold, and every winter, the Hoku tribes would cross the Piro Mountain Pass to migrate south, seizing pastures and livestock. Therefore, every 5 years during the autumn troop rotation, 70,000 seasoned soldiers and 30,000 new recruits would garrison at Huangquan Pass, with 30,000 veterans returning to the eastern continent in the spring. During the reign of the previous emperor, the usurper Chu Fengyi took advantage of the weakened defenses in the capital during the autumn-winter troop rotation to rise in rebellion. Rebel generals such as Wang Yannian, Chao Guang, and Luo Xiyuan also seized territories and stirred chaos, plunging the eastern continent into turmoil. It was then that the 17-year-old Prince Su, Chu Zhongxiu, led the capital garrison and various loyalist forces in a grueling 8-year campaign to unify the realm. He ascended the throne as Emperor Su, adopting the era named Tianxiang. Now, it was the 13th year of Tianxiang. In this autumn's rotation of the 3 major garrisons, in addition to the usual 30,000 troops from each camp, An additional 30,000 new recruits were deployed, significantly increasing the burden of military conscription and labor. While there was some discontent in the court, it was not merely about the additional 90,000 conscripts this year. The real concern was that these troops were originally intended to bolster the Imperial Guard and the 200,000-strong capital garrison. Any weakening of the capital's defenses drew opposition, particularly from veteran officials, as the rebellion of the usurper Chu Fengyi 21 years ago had left a deeply painful scar in their memories. Strange. Zhang Chengqian squinted slightly against the northern wind carrying yellow sand. Haisher caught up from behind and asked, "What's wrong?" "We're traveling from southeast to west. Every year before the heavy snow blocks the mountains in October, we usually encounter some daring Lijiao merchants rushing to transport saffron, kapok, and musk into Jiamen. With 130,000 troops wintering at Huangquan Pass this year, the Hukou wouldn't likely choose this time to pick a fight. The roads in Hangzhou should be safer than ever." As he spoke, the seasoned border general shifted his gaze to his hands holding the reins, muttering as if explaining to Haisher or simply talking to himself. But it's been eerily quiet along the way. No southern Pira, Chola, or Nawara people. "Damn, it's cold. Are you saying the Hukou have already reached Huangquan Pass?" Haisher looked toward the northwest. The Gobi stretched vast and desolate, while the overcast sky seemed fraught with hidden dangers, unpredictable and ominous. If they were to attack Huangquan Pass, we should have received word by the time we crossed Frost Return. But at this time of year, all the seasonal springs in the Gobi Desert should have dried up. Apart from the water and vegetation along the river in the Polaro Mountain Valley, everywhere else is barren, rugged, and impassable. If they aren't storming Huangquan Pass, where else could they go? A gust of wind swept a white fleck past Haishi's eyes, landing on the back of her hand. When she looked closely, the feather-like object had turned into a drop of icy, murky water. Startled, she looked up at the sky. Leaden clouds churned restlessly, scattering sparse, dull white specks. The wind suddenly turned dry and bitingly cold. It was only the end of September, yet it was already snowing. The snowflakes grew denser, and within moments, the road several miles ahead was no longer visible. A faint commotion rippled through the long, serpentine convoy. Just as Haisher was about to order the captains to calm their troops, Zhang Chengqian abruptly seized her shoulder. "The glacier." They came in through the glacier. "What glacier? The floating mountain glacier? That place is impassable." Haisher winced in pain, her brow furrowing. In recent years, the weather has been unusually warm, causing the glacier to melt somewhat. The deep crevasses, dozens of feet deep between the ice tongue and the rocks, have gradually been filled with water and sediment. When winter comes and it freezes again, the surface becomes much smoother. But this makes the glacier prone to sliding and collapsing, making it nearly impossible to traverse. If the vibrations are too strong, it could even trigger an avalanche. That's why we only stationed fewer than 2,000 troops at Shuijing Garrison in front of the floating mountain glacier. But this year, it's snowing at the end of September on the Hangzhou route. The Hukou people, I'd wager their pastures were buried in snow as early as September, no, even the end of August. Snowflakes clung to Zhang Chengqian's beard, and as he shook his head vigorously, they scattered like trembling dust. In such a rare, decades-long cold snap, the glacier would have frozen solid. Aside from taking the Polaro Mountain Valley to Huangquan Pass, the glacier is the best route. Plus, the rugged terrain makes it easy to conceal troops and horses. If I were the Hukou, I'd choose the glacier too. They can't bring much provisions, so they must be planning to plunder? Haisher pressed urgently. Zhang Chengqian clenched his jaw, the muscles in his cheeks taut. Yes, just 20 li beyond the glacier lies Shuijing Garrison. There are fewer than 2,000 stationed troops, and just over 2,000 settlers there. Merchants traveling east and west all resupply there. Right now, we're 550 li from Huangquan Pass and 210 li from Shuijing Garrison. We're also escorting winter rations for 130,000 people. We can't act recklessly. Shuijing Garrison is probably all ready. Brother Zhang, you take the grain back to camp. Let me go to Shuijing Garrison. Haisher suddenly declared. Zhang Chengqian couldn't help but scrutinize his young colleague more closely. He had heard earlier that the newly appointed commander Fang Haisher was the third-ranked military graduate of the latest imperial examinations. Before leaving the capital, Zhang had only seen him twice. The first time was beneath the Vermilion Bird Gate, where Fang Haisher, clad in formal court attire, stood tall and straight, his skin the color of golden honey, his brows and eyes as delicate as a woman's. Rumors also circulated that he was the adopted son of a powerful eunuch, which left Zhang Chengqian disheartened. He had encountered many such privileged young officials, none of whom amounted to anything. He held little hope for this one, merely praying that the young man wouldn't die at the frontier and cause complications for the rest of them. Yet, along the journey, he began to notice the youth's resilience, how he endured every hardship as if inhabiting another's body, showing no regard for his own well-being. Now, hearing Haishi's words, Zhang grew even more concerned. This is your first battle, and you have no one to guide you. This is, Brother Zhang, the winter provisions for 130,000 men rest on your shoulders. You must not be distracted. But we cannot stand by and watch Shuijing garrison perish. If word spreads of our inaction, who would dare to settle these lands in the future? Zhang Chengqian knew the young man spoke reason, yet he feared he might be an inexperienced novice unaware of the battlefield's dangers. Reluctantly, he summoned several seasoned commanders and assigned 8,000 elite soldiers to Haisher. He watched as the contingent, swift as rolling tumbleweeds, vanished into the raging snowstorm toward Shuijing garrison. Brushing the snow from his mustache, Zhang turned to the main troops behind him and barked, "Why are you standing around? Hurry up. We must reach the main camp before nightfall tomorrow." By the following evening, the main force of 52,000 men, escorting the winter provisions, arrived at Huangquan camp beneath Mount Piluo. After deliberation, it was decided that two commanders would lead their 5,000 cavalry units each to reinforce Shuijing garrison. Deep into the night, shouts and whinnies erupted from the southwestern road. Zhang Chengqian rushed out of his tent to find the sky pitch black, a winding trail of torchlights approaching. At the forefront was the young man, drenched in blood, his face as pale as death. Spotting Zhang from afar, he spurred his horse forward. "How did it go?" Zhang asked, noticing Haisher stumble as he dismounted, and quickly reached out to steady him. Haisher swallowed hard and parted her parched lips to speak. "We arrived too late. Over half of the people in Shuijing village are gone." The burly man clenched his jaw, then asked after a moment, "What about the Hoku people?" The young man's face, illuminated by the flickering firelight, bore a piercing gaze. Of the 3,200 Hoku, 700 escaped. The rest refused to surrender, and we barely managed to capture about 20 alive. We're now urgently digging trenches at the Glacier Pass. With insufficient guards, I thought to return and request reinforcements. On the way, I happened to meet cavalry commanders Lu and Chun, so I asked them to head to Shuijing village first while I came back to report. With cavalry commanders Lu and Chun, it should be enough, said a man cloaked in azure, who had been standing behind them unnoticed until now. You need not return to Shuijing village. Stay here in the camp. Once the trenches are dug, the glacier route will be effectively blocked. We'll leave only a small guard. I suspect this might be a feint. The main pass is where we need manpower. Zhang Chengqian bowed respectfully. General Tang. Haisher realized this must be Tang Qianzhi, the commander of Huangquan garrison, and followed suit with a formal salute. Tang Qianzhi, in his 30s, had been stationed at Huangquan Pass for only 6 years, yet his reputation was widespread. He was known as an exceptionally formidable man. For years, the Hoku had been causing disturbances along the border, with villagers suffering the loss of men, humiliation of women, and theft of livestock, all breeding deep-seated resentment. Whenever Hoku spies were captured, Tang Qianzhi would order them handed over to the villagers. After the prisoners endured brutal torture and died, he would have their mutilated corpses hung at the pass. By the time the Hoku attacked again, the villagers had no room for negotiation and would fight to the death. Haisher had not expected such a formidable figure to be of average height, with refined and elegant features, more resembling a strategist or advisor than a military commander. Tang Qianzhi nodded and said, "Tell the cooks to arrange a meal for those returning from Shuijing village immediately. Adjutant Fang will join us tonight." With nearly 2,000 defenders lost at Shuijing village, Tang Qianzhi and his adjutants were in a somber mood, and the meal in the main camp was eaten in near silence. The food was nothing extravagant: coarse grains, beef, and mutton, the same as what the soldiers ate, though prepared with more care. An orderly brought out a large platter of roasted lamb, a common dish among the border folk. Drawing a knife, he carved it into large chunks, serving each person a portion that sizzled with tiny bubbles of oil. Everyone used their own knives to cut the meat into smaller pieces. Haishur drew her dagger and sliced off a corner. The lamb was tender and pink, and blood immediately seeped out, vividly reminding her of the sensation of cutting through Hoku flesh. Her face turned pale, and a wave of nausea rose in her chest. Zhang Chengxian glanced at his young colleague beside him and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Haishur forced a smile, unwilling to appear weak, and offered no explanation. Tang Qianzhi remarked, "Adjutant Fang is young and new to battle, and the fighting was particularly brutal. It's natural to feel queasy. We were all like that once. It passes with time. But to ward off any lingering resentment, it might be wise to pay a visit to the shrine." Zhang Chengxian slapped his forehead. "How thoughtless of me. I should have taken you to the military shrine earlier." The so-called military shrine was nothing more than a side room west of the commander's quarters, lit by an eternal lamp. Behind the dim, yellowish light hung a scroll. Though the paper showed signs of age, it was kept meticulously clean, having passed through many hands over the years, surviving countless journeys and hardships. Zhang Chengxian instructed Haishur to light 3 sticks of incense, bow, and kneel in reverence before stepping forward to place them in the incense burner before the scroll. As Haishur lifted her head, her gaze met a pair of narrow, phoenix-like eyes that held a profound depth, as if concealing bottomless mysteries. Her hands trembled slightly, causing ash and embers to scatter and burn red marks on the knife wound on her hand. When she looked again, the armored youth in the painting carried a long bow, one hand resting lightly on the purple-gold Chiwen engraved sword at his waist, standing guard alongside others around a central figure dressed in royal attire. There was no mistaking it. On the youth's dignified and gentle face, a half-inch scar curved slightly upward, lending him an ambiguous, almost smiling expression. This is, she murmured to herself. Zhang Chengxian nodded. "Indeed, this is from the time when His Majesty was still the Prince of Su." Over the 8 years from the Chengji Gate Rebellion to the Battle of Hongyao Plains, these were the 6 great generals who followed him in quelling the rebellion and subduing traitors, the renowned 6-wing generals who shook the world. Tang Qianzhi gazed intently at the 7 vibrant figures on the scroll, recounting them one by one. Gu Deshang, originally a notorious bandit from Qi County. Guo Zhixing, once a minor clerk in the Yuezhou granary. Zhu Qiqi, who started as a lowly maid in the pleasure quarters. Su Ming, the illegitimate second son of the famed General Su Jingfei. Amolan, of unknown origins, who fled across the sea from the kingdom of Zhenla. And these 2 in the center. One is the Prince of Su, who is now the Emperor of our great Zheng, Emperor Su. And this one, Tang Qianzhi's fingers shifted to the armored youth, and he sighed almost imperceptibly, is the eldest son of the late Duke Qinghai, Fang Jiaming. A faint tremor ran deep in Haishi's voice. But weren't all the 6-wing generals who suppressed the rebellion already deceased? Yes. Guo Zhixing's horse went mad and threw him, breaking his neck. Zhu Qiqi, nearly 30, died in difficult childbirth. Half a year later, a death row prisoner revealed that Amolan, who had long held a grudge against Guo Zhixing, had placed caltrops, a specialty of Zhenla, between the saddle and the horse's back and coated the stirrups with insect glue, thereby murdering Guo. Amolan fled, but was killed by a hail of arrows during his escape. Shortly after, Fang Jiaming succumbed to a sudden, severe illness and died. Each word was spoken with propriety, yet carried an undercurrent of peril. A sharp chill seeped into Haishi's spine with Tang Qianzhi's detached tone, coiling deeper as if to freeze her very marrow. But no, Haishur knew with certainty it wasn't true. At least one of the 6-wing generals was still alive. Yet, why had Fang Jiaming, who should have died from that sudden illness, concealed his identity, and secluded himself deep within the palace as Feng Zhu, the chief steward of the Phoenix Court. What had caused the once brilliant and untamed young warrior, who had dominated the battlefield over a decade ago, to shed his edge and become the gentle, unassuming man in blue robes who had raised her for 10 years. After that, Tang Qianzhi continued. Gu Deshang allowed his troops to plunder freely and was slain by a wandering vigilante. Su Ming, on a diplomatic mission to Shangzhou, vanished in the desert between Juzi and Dumyulan in southwestern Hanzhou, caught in a sandstorm before even leaving the border. In less than 5 years since the founding of the dynasty, not a single one of the six-winged generals remained. Truly, the heavens are fickle, turning clouds to rain and fate to mystery. The final verdict felt like a tangible, icy object sliding coldly over Haishi's skin. Haisher turned her head to look at the commander of Huangquan garrison, who was shrouded in the dim shadows, and recalled the words Feng Zhu had spoken to her on the eve of their departure. Against the backdrop of Tianqi's brilliant nightscape, his tone was as calm and ordinary as ever, as if he were merely asking her to close a window or grind ink for him. I want you to protect Tang Qianzhi as you would protect me. But once I send you a letter from the capital, no matter what it says, kill him as quickly as possible. And so, the handsome new adjutant, who looked as delicate as a young girl, nodded and remarked casually to the commander. The will of heaven is unpredictable, isn't it? The spring, summer, and autumn seasons at Huangquan Pass were brief and distinct, while winter was long and seemingly endless. Once the snow began to fall, it never seemed to stop. The snow covering the mountain peaks gradually spread toward the azure slopes, looking from afar as if white flowers had hastily bloomed across the ridges. This winter had arrived abruptly and harshly, and it was clear that the spring thaw would be especially late. This year, the migratory birds of the Mingmeng Sea will likely not pass through the pass until April or May, Zhang Chengqian said. Every year, during their spring and autumn migrations, the birds would always traverse Huangquan Pass. Back when they were still on the road to Huangquan Pass, Zhang Chengqian had pointed out the Mingmeng Sea to Haisher. The people of the eastern continent called it the Mingmeng Sea because of the fog that rose at night, obscuring its view. The border inhabitants, regardless of whether a lake was freshwater or saltwater, referred to them all as seas, hence the simple name. The Ni Hualuo merchants called the lake Qiui Mubwa, with Qiui meaning lake or sea, and Mubwa meaning azure. The Huku people called it Kukanur, the blue sea. On the Gobi Plains, it was not uncommon for mountains to appear deceptively close, only to take half a day's hard riding to reach. The Mingmeng Sea seemed no more than 3 to 5 miles away, but to actually approach it would likely require a galloping horse for half a day. Haisher said indifferently, "I don't like water," and so she did not go. From afar, through the dusty haze, she could see a patch of dark gray water, though she couldn't tell if it had frozen over. She had not seen the sea since she was 7. No matter how vast and magnificent the waters of the north might be, they always had boundaries, unlike the sea. The boundless, bitter, azure waters weighed heavily on her memories, often waking her from nightmares in the middle of the night, the taste of densely beaded cold sweat on her lips reminiscent of seawater. At the Huangquan Pass, the Pilo Mountains abruptly split into 2 sections, the eastern Pilo Mountains and the western Pilo Mountains. The western Pilo Mountains lie slightly to the north, with a perennial spring on their southern slopes, from which the Pilo River originates, flowing southward until it merges into the Misty Sea. Between the 2 towering, cloud-piercing snow peaks, a zigzagging narrow river valley has been carved out. North of the perennial spring, a treacherous mountain pass leads directly to the Red Medicine Plains outside the mountain entrance. This is the only route spanning nearly 2,000 li of the Pilo Mountains that connects the north and the south. Although it is a river valley and a mountain pass, it still stands 300 zhang higher than the flatlands. With an experienced guide, one could cross it in a day and a night. When the Pilo River reaches the valley of the slightly more southern eastern Pilo Mountains, it diverts underground, resurfacing at the foot of the mountains, leaving behind a 40-li-long dry riverbed carved out millennia ago. The Huangquan Pass is situated on this dry riverbed, securing this vital route and serving as an impregnable fortress in the northwest of the Zheng dynasty. Beyond the Pilo Mountains, Han Province stretches out in open plains. After crossing south by boat, there are few natural barriers along the 2,000-li journey toward the imperial capital. If the Huangquan Pass were to fall, the northwestern Han Province would be left wide open, putting the eastern provinces in grave danger. The strategic importance of the Huangquan Pass is self-evident. Haishur stood before the camp at the foot of the mountain, looking up. Dozens of torchlights, like strings of pearls, flickered along the winding river valley in the night. According to Zhang Qingqian, 200 soldiers were stationed at the pass in rotating shifts every 3 hours, with additional sentries posted along the northern route. If the Hukou people have plentiful water and grass, you couldn't drive them south even with a whip. But if there's a drought, a freeze, or an outbreak of livestock disease, they come like locusts, Zhang Chengxian said, shaking his head. A group of ragged children ran past Haishur, laughing and tussling, tugging and scratching at the legs of the sentry at the camp entrance, nearly knocking him off balance. The sentry, smiling, scolded the grimy children and gave each a light kick. Haishur was surprised to hear the children speaking an unfamiliar barbarian tongue. Where did these little savages come from in the middle of the night in the military camp? Zhang Chengxian shook his head again. Those with black hair and black eyes are Jamin people. They say this year's snow disaster left them starving and freezing, so they risked their lives to flee here. Several groups have arrived over the past few days, and they're just kept in the military camp like this? Not at all. With the snow so deep now, we have to let them stay temporarily. Once their numbers reach about 1,000, they'll be sent to Shui Jing settlement to learn how to make a living. As they spoke, shouts arose from the pass, and someone on the mountain waved a torch. Zhang Chengxian squinted to see. Speak of the devil, another group has arrived. Look at the torch signals. One vertical flame in front means they're not enemies, and 6 horizontal flames behind indicate 600 people. Haishur, however, furrowed his brow and slowed his pace, intently watching the Pilo River flowing past the camp. The cooks and their assistants had broken the ice by the riverbank to fetch water with buckets, but for some reason, they were now making a commotion. What's going on? Zhang Chengxian noticed Haishur had not followed and turned to see him squatting beside the cooks. His young colleague hurried over and showed him the damp object lying in his left palm. It was a broken wooden plaque, polished smooth and dark from years of use. Characters had once been carved into it, but now only half of the character for spring remained discernible. Brother Zhang, this is... Zhang Chengxian's face suddenly paled. This is the waste token of the guard on duty at the spring. On the way to the pass, one must pass by the unfrozen spring, right? That is the only route. Zhang Chengxian turned and ordered the gate guards. Light the signal fire. Tell those above not to open the gate for anyone. I'll take a few men up first. Haishur said, then turned and sprinted toward his own tent. Wait. Zhang Chengxian called out to the youth. Take a few quick and experienced men with you, and wait up at the suspended tower first. Bring plenty of arrows. Yes. Haishur had already run far ahead, his silvery voice piercing through the night. Zhang Chengxian thought silently, don't die on me like this, as he hurried toward the central army. As Haishur ran, he discreetly wiped his right hand dry on his lapel. The pearly white glow in his palm gradually faded until it vanished completely. Haishur and the others raced all the way, reaching the pass in less than half an hour. The officer on duty, Fu Yi, was a lean, dark-skinned man in his 40s. After listening to Haishi's hurried report of the unusual situation, Fu Yi's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and he fell into a heavy silence. Commander Fu? Haishur frowned slightly, his clear, bright eyes gazing intently at Fu Yi from beneath his war helmet. Lord Fong, please take a look over there, Fu Yi said, and soldiers ushered them to an arrow slit. Peering through the palm-sized opening, Haishur couldn't help but draw a soft, sharp breath. Huangquan Pass was built to follow the contours of the mountain, its entrance extremely narrow but toweringly steep, like a gate along a zigzagging path. North of the pass lay Jiamon to the east and Hukou to the west. From this vantage point, the borders between the two nations were indistinguishable. Only a vast, desolate plain stretched out before them. In the 674 years since the founding of the Great Jing Dynasty, the empire had never launched a northern invasion. The pass had originally been built for trade, and its gate was somewhat wider, though still only wide enough for 2 horses to pass side by side. The founding of the Hukou nation had occurred just over 300 years earlier, during the reigns of Emperors Zhuang and Mu. During the Duan dynasty, the climate north of Tongyan Mountain, near the border of Ningzhou and Hanzhou, turned harsh and unpredictable. A tribe calling themselves the Hukou were forced to abandon their ancestral homeland and began wandering as nomads across the grasslands of Hanzhou. In Hukou legends, their people were born of the heavenly horse, who was herself the daughter of a dragon. The name Hukou in the barbarian tongue meant dragon's descendants. Other tribes on the grasslands, however, scornfully referred to them as bibelot, mongrel foals. The Hukou were taller than most barbarians, with golden hair and blue eyes, leading many to believe they were the mixed-blood descendants of barbarians, Kwafu, and the Wing tribe. Some even argued they could not be considered a true branch of the barbarian race. Yet this wandering tribe grew like a lone wolf separated from its pack. 400 years after leaving their homeland, under the leadership of King Balan, the Hukou had become one of the most powerful tribes on the grasslands. Some claimed that King Balan carried the bronze blood of the Peiser lineage, the blood of Gu Xian, and that he had descended upon the mortal world to reap human lives, much like farmers in the eastern lands harvested rice. Of course, these were merely rumors. The Peiser clan of Qingyang had begun to decline after the death of Lord Zhao Wu, Lu Guochen, and by the Duan dynasty, they had faded into obscurity, their whereabouts unknown. In King Balan's time, the territory of the Zheng dynasty in the eastern lands had expanded as far south as the Piro Mountains. After sweeping across northern Hanzhou and conquering the Eugene and Qianzhi tribes, the Hukou pressed southward, repeatedly attacking Huangquan Pass. From then on, to make the pass easier to defend, its gate was rebuilt into a lifting gate, narrow enough for only one person to lead a horse through at a time. Now, along the narrow snow-covered path, clusters of murky, shadowy figures hunched their backs, quietly and tightly pressed together, the line stretching into the unseen darkness ahead. Occasionally, 1 or 2 faces among the crowd lifted, their features pale and indistinct, casting a glance toward the city tower before sinking back into the shadows as if without hope. Those people are genuine Gaman refugees, with black hair and black eyes. The Hukou people, with their golden hair and blue eyes, are a distinct branch among the barbarian tribes, easily distinguishable at a glance. That's why they've forced the Gaman people to act as human shields, Fu Yi explained as he stood up, picking up his helmet from beside him. Footsteps echoed on the stairs as several more officers hurried up, relaying General Tang's order. Open the northern gate and advance. Push them out. Open the northern gate and advance. Fu Yi's face was dark and unreadable. When will the main force arrive? Reporting to Lord Fu, the Great King's 1,000 riders and the Lesser King's 1,000 riders, each leading 4,000 men, will arrive in 3/4 of an hour. Fu Yi let out a long sigh, pounding his lower back with a fist, his joints cracking audibly. 13 years without setting foot on the Red Medicine Plains, and my body has grown old. A desolate, small sound echoed against the mountain walls. Haishur focused her gaze and saw, beneath the city tower, a tiny lamb's head emerging from the tattered felt robe of a dark-eyed Gaman girl. Lord Fong, I've heard you are skilled in various martial arts, with riding and archery being your specialties. This year, you placed 3rd in the military examinations, yet your performance in riding and archery outshone all others, earning cheers from the entire arena. Fu Yi remarked after taking a few steps, suddenly turning back. Lord Fu, you flatter me. It was only due to the humility of my peers, Haishur replied. Then, I entrust the Hanging Tower to you, Lord Fong. Take a few skilled archers with you. Understood. Haishur saluted, then turned and dashed off nimbly. The Hanging Tower wasn't actually a tower, but rather a few natural caves on the eastern cliff face, about 2 or 3 li north of the Huangquan Pass. Accessible only by a steep, treacherous path from within the pass, it overlooked the area below. Though intended to serve as an arrow tower, the pass had long been free of conflict, and the caves had fallen into disuse, storing only arrows, coarse felt, tung oil, and a small supply of food and water. Haishur led 20 archers up to the Hanging Tower, concealing themselves within the caves, holding their breath and waiting for the right moment. Faint noises gradually drifted from the southern valley as a troop emerged, all clad in white robes and mounted on white horses, moving swiftly and silently across the brilliantly lit snow. They numbered around 150 riders. "Impressive, they've brought out nearly half of the Qilin battalion," whispered one of the archers lying beside her, rubbing his bowstring with ox fat. "Those Gaman people have no way out." "What can we do?" another replied, shaking his head. "The Haku barbarians must be starving mad this winter. Once that gate opens, I fear it won't close again." Military strategies have always taught the use of fireox formations, never using living humans as shields. To seize our provisions, they've resorted to such wicked deeds. In the end, it's not our fault. From the hanging tower, the shadowy figures of Haku cavalry could be faintly seen quietly turning their horses southward. Meanwhile, the Qilin battalion had formed ranks before the pass, with over 7,000 additional troops positioned 8 zhang behind them, stretching 5 li along the winding, treacherous valley. Caught between the two poised and formidable forces, the 600 ragged Gaman refugees huddled together in silent fear. This year, the Haku barbarians are starving. Knowing we have grain at the pass, they're like wolves catching the scent of blood. They were completely wiped out at Wellspring Village, and now they dare attack Nether Pass. But if they're trying to circle 3,000 li from the west for food, they'll likely starve to death before they find any. Judging by their formation, they're here to fight to the death. In the cold, dark cave, murmuring voices coiled around like countless invisible hands. Haisher suddenly felt the silver chainmail clasped too tightly over her chest, suffocating her. The black iron portcullis of Huangquan Pass was immensely thick, with 16 bronze chains as thick as bowls, yet it rose without a sound. A faint stir rippled through the Gaman crowd. A lamb in a young girl's arms suddenly broke free, its 4 slender hooves tapping crisply on the snow. The lamb was pure white, with a streak of glossy black fur running from its forehead to its nose. Agile and light, with dark, gleaming eyes, it was likely a breeding lamb brought along for the planned restoration of pastures. Curious, the lamb took 2 steps forward, gazing at the forest of white horse legs revealed behind the rising portcullis. As the gate lifted higher, hundreds of gleaming silver greaves dazzled in the snowy light. The lamb stretched its tender neck and bleated. A fierce gust of wind, an arrow, pierced its small body, splattering a patch of blood onto the paper-white snow. From the battlements and arrow slits of Huangquan Pass, archers loosed volleys of arrows like swarms of locusts. A blood-stained hand reached for the lamb, but was pinned to the snow by a whistling arrow. A sharp whistle sounded, and the Qilin battalion's 150 cavalry surged forth like silver dragons, trampling over the chaotic snow and corpses, crashing like a raging tide into the first wave of charging Haku riders. The Haku wielded ring-pummeled swords in one hand and shields with spikes in the other, agile and powerful. During the reigns of Emperors Zhuang and Mu, Huangquan Pass defenders had suffered greatly from these tactics. Later, the Imperial Armory specially crafted 5'5" spears for Huangquan Pass, roughly the height of a short man, allowing ease of use on narrow mountain paths. These spears were sharp and agile, capable of striking the tiny gaps between the Haku's shields and blades. The Qilin battalion advanced fiercely, churning up clouds of snow as a silver wave pushed northward. Where the white light passed, Haku corpses, both men and horses, piled up on the mountain path. In less than half a moment, most of the first dozen rows of Haku cavalry were shattered and trampled. The remaining Haku shouted in chaos as the second wave advanced. Another whistle from the Qilin battalion, and over 100 bloodied 5'5" spears leveled in unison, plunging into the fray and locking in close combat. The hanging tower stood north of the gate, facing the backs of the Haku vanguard, forming a pincer attack with the archers on the walls. Haisher knelt on one knee at the opening of the hanging tower, drawing a gold archer's ring inlaid with pale green glass from her waist. She examined it carefully before slipping it onto her thumb. The ring, originally made for a man, was too large for her. Like a gentlewoman winding thread around a finger ring, she had wrapped it with green silk to fit. Armor-piercing arrows, Haisher said, exhaling softly as she warmed the bowstring. She drew 3 falcon-feathered armor-piercing arrows from her quiver, holding them between her fingers while her thumb steadily drew the 6-stone bow to its full draw. Aiming at the rear of the Hakaru third formation, she commanded, "Loose." The arrows descended upon the Hakaru ranks like a swarm of locusts. Caught off guard by the attack from behind, the Hakaru soldiers stumbled and trampled over one another, trapped between the front and rear formations with no room to maneuver. Hearing the chaos and shoving from behind, the Hakaru soldiers in the second formation suspected an ambush. Panic set in as 2 junior commanders barked orders, rallying their troops to reorganize and charge recklessly into the Ti Lan battalion's formation. The frontline soldiers of the Ti Lan battalion interlocked their 5.5-foot spears, forming a solid line to block the Hakaru shields, then swiftly drew their narrow-bladed ring-pummeled swords to engage in close combat. Take down the 5th formation. We'll clear the path for the Ti Lan battalion. Alternate volleys of 3 arrows each. No one stops until I give the order, the young commander said in a low, steady voice. 21 6-stone bows were drawn to their full arcs in silence. Loose, the twang of bowstrings cut through the air like a sudden downpour. Trapped on the mountain path with no means of escape, the Hakaru soldiers in the southernmost 3rd, 4th, and 5th formations, over 100 men, were severed from their northern main force. They endured the relentless onslaught of arrows while facing the Ti Lan battalion's silver-tide assault, their ranks thinning rapidly as the arrow storm showed no sign of ceasing. By the time Haishir shouted, "Halt!" only the last row of Hakaru soldiers remained standing, soon cut down like autumn crops beneath the Ti Lan battalion's vanguard. A sudden chill brushed past Haishi's ear. Beside her, an archer clutched his shoulder, a Hakaru-style seagull-feathered arrow lying on the ground, a clear sign of a grazing wound. The road below the hanging tower was already littered with scattered arrows and corpses. Further north, beyond the tower's limited line of sight, the situation remained unseen. Risking exposure, Haishir leaned out from the tower's opening to peer northward. She spotted several Hakaru archers in the main formation shooting indiscriminately toward the hanging tower, while a dozen more had formed a line, drawing their bows against the advancing Ti Lan battalion. The Ti Lan battalion, equipped for close combat and lacking shields, faced devastating losses. "You too. Hold my legs." Haishir gritted her teeth, pulling back and sitting with her back to the opening as she instructed the 2 nearby archers. She clenched 3 arrows between her teeth and gathered 3 more in her hand. Gripping her bow with her left hand, she leaned backward, suspending her upper body outside the stone wall of the opening, and fired 3 rapid shots upside down at the Hakaru archers in the main formation, each arrow finding its mark. Among them, she noticed a tall, burly archer with particularly conspicuous armor, likely their leader. She took the 3 arrows from her teeth and shot them in quick succession, like meteors, aimed directly at him. Haishi's arrows were specialized. The first 2 were armor-piercing, followed by a bloodletting arrow designed to penetrate weak points in the armor and inflict severe damage with its grooved tip. As soon as she straightened up, she heard several thuds, Hakaru arrows striking the stone wall in rapid succession. Turning to look, she saw the tall archer gripping the 3 arrows clustered in his throat, let out a roar, and yanked them out. Though unclear in the distant snowy light, those around him stumbled back, wiping their faces, likely splattered with blood. Seizing the chaos, Haishir leaned out once more, ignoring the hail of arrows, and fired swiftly and continuously. One by one, the Hakaru archers in the formation fell. "Commander Fong!" The soldiers in the hanging tower cried out, their voices strained with urgency and alarm. Her gaze shifted, and an arrow was cutting through the air, arriving before her eyes in an instant. Unavoidable. Even the blood groove embedded in the triangular arrowhead was clearly visible. She widened her bright, piercing eyes fiercely. From the suspended tower, the archers looking down could only see the sharp tip of Haishi's chin tilted upward, while the arrow remained firmly lodged in her inverted face, its shaft humming and trembling incessantly. By then, the vanguard of the Ti Lan battalion had already crashed into the main formation of the Hoku forces. Infantry swarmed out afterward, and the narrow passage, barely 10 feet wide, was instantly swarming with entangled combatants. Amid the chaos, The young man who had fired the arrow remained standing tall in his saddle, his feet planted firmly in the stirrups. He glanced up at the suspended tower before leaping off his horse. Immediately, someone brought over the body of the previously slain archer captain. The young man reached out, removed the dead man's helmet, grasped a handful of his golden hair, and with his saber, severed the head. Holding it up to his eyes, he kissed it repeatedly. But then, hearing the shouts of his attendants, he glanced up and saw a long arrow speeding toward him. His expression changed abruptly. In that split second, a man in white robes rushed to shield the youth, desperately raising his arm to block the arrow. The hawk-feathered arrowhead scraped across his palm with a metallic clang before clattering to the ground. A slight commotion stirred within the Hoku ranks, but the white-robed man remained unharmed, stepping back indifferently to stand by the young man's horse. The youth looked up into the distance. On the cliff, the arrow that had been embedded in the face of the inverted dodging archer was gone. Upon closer inspection, the arrow he had just deflected was the very one he had shot earlier. It seemed the dodging archer had clinched the incoming arrow between her teeth and, seizing the moment of his distraction, shot it back at him. A faint smile touched the Hoku youth's blood-stained lips. He curled a finger mockingly toward the cliff, then hung the severed head behind his saddle. Ordering his soldiers to cover his retreat, he turned his horse and led his troops away, disappearing around a bend in the northern mountain path. Haishir licked her front teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. That man is strange, as if he used some secret art. We must pursue them quickly. Fong Darren, a young archer, about Haishir's age, stammered, his lips trembling. What? Haishir replied, slinging her horn bow over her shoulder. The Hoku have raised the black flag for a fallen king. I've heard they don't bury their dead. They leave the bodies for hyenas and vultures. Only when a tribal king dies on the battlefield do they send the head back to be joined with a golden body for burial. The young archer couldn't suppress a grin, his pale, cracked lips splitting into bloody fissures. Fong Darren, you shot a king. A king. The Hoku forces did not seem intent on prolonging the fight. They had attacked with great fanfare, but retreated as swiftly as a receding tide. Haishir dashed down from the suspended tower, seized a horse, and galloped north in pursuit. Riding with the main force for over 20 li, she reached the end of the road. The only way forward was to wade upstream along a creek, skirt the foot of East Piluo Mountain, climb West Piluo Mountain, and traverse a 32 li valley to reach the source of the Piluo River, the unfrozen spring. Beyond the spring to the north lay a narrow mountain path. By nearly noon the next day, Haishir finally caught up with Fu Yi's unit, which was leading the pursuit. Though the Hoku retreated swiftly, they could not shake off Fu Yi's forces, who followed them closely, maintaining a steady pace. Lord Fong, your discernment is sharp. The Hawk people never use ceremonial guards. That left Pudu king was mingling among the crowd, and no one could distinguish him. Fu Yi said slowly. This left Pudu king was reckless and fond of fighting. The 3,000 troops who attacked Shuingtan were his subordinates. Originally, they were meant to lead the way and clear the path, with the main army following closely. Unexpectedly, he turned back to attack Huangquan Pass, leaving those 3,000 soldiers, who were kept in the dark, at Shuingtan as a feint. Now that he is dead, the new left Pudu king is the half-brother of the old king. According to our scouts, they were never on good terms, so he immediately ordered a retreat. The Hawk formation no longer displayed the previous cyan banners. At the head of each unit, what fluttered now were full-length black rami cloths. That is the new left Pudu king. Fu Yi pointed to a young man heavily guarded at the rear of the Hawk ranks. The figure of the young man was obscured by the fluttering mourning banners, making it hard to see clearly. What stood out was a severed head, its golden hair twisted into a knot and hanging behind the saddle, swaying with the movements of the black-maned, snow-hoofed horse. Haishir slightly furrowed her brows and urged her horse forward a few steps. By then, the Hawk people had reached the mouth of the mountain pass, and the vast snowfields of the far north were faintly visible below. As they rounded the wind gap, a fierce gust carrying snow and sand swept through, causing the mourning banners to flap loudly and rise straight toward the sky. In that instant, the young man turned his face slightly, revealing a tall and slender silhouette. Haishur felt as if a handful of snow had been thrust into her chest, startling her to the core. It was a face she had seen for 10 years. There was no possibility of mistaking it. Zhuoying, she murmured involuntarily. The young man seemed to have heard Haishur. He turned his head, wearing a provocative smile, and crooked his finger once more. His high nose, deep-set eyes, and thick eyebrows were identical to Zhuoying's, as was his stature. The only difference was a pair of eyes that glowed with a piercing blue. The blue-eyed youth removed his helmet, letting loose a cascade of lustrous golden hair, and issued a command in the barbarian tongue. The Hawk people responded in unison, and suddenly, all of them whipped their horses, swiftly descending the mountain. The first few units to rush out of the pass formed ranks on the left and right across the snowfield, securing the pass as cover, while the rest charged northward without hesitation. Once the entire force had exited the mountain pass, the units providing flank cover immediately reorganized and merged with the main body. Thousands of men and horses kicked up a rolling cloud of snow dust, rapidly disappearing into the northern horizon. That is the Red Medicine Plain. Fu Yi reined in his horse and drew a circle in the air with his whip handle, framing the snowfield north of the mountain pass. In winter, the Red Medicine Plain was blanketed in snow. In summer, it lay barren. Not a single red medicine flower had ever bloomed there. Its name came from Princess Red Medicine. Originally a daughter of the imperial clan and the half-sister of the usurper Chu Fengyi, who had raised an army in rebellion, she was married off to the Hawk in her youth as part of a peace alliance. By the age of 32, she had been married to 3 tribal kings in succession and had gained considerable influence. 14 years ago, when Chu Fengyi was defeated and fled north, passing through Huangquan Pass into Hawk territory, Princess Red Medicine dispatched troops to meet him. The then yet-to-ascend Emperor Su also led his forces in pursuit, arriving at this very location. A fierce battle raged for 4 days and 5 nights, resulting in the annihilation of over 50,000 enemy troops. The rebel army was completely wiped out, and the Hawk forces suffered heavy losses. Gu Deshang, one of the 6 winged generals, beheaded Chu Fengyi, while Princess Red Medicine was trampled to death in the chaos of battle, with only 3 fragmented limbs recovered. After the battle, the 20-li plain was a gruesome mix of snow, mud, flesh, and blood, stained red and black. The following year, unseasonably warm weather caused a sparse, patchy growth of spring grass to sprout on the Red Medicine Plain. Livestock refused to eat it, and the elders called it corpse rot grass. In those turbulent times, the relentless tide of history surged like a merciless, roaring torrent. A single, seemingly insignificant ripple in the annals of the official chronicles could signify the loss of thousands, even tens of thousands, of lives. Every Qingming festival, the 20-mile stretch of the Red Medicine Plains is filled with women and children offering sacrifices. Fu Yi paused, then continued, 14 years have passed. The women have visibly aged, and the children have grown. Surely, this world should have found peace by now. By the time they returned to the camp, not a single Gaman child could be seen running about. That night, the Gaman people inside the camp, having waited in vain for their kin to cross the pass, grew restless upon discovering the army advancing up the mountain. In the end, they all met their doom. Yet, even without the unrest, they had no chance of survival. We couldn't possibly let them go out and spread the word that we stood by and did nothing to save them. Fu Yi's face, weathered and dark, remained as unreadable as ever. Chapter 4. Emperor Su's descent into tyranny and folly had been a long time in the making. During those 8 years of sleepless nights, weapon in hand, awaiting battle, what seemed to have been exhausted was not his grace, elegance, or clarity of judgment, but his very lifespan. From the day he ascended the throne, the one seated upon it was but a soulless, decaying shell. He knew this was what people said. They still feared him, for he was the emperor, and a ruthless one at that. From the inner palace to the court, no one dared meet his gaze. Even so, he could see the clouds of fear and silent resentment that pervaded the court. In those 8 years of chaos, with the world turned upside down and enemies closing in from all sides, he had campaigned east and west, forging alliances and breaking them. The Battle of Red Medicine Plains had been so bloody that the river ran crimson for miles. Now that the fractured land had been stitched back together, he felt entitled to no longer bother with the tangled affairs of state. With the empire unified, people could manage their own lives. And so, he studied the delicate banyan bonsai in his palm and gently snipped off a wayward branch. When pruning a tree, one need not ask the tree's opinion. That would be far too troublesome. 21 years earlier, the rebellion had erupted in the late summer of the 27th year of Lintai. The weather had been oppressive, the sky is stark, pale blue, an omen of chaos, people said. He was 17 that year, newly enfeoffed as the Prince of Su after the spring sacrifice. His father, Emperor Xiao, had fallen gravely ill, and his uncle, the Prince of Yi, Chu Fengyi, under the pretext of quelling unrest in the capital region, marched his troops in the name of protecting the throne, though his true intent was usurpation. Forces rose on all sides, swarming the city walls. At night, the fires they lit dyed the sky beyond Qianzhi Gate a blazing red. The three main garrison armies had been dispatched over a month earlier, and the 60,000 troops sent to Ming Pass and Mo Pass had instead joined the rebels, turning to besiege the capital. Only 30,000 troops from the capital garrison and 20,000 imperial guards remained in Tianqi. The fall of the capital was inevitable. Only he stood firm, leading the resistance. At great risk, he dispatched 3,000 imperial guards to escort Crown Prince Boyo out of the capital, hoping to regroup and fight another day. Yet, despite his desperate stand, personally executing 3 deserters and cutting down dozens of rebels scaling the walls, when the 3,000 guards returned to Qianzhi Gate, Boyo was nowhere to be seen. The Crown Prince, though gentle and timid by nature, possessed a stubborn sense of honor. He had declared he would share the fate of the nation and, in despair, hanged himself. Of the late emperor's 4 sons, the third, Shu Yun, had died young. The youngest, Ji Chang, had been sent as a hostage to the kingdom of Junyan in the western continent of Liezhou in his childhood. Now, with Boyo dead, he was the only legitimate imperial son left in the Central Plains. All my efforts to carve a path of survival for him, and Boyo, Zhongshu slashed down another rebel climbing the wall, dies without a word. On the battlements, defenders fell in waves, only to be replaced by others. In the mere half hour it took for the 3,000 guards to return, corpses had piled waist-high on the walls, and they were soon used as makeshift barriers, pushed over the edge. Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, allow us to escort you to Hanzhou to muster troops and crush the rebels. A young captain of the Imperial Guards, clad in heavy armor, knelt with a metallic clang. Zhongshu turned and studied the young man's face, partially obscured by his war helmet. Then, with a faint, cold smile, he pointed toward the chaotic rebel banners below, where the character Su blazed in the firelight. What is your relation to Su Jingfei? He asked softly. Those nearby who heard the question felt a chill. The young captain lifted his head and replied plainly, I am his illegitimate son, Su Ming. In the glow of the beacon fires, his candid face bore a striking resemblance to Su Jingfei, the rebellious governor of Tulan County. Su Ming, by protecting me, you are taking up arms against your own father, Zhongshu said with a faint smile. He wore no armor, and blood stained his jade-like face. He tilted his head and wiped it on the embroidered silk robe draped over his shoulder. Until the age of 14, I knew nothing of my father. From this day forward, I have no intention of acknowledging him either. The sword you carry, however, is the broad-bladed straight steel saber commonly used by the Su family, forged by the Carving Insect Studio. It was my mother's keepsake. I have sworn to use this blade to challenge Su Jingfei. Today, I ask to lead the vanguard and clear the path for your majesty. I also beg your majesty to grant me the chance to fulfill this long-held vow. As Su Ming spoke, his voice trembled with suppressed emotion, and a glimmer of moisture shone in his eyes. You are still young, and the rebel generals below the city walls are seasoned commanders. Are you truly willing to lead your men to their deaths? Su Ming pressed his lips together stubbornly and remained silent. That is entirely unnecessary. We have already lost too many lives covering for Boyo, a futile sacrifice. We cannot afford such losses again. Zhongshu glanced up at the sky. Midnight was approaching, and a fierce wind swept across the Qianzhi Gate. He took up his horn bow and fired a whistling arrow into the air. Its sound was distinct, sharp and resonant, like the cry of a falcon. As the arrow's whistle faded into the night, chaos erupted in the right flank of the rebel army below. A force bearing the Qinghai banner surged toward the city gate. The Liushang army, under the command of the Duke of Qinghai. Caught off guard, the rebels were thrown into disarray. At the gate, the Heiyuan army, loyal to Prince Yin Chufengyi, reacted swiftly and engaged the Liushang army in fierce combat. The forces on the flanks and in the rear, commanded by Wang Yannian, Chao Guang, Luo Xiyuan, and Su Jingfei, were assembled from regional garrisons and held back, unwilling to plunge recklessly into the fray. Pressed from both sides by the Heiyuan army, the Liushang army's formation thinned but remained tenacious, stretching into a serpentine line over a mile long from the city gate. Just then, another whistling arrow, identical to the one Chu Zhongshu had fired from the Qingji gate, shot skyward from within the Liushang ranks. In response, the city gate swung open, and a contingent of troops charged out from the capital. Though thinly spread, the Liushang army's formation proved unbreakable. As the Heiyuan army struggled to gain ground, another whistle sounded from the Liushang lines. The soldiers, who had been fighting back-to-back, suddenly surged forward, splitting the serpentine formation into two and carving a bloody path through the gate. From this opening, over 6,000 cavalrymen burst out of the capital. The two halves of the formation then closed ranks, tightening around the riders, and together, a force of more than 40,000 broke free from the imperial capital. At the head of the charge, a young man rode beneath a large black banner embroidered with a golden coiling dragon. Sharp-eyed soldiers in the Heiyuan army recognized it at once. It was the very banner used by the founding emperor when he rose to power, long enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple. The news was swiftly reported to Chufengyi. The unexpected defection of the Liushang army on the battlefield was already unforeseen. The fact that both the Imperial Guard and the Liushang army raised this banner must mean that a legitimate heir of the imperial clan had escaped. Although Chufengyi had taken the capital, he was deeply unsettled. When the rebel forces entered the Forbidden City and he learned that the one who had escaped was not Crown Prince Boyo, but Prince Su Zhongshu, he stomped his feet repeatedly, exclaiming, "That boy is dangerous! That boy is dangerous!" Over 40,000 troops marched out of the capital, heading north. The rebel forces under Luo Xiyuan pursued them relentlessly, suffering several setbacks but continuing to trail behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After fighting their way through the Chiyue Pass, it was already noon the next day, and the ranks gradually began to regroup. Su Ming rode alongside Zhongshu, occasionally glancing at him. Though Prince Su was only 17, his face showed no trace of youthfulness. His gaze was sharp and clear, revealing a mind of profound depth. Su Ming couldn't help but ponder. The Duke of Qinghai, Lord Fong, was one of the rare non-imperial dukes of the dynasty, with his fiefdom in Liushang County on the Qinliang Peninsula of Lan Province. He commanded the Liushang army, and, proud of his lineage as a founding hero, had long been at odds with Emperor Xiao. It was no surprise that the Duke of Qinghai had colluded with the rebellious Prince Yi. What was astonishing, however, was that the Liushang army under the Duke of Qinghai had secretly agreed on a plan with Prince Su long before, a mutiny at the city gates, an inside-outside coordination, and even the battle formations seemed to have been practiced beforehand. Prince Su's earlier mention of laying a path of survival for Boyo had meant exactly this. Brother Su, Brother Su." Hearing the call, Zhongshu quickly reined in his horse. He saw a figure steering a Kanzhou steed against the flow of the army, heading straight for him. As the rider drew near, he cheerfully removed his war helmet, revealing an elegant and fair face, clearly a young nobleman, tall and likely a year or two younger than Zhongshu. Noticing a fresh, shallow cut at the corner of the young man's mouth, Zhongshu used his own sleeve to wipe the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. "Jiaming, what happened? Are you going to be scarred now?" The young man smiled brightly, evading the question. "Father is unwell and has to guard against the surrounding rebel troops and bandits, so he assigned half of the Liushang army to me, saying to hand them all over to you." Zhongshu turned to Su Ming and said, "This is Fang Jianming, the eldest son of the Duke of Qinghai. The Liushang army at the city gates earlier was under his command. Su Ming clasped his hands in salute, inwardly astonished. Amidst the chaos of the rebel forces, the 30,000-strong Liuxiang army had maintained perfect formation, shifting seamlessly. This young man was truly a gifted commander. That night, when they camped, Zhongshu and Fang Jianming shared a tent. The wound at the corner of Jianming's mouth had gathered dust and scabbed over, leaving a reddish-brown mark that gave him a faintly smiling expression. Brother Su, that's Su Ming. He wouldn't be related to Su Jingfei, would he? Jianming suddenly sat up, leaning close to Zhongshu's ear to whisper. Zhongshu spoke without opening his eyes, his voice low. He came straight to the point, claiming to be Su Jingfei's illegitimate son, yet locked in a bitter feud with him. Can we trust him? Su Jingfei had many concubines, but later he took in a singing girl and doted on her so excessively that he dismissed or sold off his other consorts. The part about his children being cast out seems plausible. However, this Su Ming, the moment he heard of Boyo's death, he immediately addressed me as Your Majesty. Cleverness is one thing, but excessive shrewdness demands caution. Brother Su. It's been 2 years since we last trained and studied together. Everyone assumes I've been a hostage in the capital, never imagining how close we are. When I returned to Liuxiang, my aunts even asked if you'd ever bullied me. The pursuers aren't far. We have a tough battle ahead tomorrow. Stop chattering and get some sleep. You're just eager to reach Shuanghuan quickly to see Sister Zizan, aren't you? So impatient. Jianming chuckled. Zhongshu didn't reply, merely flicked him lightly on the forehead with a bent finger before turning over to sleep, a faint, irrepressible smile playing at the corners of his lips. After 100 days of relentless warfare between the Liuxiang army and the imperial guards led by Prince Su, they arrived at Shuanghuan, the capital of Han Province, as the autumn winds began to stir. Along the way, they absorbed righteous militias and loyalist troops from various regions, swelling their forces from 40,000 to 70,000. The troops originally stationed at Huangquan Pass, combined with the 30,000 newly recruited in summer, now totaled 60,000 deployable soldiers. With the eastern continent in turmoil, the port city of Quanming had fallen to the usurper king, severely disrupting supply routes. The sea lanes east of Minzhong were blockaded, while the Inga Strait to the west was frequently plagued by treacherous white tides. Of the 3 major maritime routes, 2.5 had become impassable. The entire western continent now relied on this single half-functional route for a third of its transport and supplies. Only the merchants from Lijiao, devout followers of the dragon-tail god, dared to navigate the treacherous Chuliao Sea, relying on their magnolia wood ships and seasoned feathered sailors to travel between the western and northern continents. Shuanghuan and Shizhou had become the commercial hubs of the northern continent, attracting an increasing number of Lijiao trade caravans accompanied by Quafu warriors, horse traders, armor sellers, grain merchants, oiled canvas vendors, even aspiring shamans, monks, and strategists hoping to attach themselves to the army, all converged here. Envoys from countries like Zhuani and Tualu arrived, pledging military support to quell the rebellion. Yet Zhongshu knew well that these western nations had likely dispatched similar envoys and merchants to the usurper in Tianqi. Across the vast 9 provinces, nearly all known gold veins lay within the eastern continent, the territory of the Zheng dynasty. Though Zhuani and Nawayuo, the wealthiest western nations, still nominally supported Zhongshu due to alliances, they would not miss this opportunity to exploit the chaos and acquire eastern gold at bargain prices. Zhuani and the Zheng dynasty had a long-standing alliance. Zhongshu's youngest brother, Ji Chong, was sent to Zhuani to study Lijiao language and customs, effectively as a hostage, while a Zhuani princess was raised in the Zheng court, intended to marry into the imperial family. This princess, Zizan, disliked the eastern climate and spent half the year in Shuanghuan. She was the one who had captured Zhongshu's heart. Zizan possessed a radiant complexion and captivating eyes, her gentle nature so innate she seldom wore elaborate hairpins or jewelry. The Zhuani people excelled in maritime trade and revered the merfolk as dragon-tail gods, a belief Zizan held deeply. She wore only a single pendant, the Zhuani royal merfolk emblem, its simplicity unmatched in elegance. At the foot of Frost Return City, They spotted from afar a figure in white robes standing atop the battlements, the wind billowing through his garments like a shadow on the verge of taking flight, gazing into the distance at the dusty path from which they had come. Zhongshu abandoned his horse and rushed up the city tower. Zizan simply smiled at him, and after a long pause, she spoke a single sentence. "Half a year apart, and you've aged." People often said that during those 100 arduous days of relentless warfare, they had watched as the Prince of Su and his young commanders matured, gradually acquiring the bearing of renowned generals. Only Zizan, like an ordinary woman with no grand perspective, cared solely for his gaunt frame and weathered appearance. He had not shown a trace of anguish even when his father and brothers perished and the capital fell. Yet, because of Zizan's words, tears streamed down his face. He was the Prince of Su, the future emperor, the commander of the suppression forces. He was all these things, but he could not afford to be an ordinary man with emotions, susceptible to illness and age. In these turbulent times, she alone remained, treating him as a mortal being of flesh and blood. Luo Xiyuan's pursuing forces besieged the city for less than 2 months before the winter of Han Province arrived. Bitter winds, snow, and extreme cold made it impossible to sustain supplies, forcing Luo Xiyuan's troops to retreat across the sea. From October to April, 70,000 soldiers rested, trained, and recuperated in Han Province, lying low until the following spring. Zhongshu steadfastly refused to proclaim himself emperor, and his newlywed wife, Zizan, was only granted the title of Princess Consort of Su. From the 28th to the 31st year of Lintai, time rushed by as turmoil spread across the map of the Zheng dynasty. The war dragged on, bringing no peace to the people. Many villages and towns were left without a single adult male. Fields lay abandoned, and grain and cloth became nearly impossible to obtain. The common people wore rags, and there were even rumors of cannibalism. Meanwhile, Prince Ji Chong, who had taken refuge in Junyan, grew from a child into a young man. Through his relentless diplomatic efforts, the royal army's supplies were barely sustained by the kingdom of Junyan. Their calculation was simple. If Zhongshu could reclaim the throne, Princess Zizan of Junyan would rightfully become the empress of the Zheng dynasty. By the spring of the 32nd year of Lintai, of the 14 prefectures and commanderies of the Zheng dynasty, only the capital region and the 3 easternmost coastal prefectures remained under the control of the usurper Chu Fei. The rest had been recovered. With Frost return as the secondary capital, Zhongshu and his 6 wings generals had expanded the royal army to nearly 300,000 troops, supplemented by another 100,000 militia forces from various regions. Everyone believed that recapturing the capital region would be achieved by winter at the latest, and the pacification of the entire territory seemed imminent. However, that summer, the newly stabilized situation was once again thrown into chaos. Cavalry from the Northwest Hoku tribe covered over 3,000 li in just 7 days, invading Jing territory through Belinduo west of the Yellow Spring Pass and advancing directly toward Frost Return. Yet, instead of engaging the intercepting royal forces in prolonged battles, they relied on their speed and ferocity, striking and retreating swiftly while pillaging and harassing the countryside. Meanwhile, Duke Qinghai, Fang Zi, leading troops from the northeastern prefectures of Heian and Qishan to suppress rebels in Tulan Prefecture, faced a desperate counterattack. Chu Fengyi personally commanded 75,000 soldiers south from the capital region, reclaiming 3 southwestern prefectures, Hyoyi, Jinzhou, and Lilan, within 2 months. Rebellious banners were raised across Wannan and Yueshi, while rebel forces from the capital region, along with Guanglu and Tulan prefectures, advanced westward in a massive, wolf-like onslaught. That year, Fang Jiaming was nearly 20 years old, already tall in stature. Even without his armor, he retained the graceful and upright bearing of a youth. Among the 6-wing generals, he was the youngest, yet he had already spent over 5 years in military campaigns. Chu Zhongshu was 3 years his senior, decisive and insightful in battle, already exuding the aura of a king. In warfare, whether it was covering, reinforcing, or flanking maneuvers, the two could coordinate seamlessly from afar, as if they were brothers born of the same mother. The royal army boasted many outstanding young commanders, and years of shared battles had forged deep camaraderie, with countless tales of risking lives to rescue comrades or holding positions at all costs. Yet everyone knew that the only person Prince Su would entrust with his life was Fang Jianming, the eldest son of the Duke of Qinghai. In July, news of the death of Fang Zi, the Duke of Qinghai, reached Shuanghuan. Scouts reported one after another that Liuxiang and Heian counties had fallen, and the Fang clan had been exterminated. The message arrived just as the 80,000-strong army was about to march to Tongping City, the newly captured capital of Lilan County in Wanzhou. Upon hearing the news, Fang Jianming fell silent for a long while. Zhongshu called out to him from his horse. The young deputy commander lifted his head slightly, gazing at the man before him who was both an elder brother and a lord. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Silently, he left the front ranks and returned later, having changed into mourning attire beneath his armor. He mounted his horse lightly, his eyes slightly reddened, yet his face showed no trace of tears. The royal army marched swiftly for 11 days and encamped 50 li west of Tongping City. They first dispatched small forces to taunt and harass the enemy for several days. When the rebel army opened the city gates to engage, they feigned retreat, repeating the tactic until they finally provoked Chu Fengyi to lead his main force out of the city, deploying his formation along the narrow plains by the Lilan River. The Lilan River, a tributary of the Jianshui River, flows from Baishui to Lunan, where it empties into the sea. Near Tongping City, the plains on the southern bank stretched no more than 5 or 6 li wide, giving way to rolling hills further south. Before dawn, the sky was pale, the mountains lush and dark, with the stark outlines of trees and grass lining the ridges. The occasional clang of swords against light armor sent ripples through the quiet air, and the crimson banners of the Liuxiang army faded to deep black in the dim light. Fang Jianming was now the 53rd Duke of Qinghai of the dynasty, the Lord of Liuxiang County. In this world of black and white, the trees cast dusky gray shadows, leaving no room for a third color. Zhongshu looked up at the youth on horseback. Beneath his armor, Fang Jianming still wore his pitch-black mourning robes. His dark brows were hidden beneath his war helmet, leaving Zhongshu only able to see his thin, pale lips pressed into a tight line. The youth turned his head, and Zhongshu guessed he was looking at him. In the cool, silent air of the early morning, the invisible gaze of the youth radiated a piercing chill, a suppressed, frozen rage, like black transparent flames devoid of heat, yet capable of consuming everything. That fury was not directed at Zhongshu. What churned in the youth's chest was a thirst for battle and blood. Jianming, Zhongshu said softly, "Remember, at sunrise tomorrow, we charge and encircle." Jianming gave a slight nod, turned his horse, and silently headed toward the southern hills, soon disappearing into the thick green morning mist of the forest. The massive formation extended into a column, following silently behind him. Countless footsteps and hoofbeats trampled over the summer grass, still wet with dew. The young Duke of Qinghai led 2,000 elite cavalry and 30,000 infantry, maneuvering eastward through the hills for over 60 li. By late afternoon, they had stealthily reached the weakly defended eastern gate of Tongping City. Dark clouds blotted out the sky, and a violent downpour ensued, with thunder shaking the earth, making men's legs tremble. On the plain south of the Lilan River, rain hammered against iron armor, creating a clanging resonance that echoed for miles. Zhongshu had already engaged the royal forces with the rebel army led by the usurper Chu Fengyi. The world turned murky yellow, blood and mud mingling into a gruesome paste. As the battle seesawed back and forth, the pathways gradually became choked with corpses. In the torrential rain, the narrow plains resembled a path to the underworld. The royal troops, weighed down by heavy armor and waterlogged clothing, struggled to move freely, while Chu Fengyi's seasoned forces, having campaigned in the southwest for years, were accustomed to such storms, their movements nimble and their blades sharp. After nearly an hour, the royal army had been pushed back to within 3 li of the central command tent. War drums thundered, their vibrations seeping up from the ground into the very marrow of the soldiers' spines. The rebel formation tightened, preparing for an all-out charge. The royal vanguard, in turn, gathered into a spearhead formation, ready for a desperate resistance. Suddenly, the drums fell silent. Apart from the furious roar of the muddy Lilan River and the relentless drumming of rain on blades and armor, the plains were eerily quiet. The dead made no sound, and the living uttered none either. Men breathed silently, their faces streaked with blood and mud, filthy rainwater streaming down their heads and blurring their vision. After the next clash, many would join their fallen comrades, collapsing into the mire, their cold, lifeless bodies left to the mercy of the rain, which would wash their fatal wounds clean. Then, from east to west, a ripple of unrest spread through the rebel ranks. Look, on the city walls, a hoarse cry pierced the dense curtain of rain. In the eastern sky, several columns of wolf smoke shot upward. Moments later, a faint red glow broke through the stormy heavens. The emergency beacon fires of Tongping City were ablaze. It's the Eastern Army. The Eastern Army is attacking the city. A wave of exultant and savage shouts erupted from the royal forces. Tongping City was now caught in a pincer attack by the imperial forces from both east and west, its situation growing increasingly precarious. Within the rebel ranks, the Pretender's command banner began shifting eastward, likely an indication that Chu Fengyi was rushing back to relieve the besieged city. The narrow stretch of plains was left to the rebel general Luo Jihan and his 25,000 troops, who struggled desperately to hold their ground. Chu Zhongxiu, commanding the western division of the imperial army, advanced steadily eastward, while Luo Jihan's forces retreated slowly toward Tongping, fighting a bitter rearguard action. With every step, corpses and severed limbs littered the muddy, reddish-yellow earth. By nightfall, the eastern gate of Tongping was ablaze. Trapped between two fronts and unable to advance or retreat, the rebels attempted to flee through the northern and southern gates, only to fall into a deadly ambush that inflicted heavy casualties. This devastating blow, however, ignited a desperate, cornered animal ferocity in them, and they fought back with renewed resolve. Just as Chu Fengyi's vanguard reached the western gate of Tongping, half of Fang Jianming's eastern forces had already entered the city through the northern and southern gates, assembling in formation, ready for battle. The eastern gate continued to burn fiercely in the night rain, its flames leaping high like a blazing archway to hell, looming ominously against the dark sky. The gate had been reduced to charcoal and ash, sparks flying as it finally collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending charred wood and red-hot metal crashing down. Under a hail of embers, scores of soldiers surged forward, shields raised overhead. Silhouetted against the raging flames, their dark figures struck fear into the enemy. Several warhorses followed, leaping boldly over the corpses of fallen rebels. With that leap, the soaked, massive banner held by the standard-bearer unfurled with a snap, revealing an ominous, blood-dark crimson in the firelight. The black horses' coats gleamed like satin in the torchlight, and the young rider clad in black robes and silver armor wielded an exceptionally heavy silver spear. His silver helmet obscured his eyes, while a mix of rain and blood dripped from his proud, chiseled jaw. Lifting his head to gaze at the fallen gate behind him, the helmet strap came loose and clattered to the ground, revealing a handsome, well-defined face. Above, the rebels' banners on the battlements still smoldered. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at the corner of the youth's lips, where an old scar curved upward. Pointing his blood-stained spear toward Chu Fengyi's command banner, he stood wreathed in destructive flames like a god of slaughter. Kill those who fight, and kill those who surrender. In response to the deputy commander's terse order, the eastern troops let out bestial roars and surged toward the rebels like an iron tide. With bows drawn and blades bared, their might shook the realm. On the 14th day of the 7th month of the 32nd year of Lintai, Tongping was decisively conquered, with 15,000 rebels slain. Annals of the Kings, Chapter 142, The Pacifying Wing King, The Book of Conquests. By the latter half of the night, the rain had ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a star-studded, clear sky. In the deep summer night, a chilling aura mingled with the scent of blood rose from the ground, creeping up men's legs like wild vines. The Western Imperial forces were gradually buckling under the intense pressure from the east. The main rebel army, driven out of Tongping after their attempted return, merged with Luo Jihan's troops, still numbering nearly 50,000 in total. With the city breached and the ferocious, wolf-like Eastern Imperial forces in pursuit, the rebels, now desperate and cornered, turned westward in a frantic, last-ditch assault. The Eastern Army charged early. "What in blazes are those bastards doing?" Soldiers of the Western Division cursed loudly, swinging their blades in a desperate attempt to stem the tide. Only the next day would they learn that, on that night, Deputy Commander Fang Jiaming of the Eastern Army had issued an order, a reward of 100,000 gold pieces to whoever could bring him the head of the pretender king. But not all of them would live to see the dawn. Chu Zhongshu steadied his restless steed, surveying the battlefield from atop the small hill. 7 hours had passed since the two armies clashed, and of the 120,000 troops gathered on the plain, fewer than 90,000 remained. The rebel forces pressed westward, while the Imperial Army retreated in the same direction. Amolan, one of the six-winged generals, stood beside him with a longbow strapped to his back, his voice heavy with concern. "Your Highness, if this continues, we will soon be forced into the narrowest pass of the plain. That bottleneck will severely hinder our mobility, costing us at least several thousand additional soldiers. Moreover, it will become nearly impossible to complete the encirclement with the Eastern Army." Zhongshu nodded silently, his brow furrowing deeper. Was this expedition to Lilan County destined to end in vain, with 10,000 lives lost for nothing? They couldn't hold on any longer. He heard a whisper in the air, faint yet immense, pervasive as a miasmic wind weaving through the chaotic fray. It was the collective voice of men's hearts, detached from flesh and consciousness, converging into the murmurs of fate. The soldiers' hands gripping their blades had gone numb, their arms lifeless, the flesh between thumb and forefinger torn to the bone. Yet they slashed on, ceaselessly. In an instant, countless memories of light and color swirled around Zhongshu, spinning past him as swiftly as rolling tumbleweeds. His father's deathly pale hand clawed frantically at the air while the other gripped his own throat. An inexplicable illness, sudden and violent, had claimed the emperor overnight. Enemy troops besieged the city. Grain transports along the Hanzhou route repeatedly faced mutinies, and most of the provisions his younger brother Jichong had procured from Junyan Kingdom were plundered. Assassins infiltrated the palace in Shuanghuan City, frightening Zizan into losing her 2-month-old fetus. Jiaming's slightly reddened eyes. Zhongshu tightened his grip on his curved blade and took a deep breath. "Fate, you toy with men so cruelly. But why?" The young man wiped the blood from his cheek and lifted his head defiantly toward the starry sky where clouds had parted. His cold, mocking gaze seemed not to seek answers, but to challenge. "Why must I submit to you?" The heavens stretched boundlessly, stars hanging low over the wilderness. Beneath that vast canopy, his figure appeared infinitesimally small. With a swift motion, Zhongshu deflected a thin crossbow bolt beside his ear, then spurred his horse forward, charging toward the front lines like lightning cleaving through the rebel ranks. "Charge! Follow me if you wish to live." His clear voice soared above the battlefield. Every soldier of the Imperial Army heard their commander, their prince, and for the first time, they heard their emperor. The clashing of blades grew abruptly fiercer, and another powerful, tangible roar surged from the masses. It was the fervent cry of over 40,000 men, initially disjointed but soon coalescing into a thunderous, overwhelming chorus. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The sound swelled like a tidal wave behind him, yet Zhongshu heard none of it. Plunging deep into the enemy ranks, his curved blade swept out in a fierce, relentless arc, as if aiming straight for the throat of fate itself. Warm blood splattered across his face. Amolan's cry of alarm went unheard. When the Royal Army's eastern and western forces finally succeeded in their encirclement, there was still a small half-hour left before the originally scheduled charge. The Eastern Army had launched their assault prematurely, nearly pushing the entire force to the brink of annihilation. Even so, as the Eastern Army's commander's banner emerged from the night fog at the edge of the plain, the tide of battle had turned, and the soldiers of the Western Army finally breathed a sigh of relief from the depths of their hearts. The Eastern Army had truly fought with bloodshot eyes, stubbornly refusing to accept surrender. Less than 30,000 rebel soldiers remained alive, all discarding their armor and begging for mercy from the Western army. The gongs signaling the retreat had to sound 3 times before the Eastern army finally began to calm down. Under Zhongshu's black banner embroidered with golden coiling dragons, Amolan narrowed his eyes and gazed eastward. The crimson banner of the Qinghai army stood tall above the swarming masses, weaving its way toward them. The captives, dragging their wounded legs, fearfully parted to the sides, revealing the pure black steed beneath the Qinghai army's banner and the young general astride it. As he drew closer, Amolan could see that his long spear was gone. A winding trail of dried blood clung to his temple, and he bore nearly 20 wounds of varying sizes. His entire body bore the marks of a fierce battle. But his eyes, the eyes of that young man, were like molten iron freshly cast, still bursting with sparks and embers. A violent, restless flame seemed to be consuming his very being. "Where is Chu Fengyi?" The young man's lips were cracked and peeling, and as he spoke, blood seeped out. He licked his lips, swallowing the metallic taste of blood. "Has Chu Fengyi been found?" Amolan did not answer, only shaking his head. The young man's gaze grew even more scorching in an instant. Silently and swiftly, he turned his horse around, raising his whip to gallop eastward once more when Amolan firmly grasped his shoulder. Unable to shake him off, the young man was pulled back around. His brow furrowed tightly, and his right hand already rested on the saber at his waist. "Prince Su." Amolan paused slightly, as if carefully choosing his words, then pointed westward. "Prince Su is in the central command tent." The young Duke of Qinghai looked at him with suspicion. This man, who, like Fang Jianming, was one of the 6-winged generals, appeared to be in his early 30s. His skin bore the purplish-red hue of the southern sea tribes, his features deep and intense, making his light tea-colored pupils resemble those of a cat. Even Zhongshu only knew that he came from the Zhenla kingdom in the southern seas, that he was skilled in gambling, taming horses, and mounted archery. As for his real name, his place of origin, or why he had fled to the eastern continent, no one knew, and no one asked too many questions. During the reign of Emperor Xiao, Amolan had enlisted in the royal army, spending 7 or 8 years in obscurity before being promoted by Prince Su 2 years ago to become the captain of the royal guard. By now, he spoke the official language fluently. Amolan glanced around briefly, and only then did the guards following Fang Jianming step back slightly. Amolan urged his horse closer to the young man and opened his palm, facing upward. The young man's breath caught abruptly, the wound at the corner of his mouth tightening. His face, which had been terrifying to behold due to rage and bloodlust, suddenly lost all expression, like a mask stained with blood and fire, unnaturally handsome, cold, hard, and lifeless. In Amolan's palm lay an exquisitely carved cypress doll the size of a domino tile. The figurine had split into 2 halves, with several lines of tiny characters inscribed across its chest in minute calligraphy. Fresh yellow-white wood grain visible along the fractured surface was stained with ochre, while the varnished miniature limbs were covered in half-dried crimson fingerprints that clung stickily to the skin, as if recently soaked in a pool of blood. Jianming recognized the object. Many soldiers carried such dolls when going to battle. Folk called them cypress sacrifices, talismans meant to ward off calamities and curses. Should their owners fall gravely ill or suffer severe injuries, these dolls would be split and burned, allowing the cypress sacrifice to bear the disaster in their stead. After Zizan happened to see these charms, she personally crafted over a dozen for the unmarried generals, inscribing each with their names and birth dates. Both Jianming and Amolan received one, which they kept behind their breastplates during campaigns. The one in Amolan's hand, they both recognized, belonged to Zhongshu. An hour ago, His Highness was struck by a stray arrow. The arrowhead pierced through this doll and shattered it. To prevent morale from collapsing, His Highness endured the pain, broke the arrow shaft, and left only the arrowhead embedded in his chest. It wasn't until the battle was firmly decided that he allowed me to bring him back to the command tent. The physician said. Amolan abruptly cut himself off, as though speaking the words aloud would make them real. Silently, he placed the fragments of the doll into Jianming's hand, then turned and gave a soft whistle. The standard bearer, holding Zhongshu's black banner embroidered with golden coiling dragons, followed Amolan as he headed deeper into the corpse-strewn plain. There was still much to do, taking prisoners, clearing the battlefield, and reorganizing the troops. The armor on his shoulders suddenly felt unbearably heavy. The young man in black robes and silver armor opened his hand, staring down at the blood-stained wooden fragments in his palm. Then, lifting his head, he kicked his horse's flank with force. The black steed let out a long whinny and galloped westward toward the central command tent. The guards had no time to stop him. The horse leaped over the antler-shaped barricades outside the camp, and the rider drew his blade, knocking aside the golden sabers of several guards stationed before the tent. Horse and rider nearly charged straight into the tent before he sharply reined in. The black steed reared, neighing angrily. As the guards raised their bows to shoot, the rider leaped lightly from the saddle and swept into the tent like a storm. Finally, a sharp-eyed guard recognized him and shouted, "Hold your fire. That's the vice commander." His right hand had already discarded the saber outside the tent, but in his left hand, he still clutched the wooden fragments, now slick with sweat. His palm was smeared with mud and blood, and where a splinter had pierced his skin, a vivid crimson drop had congealed. A fire burned in the empty outer tent, and his numb, frozen limbs tingled with a painful warmth as if immersed in hot water. The young man stood motionless, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on a trail of coin-sized blood droplets that led around the curtain into the inner tent. Lanterns illuminated the inner space, casting the frantic shadows of several figures onto the fabric. The chief physician, a bead of sweat hanging from the tip of his nose, shook his head repeatedly, too preoccupied to wipe it away, murmuring something in a low voice to the figure lying on the bed. Zhongshu's voice, clear and cold yet pleasing to the ear, rose weakly but stubbornly. "How many times must I say it? Take it out for me." The chief physician, frantic, raised his own voice in response. "Your Highness, it cannot be removed now. The arrowhead is lodged between your lungs. If we pull it out now, the bleeding will be uncontrollable, and that would." "If it cannot be removed now," Zhongshu rasped, his words broken by labored breaths, "then will it be any easier to remove tomorrow or the day after?" The chief physician fell silent, repeatedly wringing his hands. Someone peeked out from the tent curtain and called into the inner chamber, "Your Highness, Lord Qinghai has arrived." As if about to speak, but choked by something, Zhongshu broke into violent coughing. With each cough, he drew in long, hissing breaths, the sound of air leaking from his injured lungs. Panic erupted in the inner chamber, with several voices crying out, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Amid the clamor, Jiaming still heard 2 or 3 soft, pattering sounds against the tent curtain, like raindrops hitting an oilcloth. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. From within the heavy curtain, thin red threads slowly seeped out, spreading along the warp and weft of the fabric, gradually soaking through. Jiaming's heart clenched in alarm. "Brother Su!" he shouted, and without another thought, he lifted the curtain and stepped into the inner chamber. The physicians were pressing thick layers of cloth firmly against Zhongshu's chest. A man nearly 50 years old, the chief physician trembled with anxiety, disregarding all decorum as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Your Highness, you are throwing your life away." Fang Jiaming took a step back. Chu Zhongshu's entire body had taken on a ghastly pallor, his frame seeming smaller than usual. From his neck down to his navel, he was covered in blood, dried, wet, and dried again, with dark scabs layered beneath fresh, bright red blood that had just spurted out. His lips moved, but those standing farther away could no longer hear him. Jiaming rushed to the bedside, too panicked to speak. Zhongshu smiled faintly, gesturing with his eyes for Jiaming to come closer. Jiaming complied, leaning in as Zhongshu seemed about to speak, pressing his ear close. He heard Zhongshu's near-silent, strained words. "You see, even if I die, I can't bear to keep that thing inside me." Shocked, Jiaming pried open Zhongshu's right hand and found a bloodied iron arrowhead, still attached to a short inch-long fragment of the shaft. Just then, a messenger arrived outside the tent, announcing that a letter had been delivered to Lord Qinghai from Liushang County. At the mention of Liushang, Jiaming's throat tightened. Nominally, he was still the lord of Liushang County, but now, With his father and clansmen fallen in battle, and Chu Fengyi having ordered the extermination of the Fong family, Liu Xiang had fallen into rebel hands. Who could be sending a letter from there? Outside the camp gates, the courier, who had ridden hard to deliver the message, could barely stand. His wounds had festered, emitting a foul odor. Seeing Fong Jianming emerge from the tent, the courier tremblingly retrieved a soiled, sodden envelope from his chest, likely drenched by rain and sweat. Inside the envelope was a single thin sheet of paper, which had traveled for over a month from Liuxiang in the northeast to Lilan in the southwest. My son Jianming, you are the last of the Fong bloodline. Take care of yourself. The handwriting was that of the late Lord Qinghai, Fong Zi, hurriedly written, with crooked lines, yet still bearing the dignified and solemn style characteristic of the family. At first, he thought the envelope was made of crimson paper, faded and worn from being passed through many hands. Only when he saw the letter inside, half stained with reddish-brown and marked with 2 fingerprints, did he realize it was blood. He knew then that his father was gone. As a nobleman's son, he had entered the palace in his youth to study alongside the crown prince. During court celebrations, his father would often visit him, though he always felt a sense of unfamiliarity toward the man. His father never seemed troubled by this, always smiling serenely as if undisturbed by ripples on water, pressing 1 or 2 trinkets into his hands, and if he didn't shy away, patting his head. In the autumn of his 6th year, when he began learning archery, his father gave him a gold archer's ring inlaid with pale green glass, meant to protect his fingers from the bowstring. The ring was sized for a grown man, but his mother had wrapped it with green silk thread, making it fit perfectly. In today's battle, though he had resolved to kill Chu Fengyi for revenge, a sliver of hope had lingered in his heart. His father had always seemed gentle and warm. It was said that in his youth, he had also been an exceptional martial artist. The Fong clan was vast and flourishing. How could they all have perished so easily? But now, with this letter in his hands and the sight of his father's blood soaking the white paper, he finally understood the truth. They were all gone. Even if he were to personally behead Chu Fengyi and offer the head before their memorial tablets, there would be no one left to answer. These words had no one to hear them. He could only repeat them silently in his mind, overwhelmed by an indescribable emptiness and desolation. Nearly half of the wounded soldiers had been carried near the central camp for the physicians to tend to. Their mournful cries of pain rose and fell. Some sounded like wolves that had lost their cubs, some like bellows, and some like nothing human at all. He ordered the messenger to be taken for treatment, but the soldiers supporting the messenger muttered under his breath, "We can't even save our own men. If it weren't for those damned Eastern army charging too early, so many wouldn't have died." The sun had not yet risen. A faint glow in the east made it seem as if Tongping City was still engulfed in raging flames. On the plain before him, he saw his own troops, every one of them wounded, driving prisoners to dig pits and bury their fallen comrades. He saw a rebel soldier, his left arm bound by a rope, linked in a chain with other captives, dragging his broken right arm as he dug with his left hand. He saw these tens of thousands of men, after half a day and a night of fierce battle, all hungry, cold, and bleeding, collapsing onto the muddy ground to sleep where they fell. He saw former enemies who had fought to the death, one's blade still piercing the other's chest, now buried together, eternal neighbors in the earth. They might have had wives, children, and elders back home, but even if their families came searching, they would never find their loved ones. Among so many skeletal remains, Zhang, Li, Wang, all indistinguishable, who could possibly identify them? He felt no pity. Though still young, he had served in the army for many years and understood deeply that if they had been the ones defeated, the enemy would likely have shown no greater mercy. Yet, as the newly risen sun cast the Lijiang River in a bloody hue, tens of thousands of men squinted into the grand dawn, the 10-mile plain bathed entirely in red, evoking an overwhelming sense of sorrow. However, if not for a single misjudgment of his, some of these men might not have had to die. At this thought, he jolted awake, turned abruptly, and strode swiftly back into the command tent, tucking the letter into his robe as he went. Passing the warming brazier, he tossed the remnants of the bow sheaf figures into the fire. The flames leaped up for an instant, then subsided, devouring the wooden fragments until no trace of their human shapes remained. Outside, the sky was half lit with dawn, but inside the tent, it felt like the depths of night. Zhongshu's face was frighteningly pale. The cloth over his chest had been changed several times, barely managing to stop the bleeding. Likely only because there was little blood left in his body to flow. If not for his own misjudgment, Zhongshu would not have ended up like this. As he entered, Zhongshu's eyes opened a sliver, and the corners of his lips lifted almost imperceptibly. Jianming knelt by his bedside, taking hold of his fingertips, long, slender fingers cold as iron. In the dimness of the tent, they faintly evoked ominous memories from their childhood. As if summoning every last ounce of his strength, Zhongshu's voice remained as faint as a whisper. "Jianming, have you found some relief?" The young deputy commander looked up in shock, his gaze meeting Zhongshu's. Those eyes were weak and clouded, yet they held a trace of a smile. They were both children who had lost their fathers, the last remnants of their clans. From childhood companions, they had grown into comrades who could entrust their lives to one another. In this world, only he and Zhongshu needed no words between them. So, he had understood all along. Fang Jianming suddenly found his face streaked with tears, choking out, "Brother Su, you're about to become the commander. Don't make such an unsightly scene." With that, Zhongshu closed his eyes, as if utterly exhausted. He was still alive, but his severely weakened body likely wouldn't hold on for more than 2 days. The young man finally broke down and wept aloud. At daybreak, Lord Qinghai dismissed the chief physician and all others from the main tent, leaving only 20 personal guards to take turns standing watch outside the entrance. He also ordered a cauldron of cold water, half a pound of magnetite, and several medicinal herbs such as duhua and cinnabar to be brought inside. Half a day later, when the chief physician sought to check on Prince Su's condition, the guards at the entrance stopped him, explaining that Lord Qinghai had given strict orders. Unless someone emerged from within, no one, not even the princess consort, was to be allowed entry. Violators would be executed on the spot, and no tea, medicine, or other supplies were to be delivered. Furious, the chief physician was in the midst of a heated argument when the tent flap was abruptly thrown open. Lord Qinghai stepped out. The chief physician turned, ready to vent his anger, but found himself speechless. The young man before him had transformed into someone entirely different. His appearance, posture, and attire were not obviously altered, yet in just half a day, the youthful exuberance had vanished from his eyes, replaced by a resolute determination and presence. He had matured into a young man. Fang Jianming, Lord Qinghai, dispatched a small team to escort the chief physician and the 8 physicians who had previously attended to Prince Su back to Shuanghuan City, ordering a new chief physician to be appointed. The 35 physicians treating the wounded soldiers were permitted to stay. Upon hearing this command, everyone fell silent. The imperial army of 80,000 had taken over a month to travel from Hangzhou to Lilan. Even with light gear and swift horses, a round trip would require at least 25 or 26 days. By the time the new chief physician arrived, Prince Su would likely be long gone. However, with the commander-in-chief incapacitated, all matters fell under the deputy commander's authority. Though privately skeptical, everyone had no choice but to comply. Fang Jianming ordered Amolan to oversee the aftermath. Amolan nodded quietly and, as he turned to leave, couldn't resist glancing back one more time. The young Lord Qinghai was lifting the tent flap and stepping back inside. On the half-dried muddy ground where he had stood, a small pool of blood had gathered. The team sent to Hangzhou to escort the new chief physician rode at breakneck speed, exhausting over 40 fine horses along the way. In just 19 days, they managed to deliver the new chief physician to Tongping. The new Buigui doll personally crafted by Princess Consort Zizan could not be brought into the tent and was temporarily entrusted to Amolan for safekeeping. Over those 19 days, the lamps in Prince Su's tent burned day and night. At first, sounds of water and clinking utensils could be heard, but in the final 2 or 3 days, it grew so silent that it seemed as if no one inside was alive. Were it not for the occasional delirious murmurs of fever overheard by the guards, one might have thought both Prince Su and Lord Qinghai had already passed away. A few impatient cavalry officers attempted to force their way into the tent to check, but Amolan drew his blade and stopped them. Upon arriving at the camp, the new chief physician inquired about the situation and grew increasingly uneasy. He decided to begin by treating the wounded soldiers. Just as he was about to prescribe a new topical remedy for a soldier with a festering blade wound, a commotion erupted outside. Several young infantrymen burst into the tent and, without explanation, dragged him out, pulling him all the way to the entrance of the main tent. It turned out that movement had been detected inside. Soldiers dropped their whetstones and rice bowls, rushing to gather outside the main tent. Thousands of them stood in a dense, silent crowd, holding their breath and listening intently. The faint sound of the Lilan River flowed from 3 or 4 miles away. Inside the tent, the distinct clinking sound of armor being fastened piece by piece was clearly audible, followed by the sharp ring of a saber being drawn from its sheath. It seemed the owner had merely inspected it before sliding it back into the scabbard. Then, footsteps emerged from the inner tent and approached the entrance of the outer tent. They belonged to a young man, light and steady, though somewhat frail. Only one set of footsteps. Lord Qinghai had neither slept nor eaten for 19 days in the tent, so it was no surprise his strength was failing. As for Prince Su, everyone knew he was likely gone. The fear the chief physician had forcibly suppressed in his chest surged up in an instant. Earlier, when he'd heard that Lord Qinghai had sent his predecessor back to Hangzhou and barred others from entering, he'd already sensed the gravity of the situation. This journey to Wanzhou boded ill. But with his wife and children in Shuanghuan City, he had no choice but to follow these soldiers. If Prince Su were truly dead, Lord Qinghai would become the foremost figure in the royal forces. Once the realm was stabilized, he could welcome Prince Chang back from Zhunyan and install himself as the regent general, a shadow emperor, a natural progression of events. Prince Su, being of imperial blood, would require the chief physician's examination of his remains. To keep his head, the physician would have to play along, but judging by the current situation, even a single dishonest word might cost him his life. As he listened to the approaching footsteps, his heart trembled violently. With a rustle, the tent's entrance curtain was swept aside. The chief physician shuddered, his hair standing on end as if pulled taut, his skin tightening all over. A roar erupted from all directions, so loud it felt as if it could hurl a person into the sky. Standing amidst tens of thousands, the chief physician could no longer discern whether the uproar was fueled by anger, disappointment, or joy. He simply stared blankly at the young man stepping out of the tent. The young man's face was unnaturally pale, like a shadow cast by sunlight on a gloomy day, so fragile it seemed a breeze could scatter him. Though the hand that held the curtain still trembled, his brows were arched with a sharp, defiant pride. He spoke. "Are you the physician?" His voice, once as clear and sharp as a blade's edge, was now hoarse from days of silence. The chief physician heard the chattering of his own teeth. He should have felt relieved, but such an unbelievable turn of events was something he had never witnessed in his 30 years of practice. How could someone so severely injured walk on their own feet after 19 days? Prince Su, still holding the curtain, narrowed his eyes and fixed them on the physician, enunciating each word. "Go inside and see." He tilted his head slightly toward the tent, but his cold, piercing gaze never left the physician's face. Flustered, the chief physician muttered, "As you command," then ducked past Prince Su and hurried into the tent. As he entered, he overheard Amalan reporting that after the beacon fires were lit in Tongping City, the usurper Chu Fengyi had not personally returned to aid the city. Instead, he had traveled east for a few li, ordered someone to carry the commander's banner to feign his return, and then, with a few dozen close followers, headed directly north. They hurried to the riverbank, found a boat, and sailed upstream to Baishui City, from which they had now fled back to Tianqi. The chief physician glanced back and saw Amalan handing Prince Su a small wooden figurine. Prince Su took the object, examined it for a long while, then silently removed his chest armor and tucked it into his robes. Lord Qinghai Fong Jianming had single-handedly cared for Prince Su without rest for 19 days, until his strength finally gave out. He contracted a severe illness and could not be moved, remaining bedridden in Tongping City for 3 months before returning to Hangzhou to recuperate. It was not until the following January that he returned to the front lines. Destiny holds a scale, placing human souls on one end. As for what weights its mighty hand places on the opposite pan, or when that most fatal weight will drop to declare death's arrival, these are things that blind humanity cannot know. What we call catastrophic ruin, in the hands of the great spirits of ruin and desolation, might merely be one of countless grains of sand carelessly slipping through their fingers. A year later, on the eve of the Battle of Hanyao Plain in the second month of the 34th year of Lintai, news arrived that Chu Fengyi's secret agents had infiltrated the city and poisoned the water supply with a slow-acting toxin. Nearly 10,000 perished, and Zizan, along with the child in her womb, were among the victims. When the news of her death reached him, he was by Chu Zhongshu's side. He watched as Zhongshu opened his mouth but could utter nothing, only quietly laying his palm over his breastplate, as if he could still feel the touch of another pair of delicate hands that had once caressed the cold metal. Beneath the breastplate lay a small cypress wood figurine. Zhongshu lifted his head to gaze at the leaden, rolling clouds, a look akin to that of a cornered beast poised to strike back. "Do you think this means you've defeated me?" Amid the heavy snowfall on Hanyao Plain, Jiaming thought he heard Zhongshu's voice, but he suspected it was merely a fleeting delusion of his own. In the Battle of Hanyao Plain, the rebels were completely annihilated, and Zhongshu led 120,000 royal troops back to Tianqi. 8 full years had passed since he escaped the capital at the age of 17. Kicking open the long-locked doors of Zichen Hall, the choking dust filled the air. Lingering traces of old, cloying incense, like reluctant lingering spirits, were torn apart and scattered by the summer night's strong wind. Deep within the dim hall, the imperial throne glittered faintly with layers of pearls, jade, and gold. Zhongshu walked forward slowly, as if an intangible river lay between him and the throne, and he feared misstepping with every cautious stride. On this path, countless had died to obstruct him, countless had died to protect him, and countless more, unarmed and carrying their young and old, had been swept away like chaff by the storm of chaos, whether by rebel forces or those suppressing the rebellion. The hollow echo of his footsteps resonated. 25 years of life. The first 17 were a dazzling, illusory reflection on shimmering water, while the last 8 were savage, jagged scars of blades, each strike shattering his human heart completely. By the time he returned to Zichen Hall, lines had etched the corners of his eyes, and his temples, at 25, were already streaked with frost. Zhongshu reached out, wiping a finger's worth of dust from the imperial throne, studying it for a long time. Then he turned, straightened his sleeves, and sat down. A cloud of dust rose from the throne. The crowd bowed like a receding tide, from the great hall down the layered vermilion steps, extending to every corner of the forbidden city. The thunderous cry of "Long live the Emperor" shook the capital's night sky. From that day on, Prince Su Chu Zhongshu formally ascended the throne, becoming Emperor Su, and changed the era name to Tianxiang. Zizan was posthumously honored as Empress. On that day, the seat beside the throne, meant for the Empress, was occupied only by a spirit tablet wrapped in phoenix-embroidered ceremonial robes, surrounded by a profusion of gold, jade, and brocade. Fang Jiaming stood at the forefront of the officials, looking up at the young emperor. Amid the roaring tide of voices, the young emperor suddenly felt a profound weariness seep from his very bones. He gazed silently at those who had once fought alongside him, his closest companions. The palace attendants in charge of the lamps finally squeezed through the crowd, lighting the lanterns one by one. The magnificent, lofty hall gleamed like a luminous pearl, set at the heart of the forbidden city, atop the imperial capital. No one knew that, before this, the newly enthroned emperor had wept silently in the darkness. Soon, the Zhonyan people sent a princess, her face and form concealed throughout the journey. When she reached the emperor's presence and the 18 layers of black gauze were removed, gasps of astonishment filled the hall. The princess wore robes of gold, red, and peacock blue, with a pendant bearing the dragon-tailed mermaid emblem of the Zhonyan royal house hanging from her neck. Her features and spirit were unmistakably a reincarnation of Zizan. That was Ti Lan, Zizan's niece. When Emperor Su first saw Ti Lan, he was momentarily speechless. Yet, he did not dote on her excessively, and treated her with even less favor than his other consorts, reserving the position of empress for Zizan alone. Accompanying Ti Lan on her journey from Zhunyan was the 21-year-old Prince Chang, Chu Jichang. As for Fang Jianming, the scar at the corner of his mouth had never faded since the 27th year of the Lintai era, lending his face a perpetually ambiguous expression, as if caught between a smile and a smirk. The once exuberant youth, whose laughter had been as radiant as a spring day, now wore a solemn and vigilant look even when dressed in the resplendent robes of a noble. Anyone could tell he had killed, Ti Lan had remarked. Emperor Su merely smiled at the comment. He himself was no different. After that, what history would later call the severing of the six wings began. Few young nobles of the Zheng dynasty remained. Over the 8 years of turmoil and displacement, some had died, others had scattered. Even during the second year of the Tianxiang era, when Emperor Su issued an edict to seek out imperial relatives and nobles, most of those who came forward were impostors. Not long after the edict was issued, a young man and woman appeared at the government office of Baiyan County, 1,000 li away, claiming to be Princess Yanling, Chu Linlang, and her consort, Zhang Yingnian. When the rebel army had swept through the summer palace in their fiefdom, Princess Yanling was only 13, and Zhang Yingnian 20. 8 years later, no palace attendants who had served them closely could be found. Given the princess's growth and the hardships she had endured during those turbulent years, her appearance was inevitably altered. As for Zhang Yingnian, his entire family had perished at the hands of bandits during their flight south. In the ambiguity of resemblance, no one dared to make a definitive judgment, leaving it to Emperor Su to decide. Emperor Su and Prince Chang summoned them to the Golden City Palace. The pair walked slowly along the corridor toward the main hall. Since their identities were yet to be confirmed, they wore ordinary attire to avoid presumption, yet their bearing was graceful and noble. It was late spring, verging on early summer, with a warm and gentle breeze. The wind chimes under the eaves tinkled crisply, evoking a fleeting memory of the young princess's first visit to the Zhang family after her marriage. She had returned to the palace in the 9 layers of silk reserved for married royal women, carrying a basket of pruned peonies, her ornaments tinkling softly as she approached. Back then, the relentless shifts of fate and peril had not yet driven them to the ends of the earth, and the childlike purity of her fair cheeks bore none of the frost-like marks of today. Prince Chang sprang to his feet, calling out her childhood name, Sister Peony. With that single cry, tears streamed down his face, and he rushed toward her like a child. Chu Lingling laughed through her tears, saying, "Little Qi, you've grown into an adult now." Emperor Di Su laughed from afar in the hall. "Mutin, I still owe you a hairpin from that year we bet on a game of chess. Over the years, the interest has compounded into something immense. Let me repay it all at once." The news of Princess Yanling, Chu Linglong's return, was announced to the world the following day. Among the 5 princesses of the late emperor, only Chu Linglang remained alive, and thus Emperor Di Su doted on her excessively, granting her residence in the Phoenix Tree Palace within the Forbidden City, an annual stipend of 1.8 million dan of grain, 500 servants, and countless rare treasures and curios. By that time, Emperor Di Su had gradually withdrawn from state affairs. At first, he would still attend the morning court sessions as a formality, but later he stopped going altogether. Yet, he had no particularly favored consorts or engrossing pastimes, leaving the civil officials with nothing specific to criticize or abolish. However, the military officials who held significant power began to die one after another. In the second year of Tianxiang, 3 of the 6 winged generals died in succession, 1 from a startled horse, 1 in childbirth, and 1 from being convicted of a crime. On the 7th day of the first lunar month in the 3rd year of Tianxiang, Fang Jianming, the Duke of Qinghai, sought an audience with Emperor Di Su early in the morning. When the eunuch on night duty relayed the message, the emperor was in Yuan Palace, the residence of consort Ti Lan. "Whatever it is, wait until I rise to discuss it. Who did you say is outside?" "Your Majesty, the Duke of Qinghai requests your Majesty's approval of the memorial he submitted yesterday." The eunuch replied in a hushed, sharp voice, bowing even lower. For a moment, silence fell over Yuan Palace, inside and out. "Summon him in." As Fang Jianming entered the inner chamber of Yuan Palace, he had an illusion. The lavishly decorated, massive bed in the Zhuanyan style seemed empty, with only layers of brocade quilts and pillows piled so high they appeared to spill over the edges. Jianming, you think I'm wrong too, don't you? From the heap of luxurious fabrics, Emperor Di Su slowly sat up, revealing a plain white robe. Fang Jianming reverted to the old form of address, saying, Brother Su, the situation is still unstable. With you alone in the palace, I am uneasy. Emperor Di Su gazed at him for a long while before murmuring, Silly child, you are the only one I trust. Aside from myself, you hold the military power of the realm. Just focus on being the Duke of Qinghai. Remember, if you die, I won't live long either. The young general standing below met his gaze, the scar by his lips quirking as if in a smile, his expression clear and open. This subject only wishes for your majesty's peace of mind. Emperor Di Su closed his eyes briefly, as if suddenly unable to bear the sight of that all-too-familiar face. After a pause, he murmured, Ti Lan, rise. The brocade quilts behind the emperor shifted, and a woman's elegantly slender bare back and hair, black as silk, gradually emerged from the covers. Facing away from the curtain, she turned her head in confusion to look at her sovereign. Stand up, face this way, stand up. Emperor Di Su pointed toward Fang Jianming. Ti Lan hesitated, then turned and stood. The brocade quilt slid over her smooth, delicate legs and fell to the floor. Fang Jianming's gaze did not waver. Emperor Su said, Keep a close watch on her. I bestow her upon you, or any woman more beautiful than her. If you desire it and she exists in this world, I shall grant her to you. Do you truly feel no attachment? Besides, you are only 24 and have no heirs yet. Fang Jianming smiled faintly. The Fang family has served as ministers for generations, yet I have never heard of any man among them who met a peaceful end. They either died on the battlefield or in the political arena. Why bring a child into this world only to suffer such oppression and slaughter? Emperor Su, enraged, laughed coldly. Very well, I grant your request. You may leave as you wish. Outside the door, the eunuch on duty watched as the Duke of Qinghai exited Yuan Palace and bowed respectfully. After a long moment, noticing the Duke had not yet departed, he stole a glance and saw the young Duke looking up at the winter sky, where layers of clouds shifted between light and shadow. Xiao Luozi. Yes. The young eunuch raised his sparse, characteristically eunuch-like eyebrows. Your loyalty to the emperor is commendable. Xiao Luozi bowed slightly, offering an ingratiating smile. Of course, those of us who have been cleansed and entered the palace to serve can neither lead troops into battle nor assist the emperor like the top scholars. We can only devote ourselves to serving attentively. Indeed, without military authority or involvement in court politics, you are the least ambitious for power. The Duke of Qinghai smiled, a seemingly pleased expression on his face. After that, Fang Jianming returned to Liushang once to settle his lands and properties. When he re-entered Tianxi, he did not seek an audience with Emperor Su. On the 4th day of the intercalary 2nd month of the 3rd year of Tianxiang, the Duke of Qinghai, Fang Jianming, died suddenly of a heart ailment. He was granted the imperial surname. Posthumously, he was given the name Jingyi Wang, Jing for his gentle virtue that brought peace, and Yi for his resolute strength in battle. Half a month later, on the coldest and gloomiest day of winter, the Department of Internal Affairs reported that Fang Zhu had been cleansed and entered the palace. Emperor Su boarded his palanquin and went to see him. In the vast courtyard of the palace, only the north wind swept in, carrying fine, scattered snowflakes. Inside the dimly lit silkworm chamber, it was impossible to tell how many braziers were burning. Pushing open the door, one was met with a wave of scorching heat. Emperor Su immediately removed his heavy fur coat and handed it to an attendant, then glanced around the room. There was only a low bed and nothing else. The faint red glow of the charcoal fire cast a deathly pallor on a hand hanging from the bed. Emperor Su hurried forward, abruptly drawing back the bed curtain, then stepped back in shock. The supervising eunuch quickly moved half a step closer, observing the emperor's expression but not daring to speak rashly. For a moment, the room was deathly silent, broken only by the faint crackling of the charcoal. The supervising eunuch almost thought Emperor Su would say nothing more. The bloodied and disheveled figure on the low bed furrowed his brow and shifted slightly, but the effects of the medicine kept him from waking. Only the scar at the corner of his lips remained stubbornly fixed in a faint, mocking smile. The plain cotton bedding beneath him was soaked and stiffened with layers of blood, now almost a dark brown. Fresh blood trickled onto the bedding, unable to seep in or congeal, pooling into a stark, crimson stain. Jamming, why must you go to such lengths? The emperor's voice, soft and fading, sighed with sorrow. The supervising eunuch stole a glance and saw a glimmer of moisture in Emperor Su's eyes, as if tears were about to fall. That look reminded one eerily of the young Prince Su from 11 years ago, drawing his bow against the wind at Qianzhi Gate. Yet his expression now was as still and solemn as a stone statue. Another quarter of an hour passed before Emperor Su turned his head and addressed the attendants standing behind him. "Prepare the carriage. We shall return to the palace." By then, his expression had reverted to the detached demeanor he had worn in court in recent years, aloof and unseeing, as if nothing in the world could capture his gaze. The brilliant spark that had briefly illuminated his eyes had turned to ashes, or perhaps it had never truly ignited at all. After that day, rumors began to circulate. A covert force of black-clad imperial guards, known as the Black Feather Guard, operated in secrecy under the emperor's command, led by a eunuch. Their influence extended not only within the imperial capital's garrisons, but also throughout major military camps. Gu Deshang, one of the six-wing generals, was slain by a wandering warrior for allowing his troops to plunder, yet among the people, whispers persisted that it was the Black Feather Guard who had ended his life. On the 30th day of the 10th month in the 3rd year of Tianxiang, Princess Yanling attempted to poison Emperor Su, but failed and fled. Pursued by the Imperial Forest Army to the turret of the outer city wall, she was struck by 2 arrows. Raising her voice in a desperate cry, she shouted, "I am but the illegitimate daughter of the Prince of Finyang. The usurper emperor slaughtered my parents and brothers. If I cannot slay the usurper with my own hands in this life, I would rather never be reborn. May I become a vengeful ghost, haunting his lineage for generations." With that, she tore the arrow piercing her chest from her body and threw herself backward from the 50-foot-high turret, plummeting to her death upon the resplendent Yonglei Avenue. The Prince of Finyang, Nie Jingwen, who had joined Chu Fengyi's rebellion, was the brother of the late emperor's consort Nie, thus the maternal uncle of Princess Yanling and Prince Chang. His daughter and Princess Yanling were cousins, so it was hardly surprising they bore a resemblance. Yet Commandant Zhang Yingyan, the princess's consort, driven by greed for wealth and status, had aided this girl in impersonating the princess. The following day, after his trial concluded, he was publicly executed by dismemberment. Among the common folk, rumors spread that the real Princess Yanling had indeed attempted to poison Emperor Su in order to assist Prince Chang in usurping the throne, but her plot had been exposed. To protect Prince Chang, she had deliberately claimed to be the illegitimate daughter of the Prince of Finyang before leaping to her death. Most people dismissed these rumors as absurd. Prince Chang's frivolous and ambitionless nature was notorious even among the populace. Who could possibly mold such worthless mud into something of substance? On the 11th day of the 4th month in the 4th year of Tianxiang, Su Ming, the last surviving member of the 6-wing generals, was dispatched as an envoy to Shangzhou. Before even crossing the border, he encountered a violent sandstorm in the desert between Juzi and Dumulin and vanished without a trace. The news reached the capital on the 15th day of the 6th month, the very day when tribute pearls from across the land were presented to the throne. Emperor Su set down the banyan sapling he had been tending and frowned at it for a long moment. The plant's leaves and branches were already mangled from his pinching. He casually picked up a pot of freshly brewed tea from his desk and poured it directly over the roots of the potted plant. Then he asked aloud, "What is the date today?" A eunuch replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, today is the 15th of the 6th month. This morning, you reviewed the newly tribute pearls. I am asking you, what year is it?" Tianxiang. The 14th year, Your Majesty. Eunuch's thought. It seems the emperor truly is losing his grasp. Chapter 5. The scorching monsoon winds blowing in from the southeastern sea had dried considerably by the time they traveled thousands of miles to reach the imperial capital, blasting hot against the face and bringing neither rain nor coolness. The common folk of the capital region called these winds the Fein. Once the Fein began to blow, the bitter summer of Qianzhi had arrived. Haisher and her party crossed the Mingluo Mountains southward. Before they could clearly make out the outline of Tianqi's walls through the dusty haze, a mighty wind surged through the Chiyua Pass. The weather this year is unusual. There's actually moisture in this wind, Haisher remarked, taking a deep breath while steadying her restless, snorting mount. Fu-Yi laughed. Not at all. It's just the usual Fein. If anything, this year feels even drier than before. But Haisher wore a puzzled expression. Though the wind could hardly be called cool, it unmistakably carried a hint of moisture, and as it brushed against their skin, long weathered by wind and sand, she could feel her pores tingling and opening up. We've come from Huangquan Pass. No matter how dry the Fein winds of the eastern continent are, they always feel moist and pleasant to us. Lord Fong, you were born in the capital, right? That's a bit better. When soldiers from the coastal counties first arrive at the pass, some suffer nosebleeds, others get chapped skin. It usually takes them half a year to adjust. Tang Qianzhi turned his head, raising an eyebrow. This humble general's ancestral home is by the coast in Linjie County, but I grew up in the capital, Haisher replied respectfully. As they spoke, they rounded the pass and began descending the slope. The horses broke into a brisk, lively trot. Haisher carefully controlled her mount and let out a soft exclamation of awe. Though the pass was still 20 li from Qingji Gate, from their bird's-eye view, they could already see a massive stream of troops and banners slowly converging outside the outer walls, assembling before Qingji Gate. It was the very parade ground where the three major camps had gathered for inspection before their rotation and deployment last summer. The army, clad in red armor and bearing red flags, was well trained. Every 2,500 soldiers that arrived formed a square formation of 50 rows and 50 columns, with 3 zhang between each formation. They moved in orderly ranks, rising, sitting, and turning with precision, guided by command flags. Dozens of formations had already arrived, yet troops continued to stream around the city from the south, a magnificent sight. Beside the dragon flags and the banners of the capital garrison on the city walls, crimson-horned banners rose, the flags of the Chongqing camp stationed at June Pass. Those monkeys from June Pass have beaten us to it. Tang Qianzhi shook his head, addressing the staff officers behind him. Let's halt here and tidy up our formation. We mustn't give those monkeys a reason to laugh at us. Haisher turned to look. As the Fein swept past, the lush green vines covering the mountains withered into a desolate, yet brilliant golden hue. The mountain path snaked with troops in indigo armor, resembling a river flowing through the landscape. She ordered the signal flags to relay the command, and a powerful, unified response surged from behind, echoing farther and farther north, resounding for 3 to 5 li. Every summer following a rotation at the pass, veterans returning from the 3 major camps were required to assemble at the parade ground outside Qingji Gate for inspection and to hear imperial decrees. The commanders of each camp also had to attend court to report on their duties. Behind them, they led a force of 40,000 troops. At the foot of the mountain, smoke rose as a rider dashed upward with agile grace, gradually revealing his figure and features. Haisher spurred her horse forward, breaking from the ranks, and waved, calling out, "Zhuoying, Zhuoying." Before her voice faded, Zhuoying was already before her. Dressed in lightweight black attire without a military cap, he carried a long bow on his shoulder. It seemed he had heard that the 3rd Battalion, returning from the rotation, had reached Qingji Gate and had ridden straight from the Imperial Guard's training ground to the mountain pass. Zhuoying's deep-set eyes brimmed with laughter as he gazed at her for a moment, then remarked, "Oh no, you haven't grown taller, but the wind has carved wrinkles all over your face." His features were strikingly handsome and robust. Had he been fair-haired and blue-eyed, he might have passed for a tribesman. Yet, with his jet-black brows and eyes and long residence in the eastern continent, people simply saw him as an exceptionally handsome man. Haisher was momentarily speechless, simply studying him from head to toe before suddenly exclaiming in surprise, When did you advance from the 1,000 cavalry to the 10,000 cavalry? She pointed to the waist token hanging at his belt, adorned with gold Ziyu patterns and a purple tassel, clearly the insignia of a 10,000 cavalry officer. The rank of Imperial Guard officers was 2 levels higher than that of regular military officers of the same grade. A 10,000 cavalry officer in the Imperial Guards equated to the 3rd rank, subordinate only to the Imperial Guard commander and the 4 10,000 cavalry captains, and held the same rank as Tang Qianzhi, the commander of the Huangquan battalion. Zhuiying merely smiled without answering, instead unfastening a clasp on his left shoulder and retrieving a crescent-shaped silver flask from under his arm. The flask was slim and discreet, hidden beneath his clothing. If he wore an outer robe or armor, it would be completely undetectable. Haishur took it, drank a mouthful, wiped her lips briskly, and laughed. Truly a drunkard's delight. With such a cleverly concealed flask, you can enjoy fine wine wherever you go. She added, Foster father has been holding back a jar of Sanhua brew, refusing to open it until you returned. Now there's finally hope. Zhuiying's dark golden eyes gazed warmly at Haishur. Haishur let out an almost imperceptible sigh. That man, always with a faint smile, still saw her as a boy. The thought brought an unconscious trace of loneliness to her face. Zhuiying brought his horse alongside hers and ruffled her hair. I asked Julio from the weaving workshop to make you a new set of clothes. I've hidden them under your bed. Go try them on when you return. I'm not a child anymore. Haishur forced a smile, lowering her eyelashes with a somber expression. Zhuiying chuckled. Tonight, both foster father and I are on duty at the Golden City Palace and can't get away. You should rest at Jifeng Hall for the night, and tomorrow we'll welcome you properly. With that, he spurred his horse and rode down the mountain. Haishur watched his figure vanish into the misty grass with a sense of melancholy, then suddenly felt something amiss. Scanning the area, she noticed Fu Yi turning his head, his gaze sharp and fixed on Zhuiying as he swiftly passed by. She recognized that look. It was like the brilliantly colored carp lurking beneath the lotus leaves in the Jifeng Hall pavilion, eyeing a dragonfly resting lightly on the water's surface. Haishur averted her eyes, concealing her startled expression. On the Piluo mountain path, Fu Yi had also seen the new left Pudu king of the Hukou. Fu Yi's intense gaze subtly softened, his face dark and unreadable, betraying no emotion. Less than half an hour after the Huangquan battalion had encamped outside Qingji Gate, the Wuwei battalion also arrived from Mo Pass, and the 3 great battalions assembled beneath the city walls to await orders. According to protocol, each battalion of 40,000 troops would assign 1 deputy general and 20,000 elite soldiers to remain in the capital to reinforce the Jingji battalion, while the rest would be discharged and return home. The deputy general from the Huangquan battalion assigned to the Jingji battalion was Fu Yi, nearly 50 years old. Word came from the palace. The commanders of the 3 great battalions were to attend the morning court the next day to report on their duties, and Deputy General Fang Haishur of the Huangquan battalion was also summoned for an audience. That night, Haishur took leave and returned to Jifeng Hall. In the 3rd year of Tianxiang, Emperor Su bestowed the Xiaoming Palace, formerly the residence of the late Emperor Xiu's 3rd son, Shuyun, upon Fang Zhu, the chief steward of the Phoenix Court in the Inner Palace. The palace was stripped of its imperial name and renamed Jifeng Hall, signifying its separation from the royal family. Fang Zhu's adopted sons, servants, and other associates were also permitted to reside there, with the unique privilege of riding horses within the palace grounds. Before the rebellion of Prince Yi, no one had heard of Fang Zhu in the palace. Throughout the 8 years of turmoil, there were no records of any achievements by him. How could a eunuch of obscure origins rise to such prominence and power? Whispers of suspicion spread like wildfire among the common people and court officials alike. Emperor Su's neglect of state affairs surely had a reason. How could such a wise and astute ruler, who had fought tirelessly for 8 years without a single defeat and handled government affairs with meticulous care, even remaining steadfastly loyal to his late empress, who did not live to see the capital restored, suddenly lose his will and sanity? Though the black-clad Imperial Guard's covert pursuit of the Restoration heroes remained largely hidden, traces of their actions gradually surfaced. These shadowy warriors were mere puppets, and the intricate web of strings controlling them all led back to one man, a eunuch. Resentment swiftly turned toward Feng Zhu, the chief steward of the Phoenix court. Feng Zhu, however, did not engage in disputes. Memorials filled with bitter admonitions poured in from all corners like snowflakes, but the emperor, too lazy to read them, ordered Feng Zhu to recite them aloud. Seated below the imperial couch, Feng Zhu would read phrases like treacherous eunuch and vile castrate, without a flicker of discomfort or evasion. Rumors circulated that Feng Zhu was hideously ugly and malicious, while others claimed he possessed a beauty as delicate as a woman's, using his looks to bewitch the emperor. Yet, in 14 years, no one had heard of Feng Zhu stepping beyond the inner palace. Aside from attending to Emperor Su, he seldom moved about within the palace. Neither civil officials nor military commanders had ever laid eyes on the chief steward of the Phoenix court outside the palace walls. Thus, Jifeng Hall, where Feng Zhu resided, became rumored to be the lair of the black-clad imperial guards. Carriages and horses entering or leaving Jifeng Hall were exempt from inspection, and after the palace gates were locked at night, only the Chuehua gate outside Jifeng Hall could be opened at will from within. In the gossip of the common folk, Feng Zhu was no longer a man, but a demonic entity clinging to Emperor Su. When the guard at the Forbidden Gate received the exit permit presented by Haishur and saw the character Ji engraved on it, his face instantly paled with terror. He returned the permit with both hands, not daring to utter a word. Haishur coldly stared down at the guard without speaking, then spurred her horse and galloped straight into Jifeng Hall. The guard dared not question her. Despite their privileges, those from Jifeng Hall rarely rode horses in and out of the Forbidden City, and the special permission to open the Chuehua Gate at night was even more seldom used. In the 10 years Haishur had lived at Jifeng Hall, her adoptive father and Zhuing had mostly taken her over the walls to enter or leave the palace. Yet she knew well that the people of Jifeng Hall had always held the right to ride on horseback within the palace grounds. Her room remained arranged as it had always been, no different from that of any typical young nobleman, except for a lake green silk bundle neatly placed on the Wangwali wood bed. Haishur untied the bundle and unfolded the clothing inside. At first glance, she frowned, revealing a slightly troubled expression. The garment was exquisitely beautiful, cool, smooth turquoise silk, as if cut from rippling waves, adorned with white gulls scattered across it. The collar and waist were intricately embroidered with white seaweed patterns, all hand-stitched with remarkable craftsmanship. Summer clothing typically avoided heavy embroidery, favoring printed or dyed fabrics instead, as dense needlework could make the wearer feel stifled and the fabric heavy. If the stitches were sparse, the sleeves and hem might flow gracefully, but the raised, intricate beauty of embroidery would be lost. Yet this garment was extraordinary. Its stitches were fine and dense, without any stiffness or bulk. The embroidery was as skillful as that of a celestial weaver, and because it was done with freshly spun raw silk, it had a natural luster and a raised texture, yet it felt as light and smooth as a flowing breeze, neither clinging nor rough. What a remarkable Lady Jolio! Judging by the craftsmanship of this garment, even the Imperial Weaving Workshop could not have produced finer work. One could only imagine how clever and refined she must be. Haishur tried draping the garment this way and that, but something always felt amiss. Finally, she sat back on the bed in frustration. Since she had begun disguising herself as a boy at the age of 6, she had never allowed anyone to assist her with dressing and had long forgotten how to wear a RU jacket and skirt. Recalling how palace maids dressed, she managed to put them on clumsily. Spreading her arms and looking down, she hastily stood up and rushed to the table. She poured a cup of fresh tea, then, after a moment's thought, poured it into a guan kiln saucer and leaned over to see her reflection. There had never been a mirror in her room. At the sight, she sighed again. Now that she was wearing a RU and skirt, she could no longer tie her hair up under a man's headscarf. Haishur simply loosened her bun and ran her fingers haphazardly through her cascading black hair. A light knock sounded at the door. Haishur had already dismissed all her attendants earlier, and thinking it must be Zhuing stealing a moment to return, her face lit up with joy. She hastily gathered the trailing hem of her skirt and rushed to open the door. Haishi's room faced the swamping lake within the estate, where half the lake was dotted with fresh lotus blooms. As the door swung open, a gust of wind swept in, extinguishing the candle flames. Moonlight poured in like molten silver, washing over her from head to toe. Haisher felt an instant stillness descend, as if the chirping of crickets had abruptly vanished. A smile froze on her weak golden face. The wind billowed her sleeves, and her unbound black hair streamed loose, as if ready to take flight. The person outside the door seemed equally startled, his expression shifting, the scar at the corner of his mouth tightening into a straight line. Usually disguised in male attire, Haishi's beauty was largely concealed. Now, suddenly dressed as a young maiden, even with her collar askew and her expression uncertain, her unconscious radiance was breathtaking. In his youth, his own eyes must have been just as clear, a steely blue shining through the black and white, right? "Father," Haisher called softly. In Fangzhu's eyes, a glimmer of light dimmed, fading into a murky darkness, like the impenetrable gloom of primordial chaos. Time had been lenient with him in other ways. At 36, he still looked no older than 27 or 28, but his eyes could never return to what they once were. They were not clouded, yet something always seemed to veil his gaze, making it impossible to regain that transparent sincerity. The handsome young general of years past felt like a century-old dream, as if he were someone else entirely. Haishi's voice pulled him out of his daze. "You've truly grown up," he sighed with a soft laugh. "Knowing you should marry is better than always shouting about fighting and killing." Haisher gazed at him intently, a shadow of doubt crossing her face as if he were speaking a foreign tongue she couldn't comprehend. "If there is someone in your heart, find an opportunity to remove yourself from the military registry, return to your feminine appearance, and stay at Jifeng Hall for a year or so. Your foster father will arrange the match for you," he said with a smile. He knew he was being cruel, watching the naturally delicate and beautiful face before him gradually cloud with sorrow. Yet he continued speaking gently, much like during his youthful campaigns on the battlefield when he would plunge his blade into an enemy's chest. Deeper, then deeper still, feeling the cleaving of flesh and bone beneath his hand, knowing that upon withdrawal, a spray of blood would follow. Still, he maintained his gentle smile. "Even if it's a son of nobility, it will be easily managed." A lock of unresolved sorrow seemed to tighten between Haishi's brows, yet a faint, desolate smile touched her lips. "You know perfectly well, so why say such things?" she began, then halted abruptly as if the words had caught in her throat. "Rest now. I must return to His Majesty's side. If I'm missed, there will be trouble," he said casually before turning to leave. His steps were unhurried but covered great distance swiftly. Haisher suddenly covered her face with both hands. When she lifted her head again, tear tracks glistened like scattered flecks of white light across her palms, faintly tracing two fragmented characters, Lang Huan. The next day, Haisher accompanied Commander Tang Qianzhi to an audience with Emperor Disu. Having distinguished herself by shooting down the old Zuopudan king of the Hukou tribe, she was rewarded with 100 taels of gold, a superior iron-backed seasoned rattan bow, and 100 white gerfalcon feathered arrows. After expressing her gratitude and preparing to withdraw, a voice rang out from the throne. "Wait, lift your head." The voice, naturally clear and bright enough to rival a youth's, carried a tremor of profound impatience and weariness, like the strings of a long untuned zither. It was the voice of Emperor Disu. Hesitantly, Haisher raised her face. Deep within the highest point of the Zichen Hall, behind curtains of pearls and jade arranged like a sacred shrine, sat the imperial throne. The throne was so deeply set that sunlight never directly touched it, leaving the figure upon it perpetually shrouded in shadow, a formless mass of brocade. But she recognized the blue-robed figure standing within the gauze curtains beside the throne. This man never ordinarily attended court audiences, and thanks to years of meticulous caution, only trusted attendants served at Jifeng Hall. The black feathered forest guards had eyes everywhere, and those in the emperor's presence dared not speak a word of gossip. Now, among the 100 civil and military officials in the hall, not one recognized his face. Even if they had, he always stood in the shadows beside the throne, appearing from a distance as nothing more than a gray-blue silhouette. Yet she knew it was him. There was no need to approach or seek confirmation. She knew with absolute certainty. When your heart holds someone, you don't need to see their features. Even from afar, the slightest gesture or movement sets them apart, even among thousands. The figure on the throne murmured to the person beside him. "Is this the boy who was saved by the merfolk back then?" Feng Zhu replied in a low voice. "Yes. The child is quite handsome," the emperor remarked, a corner of his lips quirking upward. His voice dropped to a whisper, as if not intending for anyone to hear. The eunuch attendant standing nearby maintained a respectful bow, his wide blue sleeves hanging motionless without the slightest ripple, as if he had heard nothing at all. In the hushed silence of the main hall, a soft crack suddenly echoed. The assembled officials remained seated with solemn composure, but their eyes subtly shifted toward the source of the sound. Prince Chang, his face clouded with frustration, fished out a damp, sticky mass of yellow-white silk floss from his robes, holding it in his palm uncertainly. Fragments of eggshell and egg white dripped down, and a young eunuch hurried over to take it from him, offering a wet towel in exchange. The officials exchanged knowing, muffled laughter. Prince Chang was notorious for his obsession with training hawks and staging monkey performances, often inviting street performers into his residence for years at a time. Every morning, his estate echoed with the cries of birds and beasts, the sounds of music and acrobatics filling the courtyards, making it livelier than the city's official entertainment quarters. Recently, rumors had spread that the prince had discovered a method for taming gerfalcons. If the owner personally incubated the falcon's egg, the fledgling would regard the owner as its mother and understand human intentions. Delighted by this idea, Prince Chang had taken to incubating the egg himself. Whether listening to music, strolling through spring fields, or retiring for the night, he carried the gerfalcon egg in his robes, forbidding even his favorite consorts from approaching, lest they accidentally crush it. This had become a popular joke in the capital. As the nominal commander of the capital's defenses, Prince Chang was required to attend court sessions. However, his estate was often filled with music and revelry late into the night, and he frequently slept in, using the excuse of a chill to skip court duties 2 out of every 3 days. Today, it seemed he had dozed off during the session and inadvertently crushed the precious gerfalcon egg he carried. Haishur, kneeling behind her commander, Tang Qianzhi, glanced sideways and couldn't suppress a quiet smile, her valiant demeanor softening with a hint of girlish charm. Prince Chang, looking sheepish, scanned the room, and his gaze briefly swept over Haishur. Realizing her impropriety, she quickly lowered her eyes, fixing them on the crimson peacock wool carpet beneath her. Tang Qianzhi's shadow stretched long and diagonally across the carpet before her. Unlike the civil officials, who remained seated throughout, military officers knelt only on their right knee during court sessions. Haishur clearly saw the shadow's hand lift and tap 3 times firmly on its left knee, as if signaling someone. With all eyes on Prince Chang, it seemed no one else noticed Tang Qianzhi's subtle gesture. Haishur pressed her lips together and smiled again. From the depths of the hall, her smile did not appear particularly alluring. Instead, it conveyed a youthful brightness and an effortless elegance that was uniquely captivating. The figure on the imperial throne observed this, a faint smile touching his lips. On their way back from court, Zhuang walked alongside Haishur. Deliberately avoiding the imperial procession and palace attendants, Haishur cheerfully took smaller paths toward the inner palace. Passing through the Ningtai Gate and circling west around the Rinjia Palace and Yuan Palace, they arrived at the North Garden, where the palace's miscellaneous staff resided. "Which way now?" Haishur turned with a smile, looking at Zhuang. Zhuang's expression showed a flicker of confusion before turning slightly flustered. "To return to Jifeng Hall, we'd have to turn back." "Who said anything about returning to Jifeng Hall?" "I want to thank Lady Zhuliu from the weaving workshop in person," Haishur replied, her slender eyes crinkling as she grinned, revealing a row of pearly teeth. Among the side courtyards of the weaving workshop, Zhuliu's residence was particularly easy to spot. The wall was adorned with branches of pomegranate blossoms, blazing like wind-tossed flames, vivid enough to sear the eyes. Taking advantage of the morning coolness, Zhuliu had set up her embroidery frame under the shade of a pomegranate tree outside her room. A small stool beside her held needles, scissors, books, and other tools, with threads of various colors tucked between the pages of the books as she bent over her embroidery. Haisher crept closer quietly and saw that Julio was embroidering a 12-foot-long belt adorned with lotus medallions. Using double-twisted threads of four-colored gold on a gauze base, she created an intricate, lush floral pattern. Haisher couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of admiration. "Is there something I can help you with, miss?" Julio paused her needlework with a gentle smile, lifting her gaze. Her clear, tea-colored eyes, like limpid pools, rested on Haisher. Haisher was momentarily speechless. She was still clad in her military official's court attire, her chest bound and hair tied up, clearly presenting as a young military officer. How had this woman seen through her disguise at a single glance? Julio tilted her head slightly and called out softly towards someone behind Haisher. "Lord Fong, you've arrived." Zhuiying responded with a hum and said, "This is my younger sister. She wanted to thank you for making her clothes." Julio's face bloomed with a soft smile as she replied, "I'm glad the young lady likes them." Just then, a swift breeze swept through, shaking the coral trees and sending their carnelian-like double-layered petals fluttering down like rain or sleet, as if trying to lend a blush to Julio's pale complexion. The pages of a book flapped noisily, and a few strands of twisted silk thread fluttered to the ground. Haisher quickly picked them up, brushed off the dust, and handed them back to Julio. Julio carefully examined the book page by page, lost in thought, then held the strands of silk thread up to Haisher. "Young lady, could you please tell me which of these is arching jade blue and which is ocean lotus purple?" Julio's light tea-colored eyes remained fixed, not on Haishi's eyes, but on her right cheek. Haisher, taken aback, glanced back at Zhuiying, who gave a silent nod. "This is purple, and this is blue." Haisher hesitated, pointing with her finger. Julio deftly tucked the threads back into the book. "Then the last one must be pale jade." "Thank you, young lady. If you two hadn't happened to be here, I wouldn't have been able to tell them apart, and that would have been a problem." Haisher stood in stunned silence, unable to form a response. On the way back to Bree's clearing pavilion, Haisher walked in silence, occasionally glancing at Zhuiying. Noticing her hesitant expression, Zhuiying gave a bitter smile. "Don't worry about it. Even like this, I consider myself quite fortunate." "But," Julio's eyes. Zhuiying lowered his voice. "They were blinded by medicine." Haisher stared at him in shock. Zhuiying's expression darkened, his voice growing even quieter. "Have you heard of the blind embroiderers from the previous generation?" During the Dixin era, a supremely skilled embroiderer emerged from Tu Lan County. Originally a seamstress, she went completely blind at 26 after a severe illness. Embroidery was never a lifelong trade. Most practitioners were half-blind by 30, their eyes tearing at the slightest breeze. Yet this woman defied fate. Working from memory, she directed her daughter in selecting threads, relying solely on her fingertips and mental images of flowers and landscapes she'd seen before losing her sight. Her embroideries became remarkably fluid and imaginative, surpassing ordinary artisans tenfold. Her fame eventually reached the imperial court, where she was summoned to teach her craft and honored with the title embroiderer. During Prince Yi's rebellion, she fled into obscurity. In the 5th year of Tianxiang, Emperor Su summoned her back, commanding that orphan girls be purchased to study under her. When the embroiderer died of illness in the 12th year of Tianxiang, some of her disciples wept themselves blind, while others deliberately destroyed their vision. Most were sent back to their hometowns to recuperate, but a few exceptionally skilled ones remained in the palace to handle intricate embroidery for the emperor. Julio was among them. "This is too cruel," Haisher murmured. After the embroiderer's death, her apprentices all woke up blind one morning. Some drowned themselves in wells that same day. Those incapable of blind embroidery were indeed sent away, but they were orphans. Their fate upon returning home is unimaginable. Julio is among the luckier ones. Whose decision was this? It couldn't be. Haishi's voice trembled with outrage. It couldn't be Uncle Shur in charge. Uncle Shur was in Rurin purchasing new silk when the embroiderer died. By the time he returned, all who needed to be sent away were gone. A somber gold light flickered in Zhuang's dark eyes. The night it happened, someone from Golden Palace came specially to deliver almond tea to the embroiderer's disciples. Golden Palace? Haisher paused in confusion. You mean, the Emperor? Zhuoying didn't answer. Turning back, they saw pomegranate blossoms cascading over the wall like a shower of blood. Chapter 6. The summer of Tianqi was scorching and oppressive, yet the Lingbo Pavilion within the Prince of Chang's mansion in the western part of the city was renowned as a crystal grotto. With winding courtyards, lotus-filled breezes, and a vast, placid lake stretching for miles, the pavilion stood as a vision of moonlit elegance over the water, where songstresses sang softly and clearly. An attendant came to report that the sellers of the gerfalcons had arrived. Prince Chang dismissed the singers, and maids promptly lowered the fine bamboo blinds on all four sides of the pavilion before withdrawing in an orderly procession. The three falcon merchants led into the hall by the attendant were wrapped in black shawls, even on such a sweltering night, concealing their heads, faces, necks, and bodies. The fabric was wound twice around their waists and hung down to their knees. The two merchants on either side bowed deeply, pressing a hand to their chests in salute to the prince, while the one in the center remained standing upright. The prince showed no surprise and lazily inquired, "Where are the falcons?" The lead merchant glanced briefly around, but said nothing. Prince Chang chuckled, "Let me see the goods." The two kneeling merchants abruptly threw off their shawls. The prince narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "Well, their feathers are truly glossy." No falcons were visible in their arms. Instead, what caught the eye was their brilliant golden red hair and icy blue, nearly colorless pupils. "Are they first-class gerfalcons?" "There are none better," replied the lead merchant in Mandarin, tinged with a slight capital accent. "If they aren't worth the price, I won't pay a single coin," the prince said, his expression still playful. Suddenly, without any wind, the bamboo blinds on all sides rustled and swayed on their own. A dark shadow dropped straight down from the pavilion's roof, and within it, a flash of cold light shot forth, a killing intent as sharp as a thunderbolt aimed directly at the lead merchant's head. In the sudden chaos, the two golden-haired men on either side exchanged no words or glances, yet one of them leaped into action. Before anyone could discern his movements, the cold light was deflected with a metallic clang, embedding itself in the polished brick floor beside the other man, where it hummed incessantly, revealed to be a gleaming longsword. A fierce wind whistled through the air, pressing down so heavily that no one could look up. The bamboo blinds tied to the pavilion's pillars billowed outward, dozens of silk ribbons snapping simultaneously as the heavy curtains flapped violently, sounding like a torrential downpour. "Ah, a wind summoner," Prince Chang murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with deep, subdued delight. These were the legendary mages who practiced the art of controlling the wind, figures nearly akin to immortals whether in the eastern continent or the northern frontiers, so rare that they appeared only once in a century. Amid this extraordinary phenomenon, all traces of the dark shadow that had descended moments ago vanished entirely. The prince knew this was partly due to his own lack of martial prowess, but more so because the wind summoned by the golden-haired man was overwhelmingly vast and mighty. The earlier strike, though swift as lightning, was but a spark struck from flint in the face of such a powerful gale. Within moments, the two figures landed, standing 7 or 8 feet apart. The dark shadow was now trapped within a small cyclone, its ferocious winds seemingly laced with invisible blades, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the other golden-haired man, who had remained kneeling in salute, was as steady as a mountain. The sword had embedded itself right beside him, yet he hadn't so much as flinched, his ice-blue eyes displaying an air of utter indifference. Upon closer inspection, a faint white mark could be seen on his face, the trace of a sword's edge grazing past. The lead eagle trader spoke calmly, his voice low with a light laugh. "What a desperate, all-or-nothing strike, utterly focused, with intent honed to a single thread. Since your highness already has such talent in your household, your great endeavor should easily succeed. Why trouble to seek out gray falcons from 1,000 miles away?" "He tried," Prince Chang replied with his usual faint smile. 10 years ago, in his prime, he joined forces with another whose skill matched his own, yet they failed. "Oh, it seems I underestimated the imperial guards of the Zheng dynasty." The eagle trader's gaze shifted, settling on the two men below the hall. Suddenly, he laughed softly. "So it's you." The dark-faced man trapped within the golden-haired man's cage of wind lifted his head at these words, his expression still unreadable. "Release him. That is General Fu Yi of the Eastern Continent. Do not be reckless." Hearing this, the golden-haired man immediately withdrew his hands to his chest. The small whirlwind gradually weakened, and Fu Yi freed his arms, fixing a piercing gaze on the lead eagle trader. Prince Chang smiled faintly. "Excellent. Fine plumage, sharp talons and beak. May this endeavor succeed in one decisive stroke. If our great undertaking is accomplished, I trust your highness will grant the reward we agreed upon. If this matter is achieved, my kingdom will not interfere in any conflict or annexation between your nation and Jimon. You have my word. However, since you refuse to reveal your true appearance, should payment be due in the future, I would not know to whom it should be made." A low chuckle came from beneath the shawl. The lead eagle trader reached up and pulled it down to his waist, revealing a strikingly handsome and noble face. Prince Chang let out a soft gasp. You are King Zuopudin." Sparks seemed to flash in Fu Yi's eyes. "Our brief encounter at Piluo Mountain Pass, the general remembers well." The tall, golden-haired youth had clear, luminous blue eyes, bright and spirited. "And this one, is he the guard who blocked an arrow for you barehanded on the mountain path that day?" Fu Yi cast a cold glance at the quiet man still kneeling on one knee. King Zuopudin smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. "In my kingdom's imperial guard, there is a commander of 10,000 cavalry who bears an uncanny resemblance to King Zuopudin." "It gave me quite a start," Prince Chang remarked. King Zuopudin raised his golden brows. "An uncanny resemblance? How old is this man?" "About 24 or 25, Fu Yi answered. "In that case, I did have a younger brother, Duo Han, who went missing on the battlefield of the Red Medicine Plains. Duo Han's features and build were strikingly similar to mine. Almost like twins, though he inherited our mother, Princess Hongyao's, black hair and black eyes. During the joint battle, he rode on the same horse as our uncle, King Pajuona. After the Eastern Continent army retreated, we searched the battlefield for 4 days and nights, but only found our uncle's body. His head had been taken by your Eastern Continent soldiers. Duo Han's whereabouts remained unknown. That commander of 10,000 in the Imperial Guard is named Fang Zhuing," Fu Yi said. Zhuing, the young King Zuopudin, though fluent in the Hua language, now spoke with a thick Hoku accent, as if lost in deep remembrance. A complex undercurrent passed through his crystal blue eyes. After a moment, he turned a smiling gaze to Prince Chang and said, "That must be Duo Han. He had just turned 10 that year." That year, Duo Han had just turned 10. Hoku men shave their hair only twice in their lives, once at age 10 and once before death. The nomads of the grasslands follow water and pasture, and women often struggle to conceive, with many infants dying young. Thus, children are treasured deeply. Boys under 10 are regarded as infants, retaining their fetal hair braids. On their 10th birthday, their families shave off this fetal hair and anoint them with blood wine, marking their transition into manhood and eligibility for battle. Among the Hoku tribes, harming a child who still bears fetal hair during conflict is considered an inhuman atrocity, punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. Back then, you were a little bald-headed boy, probably just a few days past your birthday. Fang Zhu gently fanned himself with a round fan, his white robes fluttering in the night breeze, exuding an air of serene elegance. Zhuang could no longer recall the details of his 10th birthday. Yet, he remembered the moment he first laid eyes on Fang Zhu. As a child, he had been inexplicably abandoned alone on the Red Medicine Plains amidst the chaos of charging armies, and had fainted. When he awoke, the clamor of battle had receded into the distance. Many Easterners had already withdrawn from the battlefield, passing by him one after another as they regrouped, paying no heed to the frail child. He sat up, clutching the small, toy-like dagger at his waist, unsure whether he should cry. Just then, a red horse halted beside him, and the Eastern youth in the saddle leaned down to gaze at him. The Eastern youth had removed his armor, revealing a brocade robe beneath, now thoroughly stained with blood and dust. The vivid, intricate patterns of the robe emerged starkly from the crimson stains, creating a startling beauty. The Hoku people had always looked down upon the Easterners' silken garments. They were neither warm nor durable, easily torn, much like the Easterners themselves, delicate and weak. Yet, here was an Easterner like this one, smiling calmly, his face and body caked with dried blood, utterly fearless. The child's dark, beautiful pupils fixed intently on the youth, sharp and perceptive, revealing a young determination and will, much like a wild cub. I asked you your name, and you replied with something strange. It was then I realized you didn't understand our language. Fang Zhu set aside the fan and reached out to refill Zhui Ying's tea. Zhui Ying smiled blankly. What strange thing did I say? I hardly remember how to speak Hoku anymore. Fang Zhu also smiled. A long string of words. The beginning sounded like Zhui Ying, so I took that as your name. Zhui Ying fell silent, mesmerized by the fragmented reflection of the moon dancing in his teacup. 15 years have passed. Have you ever thought of returning to Hanzhou? A sudden void seemed to open in Zhui Ying's chest. Hanzhou, a place he had thought he would never see again in his lifetime. The plains beyond the frontier saw endless cycles of winter and summer, with sandstorms and swirling stones prevailing year-round. Only during the brief 3 or 4 months of summer did the pastures grow wildly, forcing the people of the grasslands to gallop on their horses, racing ahead of the wolves, ahead of time, ahead of the blizzards and harsh frosts, ahead of death, unable to stop. Heaven had bestowed upon the grassland people only such a harsh existence. Yet even in such days, they retained their hearts for games and songs. They lived unreservedly, treating life as a game of archery and wrestling where one must accept losses without complaint. The slow perish, the hesitant perish, the weak perish, the unskilled perish, all without grievance. Ah, that homeland of indescribable joy and exhilaration. Yet, precisely because he was a son of Hoku, his word was his bond, unwavering and unchangeable. Zhui Ying lowered his gaze to the delicate porcelain teacup in his hand. The rim, clear as a mirror, silently cracked with a web of fine lines like ice, while his obsidian-dark pupils shimmered with a faint golden light. For you to say such things, Father, is truly rare. If I return now, would those 3 years you spent on me be wasted? Aren't you the one in this world who despises futile efforts the most? Fang Zhu's smile deepened at the corners of his lips. They say that thousands of years ago, on the northern grasslands, there was a man named Sijio. To tame the dragon-descended heavenly steed, he spent 12 years circling it, until his body turned to stone and his hair grew like grass. Only then did he finally find the chance to mount the steed. The heavenly horse neighed and galloped across rainbows, clouds, and lightning for another 12 years, and Sijio remained on its back for those 12 years. In the end, the dragon-descended steed willingly submitted, transforming into a woman and bearing Sijio 4 children. These 4 children became the ancestors of the 4 tribes of Hoku, the descendants of dragons. A trace of bitterness tinged Zhui Ying's smile. What is this, a history lesson? I know these tales better than you do, Father. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were a wild colt, unyielding, no matter the pressure, unless you were utterly and completely defeated. 3 years was already a lenient time frame. Fang Zhu turned his gaze toward Shuangping Lake. On the opposite shore, a lamp was lit in Haishi's room. You are a man now. Starting today, there will be no guards outside my tent, and the weapons in the armory, blades, spears, bows, and crossbows, are yours to choose from. If within 3 years you can kill me, then you may return to Hanzhou, and no one shall stop you. But if you fail, the young general leaned down from his horse, a scar visible beside his smiling lips. You must call me father and follow my commands. After hearing the soldier's translation, the child's pure, dark eyes, like those of a young beast, gleamed with golden light as he spat out a stream of words in Hoku. The translator hesitated, looking uneasy. Fang Jianming said calmly, "Surely you're not afraid of a child." Flustered and angry, the soldier broke into a fine sweat. This little barbarian says, he says he won't just kill you. He wants to roast the Duke of Qinghai and eat him. Fang Jianming laughed heartily, reached out lightly, and lifted the child onto his horse. Then, cracking his whip, he galloped off toward the main troop. At that time, It had been 2 years since the old Duke of Qinghai had died in battle. Fang Jiaming, still in his youth, had inherited his father's title. During the Battle of Hanyao Plain, he was only 22. 3 years later, in the second year of the Tianxiang era, people began to notice the handsome young man by the side of the young Duke of Qinghai, addressing him as father. Each lost in their own memories, they watched the lotus leaves swaying on the surface of Shuangping Lake, neither speaking. But to keep such a fine steed penned among dogs and swine is a waste of heaven's gifts. Sooner or later, you must return to Hangzhou. I raised you for 15 years, taught you martial arts and strategy, so that one day I might see you gallop like the wind. Fangzhu sighed softly. Father, the situation around you remains unclear. I wish to stay in Tianqi, Zhuiying said urgently. Lately, there have been stirrings in the Prince of Chang's residence. With turmoil on the horizon, I would prefer to keep you in the capital. Fangzhu showed a flicker of emotion, then sighed softly. But there are matters only you can handle. Since Haishir met your brother, she has inevitably begun to speculate about your origins, not to mention the many soldiers on the mountain path that day. You can no longer remain in the capital for long, and returning to Hangzhou will surely arouse suspicion among your own kin. At present, there is only one solution. He set down the round fan and stood up. Spend these next few days catching up with your sister. It won't be easy for you to see each other again in the future. Zhuiying watched Fangzhu's retreating figure disappear around the corner of the corridor before sitting back down. She extended her right hand, still clutching the teacup, beyond the waterside railing. The teacup had long been crushed in her grip, held together only by the sheer force of her palm. With exquisite control, the fragile shards pressed against each other like knife blades, yet not a drop of tea leaked out. As her slender, beautifully veined hand gradually relaxed, the teacup split into 6 or 7 pieces. The clear tea and delicate porcelain shimmered under the moonlight before scattering into the Shuangping Lake. Father, the situation around you remains unclear. I wish to stay in Tianqi. The words seemed to echo from her own mouth years ago. Fangzhu strolled along the winding waterside pavilion, closing his eyes as if in pain. Duo Han has been a wolf cub since childhood, never bound by anything. The golden-haired young man mused. But hearing your highness say so, a wolf cub raised in a fox den for 15 years, I truly wish to see it for myself. If the timing aligns, these 2 fine gerfalcons are sure to confront your younger brother. The Prince of Chang replied, the shimmering waterlight reflecting on his face. What a pity I cannot witness it in person, the left Pudu King said with a sidelong smile. I must hurry west through the Mo Pass to assess the situation with Jiaman along the way. The Prince of Chang knew well that there had long been friction between the left Pudu King, Duo Luo, and the right Pudu King, Erji. Suspecting Duo Luo was eager to return to Hoku without leaving traces, the prince chuckled lightly. Then, on the night of the new moon this month, we shall await good news together. The left Pudu King concealed his golden hair and face beneath his shawl, gazing toward the imperial city over 10 miles away. Perched atop the mountain peak, the imperial city was visible from anywhere in Tianqi, its palaces winding like a string of pearls. Towers and pavilions veiled in layers of mist stretched for miles. Countless rooftops of blue-gold glazed tiles undulated under the moonlight like a silent emerald sea, with occasional glints of gold dust at the crests, the gilded eyes of the ridge-devouring beasts. The third watch had just sounded. 6 zhang above the ground, on the double-eaved hip and gable roof of the Ningtai Gate, Haishir sat comfortably in youthful attire, knees drawn to her chest, her chin resting on them. She watched the night watchmen and patrolling imperial guards pass below, none suspecting that someone was idly seated atop the gate's eaves. The Ningtai Gate was the central axis dividing the inner palace from the outer court. From there, the winding corridors and soaring eaves of the eastern and western 6 palaces were clearly visible. The sound of carriage wheels and hoofbeats echoed from outside the southwestern corner gate. The icekeepers responsible for the imperial ice reserves were transporting ice extracted from the glacier beneath the dark mist mountains into the palace, taking advantage of the cool night. Haishir moved lightly, leaping and darting along the ridge of the Ningtai Gate's roof, then vaulting upward, soundlessly traversing the gaps between palace rooftops until she vanished into the layered eaves of the Weiyang Palace. From there, she looked down upon the road leading from the southwestern corner gate toward the imperial kitchens. The mule-drawn ice carts were escorted by several imperial guards, with the ice keepers following alongside. At a fork in the road, one of the ice keepers broke away from the group and headed northwest. Strangely, none of the guards seemed to notice, and the other ice keepers continued on toward the imperial kitchens without batting an eye. Haishi's ink-black eyes shifted, tracking the lone ice keeper's path. That road led only to the Phoenix Roost Palace and the Peaceful Healing Palace. The Phoenix Roost Palace had stood empty ever since the incident involving Princess Yinling, while the Peaceful Healing Palace was the residence of the consort of graceful endurance, Princess Ti Lan of Xiangnan. The Peaceful Healing Palace was still lit, its crimson and purple gossamer curtains, styled in the fashion of Xiangnan, fluttering in the wind. Haisher slipped out from beneath the eaves, leaped onto the roof of the Weiyang Palace, and sped toward the Peaceful Healing Palace. The man dressed as an ice keeper reached a side gate of the palace, glanced briefly around, and reached out to push the door open. Just then, a night bird startled from the palace wall. He glanced sideways as an unidentified bird flapped noisily into the distance, leaving behind a cold, slender crescent moon hanging in the silent night. He let out a soft sigh of relief, pushed open the slightly ajar gate, closed it behind him, and without further hesitation, took a familiar path through the garden. He passed beneath the corridors of the Peaceful Healing Palace, skirted the side hall where the palace attendants took turns on duty, and headed straight for a small pavilion. The palace maid at the pavilion's entrance seemed unsurprised by the ice keeper's late-night visit. After a brief curtsy, she stepped aside to let him in. Shinshu, a slightly husky woman's voice called out his courtesy name. Before he could react, the sound of soft, bare feet pattering across dark ebony floors reached his ears, and in the next moment, a woman in resplendent robes flew into his arms like a butterfly. Ti Lan, you're always so careless, the man murmured with a slight frown, though his eyes held no reproach. The consort of graceful endurance smiled, her red lips and pearly teeth glowing with warmth. The last time General Tang came to Qianzhi. Let me think. She tilted her head, her raven-black hair cascading down. That was the summer of the year before last. If I were any more cautious, I might grow old before I ever see you again. Her playful tone gradually gave way to sorrow, and a shadow of melancholy crossed her face. Tang Qianzhi smiled helplessly. Look at you, nearly 30, yet still as childish as ever. You haven't matured a bit over the years. The window was half open, the layers of crimson and purple gossamer curtains billowing gently. Beneath the eaves, beside the ornate brackets, a slender figure hung upside down in the shadows. It was Haisher. So that's how it is, Haisher thought, her dark brows lifting slightly. Tang Qianzhi was a general stationed at the border. Whenever he returned to the capital, he was inevitably caught up in a whirl of banquets and social engagements. Meeting officials at court would hardly be difficult for him. For him to take such risks to deliver a message in the court assembly. If it wasn't to meet with court officials, then it must be to rendezvous with someone inside the inner palace. Haisher had heard of it before. In earlier years, following the old customs between the two kingdoms, the people of Zhuan had sent Princess Zizan, demanding a prince in exchange to be taken back to Zhuan as a hostage. At that time, it so happened that Prince Chang's mother, Consort Nia, had lost her struggle for favor to Prince Yun's mother, Consort Song. Thus, the 11-year-old Prince Chong, Ji Chong, was sent to Zhuan, accompanied only by elderly or very young palace attendants. According to protocol, a prince's departure required an escort of 5,000 imperial forest cavalry and 5,000 soldiers. However, the Ministry of War, under Consort Song's direction, selected the lowest-ranked candidate from that year's Imperial Guard examinations, a 15-year-old youth, and mockingly appointed him to the position of 5,000 cavalry commander, assigning him 5,000 raw recruits to escort Prince Chong to Zhuan. The prince's entourage was so pitiful that it resembled exile, and even the Zhuan envoys dared to berate the prince. A month after Prince Chang's departure, the Imperial Guard's military strategy examination papers were unsealed, revealing that the youth who had been mockingly appointed as the 5,000 cavalry commander, Tang Qianzhi, had actually achieved the highest score in the written examination. By then, it was too late to recall him. 3 years later, Prince Yi rebelled, and the Prince of Finyang, who was Prince Chang's maternal uncle and consort Nie's brother, joined the rebellion. Ji Chang immediately sent a letter from Zhuan to Zhongsu, earnestly declaring his unwavering loyalty. Over the next 8 years, a steady stream of provisions and intelligence was sent from Zhuan through the Inga Strait to Hanzhou, providing significant assistance. After Emperor Su ascended the throne, Prince Chang returned from Zhuan, accompanied by the Princess Ti Lan, whom Zhuan had offered as tribute, and the 5,000 cavalry commander Tang Qianzhi. Even though his rank had not been promoted in 10 years, a 25-year-old 5,000 cavalry commander was still considered young. The 21-year-old Prince Chang was almost still a youth, spending his days indulging in frivolous pleasures. The court officials who had once held high hopes for Ji Chang were quickly disappointed. During the 8 years of turmoil, it was said that the provisions and secret reports that had alleviated urgent crises were all managed single-handedly by Tang Qianzhi. Inside the room, murmuring voices could be heard. Haishir shifted slightly, peering through the gap in the gauze curtains. Tang Qianzhi was invited to sit on the low couch, but Ti Lan, as if unable to bear the heat, sat barefoot on the floor, resting her head on his knees. "Zhenchu, you must be careful these days. That person, he has become increasingly bizarre. If you stand out too much, he might. You need not trouble yourself with these matters. Just live your life well, so I can be at ease," Tang Qianzhi said, stroking Ti Lan's thick, dark, and cool hair. Ti Lan lifted her head urgently, her eyes fixed on him. "You don't understand, Zhenchu. That person is no longer human." Her lips trembled, and she could not finish her sentence. Instead, she lifted the sleeve of her cyan and crimson Zhuan silk robe, revealing pale arms covered in dark bruises. "You?" Tang Qianzhi's fists clenched abruptly at his sides. "I'm afraid, Zhenchu." Ti Lan finally sobbed aloud. "I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid I'll die while you're still alive, or that you'll die while I'm still living. I'm afraid that after enduring for 14 years, we still won't end up together." She suddenly clung to Tang Qianzhi's shoulder and, weeping, bit down hard, not in a playful or angry manner, but with a fierce determination, the kind of bite meant to leave a scar. He was not a robust military man. Though he had served in the army for years, he had never wielded a sword. His slender shoulders were like those of a young scholar. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, letting her bite as she wished. "Day and night, I pray to the dragon-tail god, fearing she won't grant me that blessing." Ti Lan released her bite, her tear-streaked, delicate face buried in his shoulder, her dark hair covering half her body as she spoke in broken fragments. "I hate you. I hate that you handed me over to that man with your own hands. Do you regret it? Regret coming to the eastern continent with me?" Tang Qianzhi grasped Ti Lan's shoulders, turning her face to his. "I regret it." Ti Lan's lips, stained with tears, were crimson and glistening. "I should have cut off your legs and kept you in Juni. It's almost time, Ti Lan. Almost. The goshawk should have been delivered to Prince Chang's residence tonight. Once that man is dead, I will never owe you anything again." A fierce flame ignited in Ti Lan's eyes, mingling sorrow and joy. "Zhenchu, that man, will he really die?" "He will," he assured her. Haishi's thought. That man Ti Lan spoke of, she suddenly realized with a shock, was Emperor Su. Haishir stealthily returned to Jifeng Hall and saw that the lamp in Fang Zhu's room was still lit. As she raised her hand to knock, she hesitated. While she wavered, the calm voice from inside asked, "What is it?" She steeled herself and pushed the door open, only to find Zhuing there as well, which eased her embarrassment slightly. After listening to Haishi's account, Fang Zhu's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "Tang Qianzhi is wasted as a military general. Prince Chang harbors rebellious intentions, and Tang Qianzhi has served him for 11 years as a key supporter. Without him, their rebellion would be impossible. That's why I earlier instructed you to keep an eye on him. Now that the situation has changed, even if I send you a message from the capital after you return to Huangquan Pass, there's no need to take action against him. Even if he doesn't die, their plan will fail. You may leave now. Zhuing and I have matters to discuss." Haisher, prideful and holding back tears, bowed without a word and left. Her footsteps grew increasingly hurried, unable to contain her agitation, until she was almost running out of Fang Zhu's courtyard. Zhuiying heard everything clearly and felt a pang of sympathy. Foster father, if we don't tell Haisher about this, what if? Fang Zhu interrupted him. Haisher is too straightforward. If she shows any signs, it could be disastrous. You are returning to Hanzhou. This is a rare opportunity, and you must not mishandle it. Your elder brother, the left Pudu King, and your uncle, the right Pudu King Erji, have always been at odds. Your return could tip the scales, and I will send people to assist you. Understood, Zhuiying replied, though he seemed to have more to say but held back. Fang Zhu smiled faintly and patted Zhuiying's shoulder. As for Zhuliu, I will take care of her and ensure she is not wronged. Zhuiying nodded deeply and said, I swear to fulfill my duty without fail. Fang Zhu smiled again, his refined face as youthful as a boy's. This is also your own path to tread. Remember, on the first day of this month, you and I will be on duty at the Golden City Palace. Foster father. Zhuiying hesitated before stepping out the door and suddenly said, Hi, sure, she to you. The dignified and gentle man in white robes did not let him continue, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Zhuiying, I am already like this. Why drag a child into it? Zhuiying was stunned for a moment, then hastily bowed and hurried out the door to search for Haisher. When he found Haisher, she was lying on the rooftop. Hearing him approach, she kept her eyes closed. She couldn't possibly be asleep, just sulking. The uneven, cold, and hard glazed tiles were difficult to lie on comfortably, let alone sleep on, unless one was a martial artist like them. Zhuiying wasted no words. He untied a silver flask from his side and shook it in front of Haisher's face. Without opening her eyes, Haisher reached out, grabbed the flask, unscrewed it, and took a long, hearty drink. After exhaling contentedly, she squinted at Zhuiying and gave him a radiant smile. Zhuiying lay down beside her and asked, What's wrong? It's nothing, Haisher replied softly. It's just that I overheard Consort Shu Rong say something earlier, and it suddenly made me feel stifled. Zhuiying took the flask and drained it in one go. What did she say? Consort Shu Rong told General Tang that she hated him for personally handing her over to someone else. I can't help but feel that foster father will eventually do the same to me. Hand me over to someone else. Zhuiying turned to look at her, but Haisher closed her eyes again as if overwhelmed by the alcohol. He watched as the moon gradually sank westward, now a slender hook faintly visible among the trees. The new moon was approaching. The next day, Zhuiying went to the weaving workshop to visit Zhuliu. The flowering season was nearing its end, and the trees were ablaze with fiery blooms. The small courtyard had not been swept for days, and layers of fallen petals piled up like brocade outside the tightly closed door. Zhuliu had been taken to Prince Chang's residence several days earlier to teach embroidery and had not yet returned. Another day passed, and for some reason, Fang Zhu suddenly felt like drinking. He sent Zhuiying to the Tihu Tower in the western part of the city to buy a jar of thousand-year emerald. Before Zhuiying left, Fang Zhu reminded him, Uncle Sure is sending someone to Prince Chang's residence today to bring Zhuliu back to the palace. Go quickly and return soon. If you don't see her today, it may be even harder in the future. Zhuiying acknowledged the instruction and hurriedly left. He saddled his favorite horse, Wind Steed, from the stables and galloped straight toward the nearest Chuehua Gate. The 12 Imperial Guards stationed at Chuehua Gate heard the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from the palace and turned to see what was happening. Before they could react, the rider was already upon them, sweeping past like a gust of wind and lightning, narrowly missing a small blue cloth mule cart at the gate. Hearing the commotion of shouts and horses from outside, the carriage occupant lifted the curtain. An elderly palace attendant hurried forward to support her hand, asking, Embroidery master, were you startled? Pomegranate shook her head with a light laugh. It's nothing. What just happened? Oh, this old servant doesn't understand either. These young imperial guards nowadays are becoming more and more unruly. A guard interjected. Madam, it's not that we neglect our duties. That was Commander Wanshi Fong of the Feather Forest Guard, permitted by imperial decree to ride within the palace grounds. Pomegranate smiled faintly. Aunt Sue, let it be. He likely has urgent matters to attend to. Let's go. The elderly palace attendant steadied Pomegranate's hands. Come, embroidery master, we've reached Chuehua Gate. Non-imperial carriages cannot enter the palace. Allow me to escort you inside. After seeing Pomegranate to the detached courtyard, the elderly attendant began to grumble again. These flowers scattered all over the ground are simply disgraceful. Insisting on settling Pomegranate on a stone bench in the courtyard, she took up a fine broom and began sweeping the grounds, leaving Pomegranate no choice but to comply. The weather was clear that day, with bees and butterflies flitting about. Occasionally, tiny petals found their way into the collar of Pomegranate's dress. She would lower her delicate, lotus petal-like face, gently stroking the back of her neck as if tickled by the sensation. Hearing footsteps approaching, she turned her head in surprise. After a moment's thought, a puzzled expression crossed her face. You are. In a few days, this pomegranate tree will likely begin to bear fruit, won't it? The visitor's voice was warm and mellow, as soothing as a spring breeze. Pomegranate felt the voice was familiar but couldn't quite place it. This pomegranate tree is of the 1,000-petal red variety. Pomegranates with many petals seldom bear fruit, and even if they do, the fruit will have no seeds. Pomegranate replied respectfully. Suddenly, she covered her mouth lightly and hurriedly stood up to bow. Steward Fong, I apologize for my rudeness. There's no need for formality. Fong Zhu replied with a soft laugh, followed by a gentle sigh. So, these countless red blossoms will have bloomed in vain all summer. Unsure how to respond, Pomegranate lowered her head. Miss Pomegranate. Yes, she replied, lifting her head in confusion. Zhuoying's life is in imminent danger, he said, his voice calm and elegant, betraying no emotion. Pomegranate's delicate hands, resting on her skirt, tightened silently. As the youngest son of the Crane Treasury King and Princess Hongyao, his striking resemblance to the Crane Treasury King alone qualifies him to inherit the throne. Now, Prince Chong has conspired with Zhuoying's own brother, the left Pudu King of Crane Treasury, to expose his identity and use the Emperor's hand to eliminate him. Pomegranate's light, tea-colored pupils remained fixed on Fong Zhu, as if her blind eyes could still discern something from his face. I want Zhuoying to return to Hangzhou and seek refuge with his uncle. But he is a sentimental fool. He says he won't go without you. However, the road ahead is perilous. Even with his exceptional martial skills, he may barely protect himself. I fear this child has resolved to throw his life away. He spoke unhurriedly, as if not expecting a reply, and then fell silent for a long while. A scorching wind swept through, carrying withered red petals and broken greenery, weaving a tapestry of desolation. The accumulated carnelian-like double petals swirled and danced in the low whirlwind, like a silent red wave lapping at her skirt. Pomegranate turned calmly toward Fong Zhu, who noticed a resolute smile gracing the blind girl's lips. Steward Fong, I know what to do. You know? He raised an eyebrow. Please just convey this message to him from me. If he does not value his own life, then Zhuoyou's death will have been in vain. Fong Zhu did not reply, only nodded as if she could truly see him, then turned and left. Zhuoyou waited until his footsteps faded into the distance before calling out, Aunt Sue. A clattering sound echoed, like a broom falling to the ground, and the elderly palace maid emerged trembling from behind the house, empty-handed. For a long moment, she could not speak, merely kneeling before Zhuoyou. Don't worry, Aunt Sue. I will not drag you into this. While no one is around, please leave quickly. Zhuoyou smiled, her expression full of apology. The old palace maid hesitated briefly before rushing out the door, stumbling along the way and causing the door to slam shut with a metallic clang. Zhuoyou groped her way to close the courtyard gate and walked back toward the house. Behind her, the scorching wind stirred the lonely, fiery red blossoms in the yard. The tavern at Tihu Tower was staffed entirely by foreign women, and the wines bore poetic names like Green Waste, War Drum, and Barbarian Spin. Fong Zhu had specifically requested 1,000-Year Emerald, though it was not listed among the wines on the tavern's signboard. Inside, a red-haired foreign woman was bent over her accounts. When Zhuoying asked for a jar of 1,000-Year Emerald, she lazily glanced up, the golden hairpin in her hookah-style bun swaying gracefully, adorned with strings of garnet and peridot that shimmered brilliantly. The woman turned to call for a server to select a good jar, then returned to her accounts, the clinking of gold pieces filling the air as she whispered, Duohan Ursa. Zhuiying's heart jolted. Duohan was his Huku name, and Ursa was the respectful title the Huku people used for their young master. It had been 15 years since anyone had addressed him this way. He spoke, but the Huku words that came out felt foreign and hesitant even to himself. Are you from Duoyuo's side? The woman lifted her striking green eyes, then quickly lowered them again. Left Puduan King would sooner avoid Duohan Ursa than send someone to find you. It is right Puduan King who ordered us to await your arrival here. Uncle Urji. Zhuiying was overwhelmed with emotion. If even his own brother lacked familial affection, what could he expect from an uncle? At best, he was nothing more than a hunting dog or a pawn. The server brought the wine and securely tied it to Zhuiying's horse. The foreign woman weighed a pinch of gold dust on a scale and whispered, Inside the jar's clay seal is a map of rendezvous points where you can exchange horses. Please ensure you reach beyond Mo Pass by mid-August. Once you cross the pass, someone will escort you through the Jian Kingdom back to Huku. Zhuiying nodded, then frowned slightly as he weighed the change in gold pieces. 8 qian of gold for a jar of wine. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, switching to the official language and raising her voice. Young master, you must come from a wealthy family and seldom venture out. In the past, gold ingots were rare, but since the treasury began distributing relief funds, gold has flooded the streets like water and is no longer scarce. Nowadays, 1 ingot of gold only exchanges for 42 silver ingots, and even at this rate, who knows how long it will last. Zhuiying did not argue with her. He mounted his horse outside, and, seeing the sun high in the sky, realized Zhuliu must have already returned to the palace from Prince Chang's residence. He urged his horse forward and swiftly disappeared down the street. The server was still marveling at the scene when he suddenly heard the neighing of a horse. Zhuiying galloped back, casually tossing the packet of gold dust and 2 additional gold ingots onto the counter from outside the tavern. His figure flashed in and out again, and he remounted his horse and sped away. The foreign woman raised her hand absently to tidy her disheveled hair, only to realize her hairpin was gone, and the sound of hoofbeats had already faded into the distance. The summer flowers had reached the peak of their splendor, now lingering at the edge of decline. As Zhuiying rode past, a trail of falling petals danced against the clear blue sky. He urged his horse on, lash after lash, thinking only of returning to the palace as soon as possible. Zhuliu. As he passed through the Chuehua gate, a wooden cart suddenly emerged from within. By then, his steed was already galloping at a breathtaking speed, making it impossible to avoid a collision. The guards at the gate and the cart pushers scattered in panic, shouting in alarm. Frowning, Zhuiying released the reins, allowing the horse to find its own path. With a powerful leap, it cleared the wooden cart, dashed through the gate, and disappeared in a cloud of dust. That was close. Too close, gasped one of the guards who had fallen to the ground. He propped himself up against the cart and suddenly cried out, Heavens! What is this? The white cloth covering the cart had been pulled aside, revealing a corpse, a small, emaciated figure with withered skin, dressed in palace attire. Isn't this the old woman who served the embroidery master? She entered the palace perfectly fine this morning. How could she be dead by noon? The eunuch pushing the cart replied with a mournful expression, Who knows? She fell on the dozen or so steps beneath the Qianzhi pavilion and broke her neck. Not a sound was heard. By the time we found her, she was long gone. Zhuiying stabled his horse, broke the clay seal on a jar, retrieved a map, and tucked it into his robes before sprinting toward the weaving workshop. Heisher called out to him, but he had no time to respond. Zhuliu. Years had passed since their last meeting, and there was no certainty they would ever meet again in this lifetime. He knew her temperament, upright, transparent, and not one to cause others worry. There was no need for him to remind her to dress warmly, eat well, or fret less. Zhuliu could take care of herself perfectly well. Yet, he needed to hear her promise him in person to make this farewell complete. Even if he had to wait, he would cling to the memory of this one last admonition. The courtyard gate was locked from the inside. After several knocks went unanswered, Zhuiying pressed one hand against the wall and, with a slight exertion, vaulted over it as lightly as a swallow. Haishur arrived moments later, halting before the courtyard wall, her hands on her knees as she gasped for breath. Her face, tilted upward, bore an expression of profound anguish, yet she remained motionless for a long while. Before her stood nothing but a plain white wall, from behind which a pomegranate tree extended its branches. This flower tree, unique to the eastern continent, stood silently beneath the deep blue sky, holding aloft a blaze of fiery red blossoms, indifferent to the wind that swept past. It was serene and beautiful, to the point of being startling. Haishur let out a long breath, as if trying to expel the heavy burden weighing on her heart. The small courtyard was deathly still. Fallen petals drifted about in chaotic disarray, as though aware that from now on, no one would care for them. From noon until dusk, the sky transformed layer by layer, deepening into indigo, brushed with vibrant orange, and tinged with fading crimson and purple, until finally, it turned completely black. At last, the sound of the door bolt sliding echoed. Haishur, who had been sitting with her back against the door, sprang to her feet and turned around as the door swung open before her. Zhuing stood there, his military attire still impeccably neat, without a single crease. Only his dark, gold-flecked eyes seemed clouded with dust. Haishur handed him the sword she had been holding and said, "The night watch bell has tolled. It's time for your duty." Zhuing took the sword in silence, gently pushing the blade an inch out of its scabbard with his thumb. He raised it before his eyes, as if seeking to glimpse his own reflection in the watery steel. The stars scattered across the sky like a tray full of silver sand, yet there was no moon. Tonight was the night of the new moon. Chapter 7. The Golden City Palace was a palace without night. Its halls were perpetually illuminated by lanterns, for Emperor Su could not bear even a moment without light. Ordinary candles were no longer enough. Instead, the palace used specially crafted floor lanterns, placed every 15 paces. Each stood nearly twice the height of a man, shaped like an elongated drum, and covered seamlessly with a single sheet of white cowhide. The gold used to forge and seal the openings was worked into intricate openwork floral patterns, while inside, steel lamps crafted by Heluo artisans burned whale-fat candles with sisal wicks. They produced neither smoke nor heat, yet shone with brilliant, enduring light. Hundreds of these lanterns ensured that no shadows lingered within the Golden City Palace, leaving nowhere for secrets to hide. The corridors stretched long and silent, lined on both sides with towering white cowhide lanterns whose unwavering light flooded every corner. At the far end stood two palace attendants, motionless as statues, their pale, indistinct faces resembling porcelain figurines. The hem of an imperial robe, black as midnight and embroidered with coiling golden dragons, whispered softly across the white jade floor. Step by measured step, its wearer advanced without haste, as though time itself were endless and life nothing more than a tedious expanse. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. As though lost in thought, the figure spoke without turning. "Tell me, how do you suppose I will die?" The question was directed at no one in particular. His voice, once as clear and resonant as jade, now carried the rasp of exhaustion and weariness, like a brittle lute string on the verge of snapping. Of the two attendants behind him, the younger kept his eyes lowered in silence. The elder raised his head. "Your Majesty, may you live 10,000 years, ageless and undying." The melodious yet icy voice cut him off. Emperor Su turned sharply, the wide sleeves of his magnificent black robe stirring the air. "Jianming, have I truly become so foolish that you think you must deceive me?" Huang Zhu fell silent. He stepped back and bowed his head in apology. Among Emperor Xiu's 4 sons, Emperor Su had never been considered the most handsome. Yet there was an uncommon sharpness and cold elegance to his features. During the 8 years of turmoil, countless people had likened the young prince Su to the reincarnation of the founding emperor, Chu Jing. Alone, he had reversed the tide of a chaotic age, commanding armies with awe-inspiring authority. On the day of his coronation, surrounded by the 6-winged generals, he had seemed like a deity descending from heaven. 14 years later, time had not marred his appearance. He remained exactly as he had been depicted in the scroll of the war god, still in the prime of his life. Yet he had aged all the same, not in body, but in spirit. The passing years had washed away every trace of his former sharpness and vigor, leaving behind only an indescribable weariness. Zhuiying, what do you think? What sort of end would suit me best? Drunk to death? Thrown from a horse? Or perhaps, dying in Ti Lan's bed? As Emperor Su watched the expressions of the two men before him stiffen, his smile deepened. Then, the flawless white light shifted. The lanterns of the Golden City Palace never flickered in the wind, yet shadows now began to gather within their brilliance. The shadows emerged from the lantern behind Emperor Su. They slowly took the shape of a human figure. Like silhouettes against paper windows, they grew from faint outlines into solid forms, from illusion into reality. Then, with a flash of light, the white cowhide covering split open from within, and a figure burst out in a swift, deadly attack. Zhuiying's sword left its scabbard with a clear ringing note. He leapt forward, placing himself before Emperor Su, holding his blade horizontally as a shield. At the same instant, Fang Zhu wrapped an arm around the emperor's waist and retreated at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had withdrawn more than 2 zhang before landing. Just then, another nearby lantern burst open with a sharp hiss. This time, Fang Zhu saw clearly. The assassin had been hiding behind a steel lamp concealed within the leather casing, his body pressed flat against the wall. The lantern's outer glow had perfectly concealed his presence. A blade of compressed wind, invisible and razor-sharp, shot from the lantern and swept toward them. Fang Zhu shoved Emperor Su aside and ducked low, driving a strike into the hidden assassin's elbow through the white leather covering. A cry of pain rang out as the figure stumbled backward into the flames. Confined within the narrow lantern, there was no room to evade. Yet with astonishing endurance, the assassin endured the burning pain, released his grip, and muttered a string of foreign incantations. Several invisible slashes tore the leather apart, and the figure stepped free. Like the first assassin, this one wore white robes and possessed golden hair and blue eyes, a foreigner. He held no weapon. Instead, a swirling sphere of wind rested in his hands, spinning so rapidly that it appeared almost solid. A wind summoner. Legends spoke of such people, but the vast majority could summon no more than a faint breeze for a few moments, little more than a trick for entertaining crowds. Most were wandering charlatans who traveled the world swindling the gullible. Someone capable of condensing wind into blades and wielding them with such precision was likely unmatched beneath the heavens. Meanwhile, the first assassin continued pressing forward without a weapon, charging through Zhuiying's flawless swordsmanship like a moth hurling itself into flame, utterly fearless of death. Seeing his opponent's guard wide open, Zhuiying seized the opportunity. His sword angled upward in a lightning-fast thrust aimed at the assassin's throat, a strike intended to pierce straight through the skull. Clang! The blade struck as though it had hit solid metal. The tip barely dented the foreigner's throat before refusing to go any farther. A chill swept through Zhuiying. Twisting his wrist, he redirected the thrust toward the soft flesh beneath the chin. Again, the blade slid aside as though striking unyielding iron. Ivani. The word escaped Zhuiying's lips. Ivani, a secret art of the Hokuqingxiu sect, meant gold within blood. It had originated from a branch of Halua alchemy devoted to extracting gold from animal blood. After centuries of failure, the art had produced only refined iron and gradually faded into obscurity. Somehow, Ivani had evolved into a martial discipline that transformed the human body into living iron. Those who practiced it, also called Ivani, appeared no different from ordinary people, yet could harden their flesh until it rivaled metal. In his youth, Zhuiying had once encountered a Halua monk who had trained for over 20 years. Even then, the man could harden only his palms, which rang with a metallic clang when struck. Yet the Ivani before him had hardened not only his throat, but even the delicate flesh beneath his chin, as though his entire body were encased in impenetrable armor, completely impervious to blades. Hearing the word Ivani, the foreigner looked startled. Then he stared intently at Zhuiying's face and cried out in disbelief. Durlosa, I am Doran. Zhuiying gave a faint scoff as he thrust his sword toward the barbarian's blue-green eyes. The barbarian tilted his head aside. The blade scraped across his cheek, sending a shower of sparks flying. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned, casually wiping his face with one hand. As he raised it, Zhuing caught sight of a thick iron ring embedded deep within the flesh of the man's right middle finger. His expression darkened. There was no time to check on the battle behind him. He could only shout, "Foster father." But no answer came from behind. In the windless corridor, the sound of moving air gradually arose. At first, it was faint and scattered, like one or two withered leaves drifting lazily on the breeze before softly touching the ground. Then it swelled into a harsh gale sweeping through a forest, carrying the endless rustle of countless falling leaves. Zhuing listened as the sound grew faster and faster. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past his ears, stirring the hem of his robe and sleeves. Across from him, Ivani's golden hair fluttered in the wind, a faint smile lingering in his blue-green eyes. Zhuing's brows drew together. He knew Feng Zhu and Emperor Su had encountered a formidable opponent. For now, his only choice was to hold this Ivani back at all costs and prevent the two enemies from joining forces. Since this Ivani had already cultivated his body to perfection, swords and blades would only hinder him. Having made up his mind, a sharp golden light flared within Zhuing's pitch-black eyes. He tossed his longsword backward. "Your Majesty!" A light, agile sound rang out as Emperor Su caught the sword, its blade humming with resonant energy. A faint, disdainful smile curved Zhuing's handsome lips. He extended his right hand, palm facing downward. He neither attacked nor defended. He simply held out his hand. Every man upon the grasslands understood this gesture. From childhood to adulthood, through the prime of life and into old age, they had all made it countless times. "Let's wrestle." The foreigner froze for a moment before smiling. He placed his right hand atop Zhuing's. The cold, rigid palm met Zhuing's warm skin, carrying the scent of metal. In one fluid motion, Zhuing reversed his grip. His left elbow shot forward. The Ivani had not expected such speed. His balance broke, and he stumbled helplessly forward. Dropping his center of gravity, Zhuing drove his shoulder into the man's waist. "Huh!" With a sharp shout, he straightened, lifting the burly foreigner clean over his shoulder. Borrowing the momentum, he hurled him straight toward the end of the corridor. Kyuk wrestling had no rigid techniques or formal rules. Victory depended only on strength, agility, and instinct. Although Zhuing had been little more than a youth during his years in Kyuk, he had wrestled endlessly with the powerful warriors of the army, tempering both his body and his instincts. As he matured, his extraordinary strength made him unmatched upon the wrestling grounds. By contrast, Ivani practitioners cultivated in seclusion, devoted to discipline and avoiding worldly conflict. Though this man stood at the pinnacle of Ivani cultivation, he was likely inexperienced in true combat. After only a brief moment of thought, Zhuing had already devised the perfect strategy, using his greatest strength against the enemy's greatest weakness. Ivani slammed heavily into the wall with a metallic crash, as though clad in solid armor. He bounced off and crashed into one of the palace attendants standing nearby. A palace attendant. Zhuing's heart tightened. Behind the two attendants stood the doors to the imperial study of the Golden City Palace. If they could only reach it, they could summon the imperial guards through the side entrance. But why had the attendants remained completely motionless all this time? There was only one explanation. They were already dead. The attendant struck by Ivani slowly slid down the white jade wall, leaving behind a thick crimson trail where the back of her head scraped the stone. For an instant, it seemed as though time had turned back 20 years. His voice once more carried the authority of an emperor and the untamed arrogance of a warrior. The wind roared louder. It sounded like forests surging beneath crashing waves, like migrating birds desperately seeking shelter, like wild beasts fleeing in mournful cries. Wings hanging to the south. I had thought the art of wind summoning had vanished from the world. Yet its heir turns out to be among the barbarians. Emperor Su sounded almost delighted. "Jianming, life still has some interest left after all." The man protecting him smiled faintly. The two advanced side by side. The gale now filled the corridor. Its pressure made it difficult even to open one's eyes. The lantern flames flickered violently, throwing hundreds of wavering shadows across the walls. Behind them, swords clashed again and again against invisible wind blades. Hearing their exchange, Zhuing relaxed ever so slightly. Without waiting for Ivani to recover, he lunged forward and pinned him firmly to the ground. Ivani raised his head and smiled coldly. Zhuiying understood the meaning in that smile. You may knock me down, but you cannot kill me. Zhuiying smiled back. His left hand twisted the man's face aside. Then his right elbow drove with concentrated force into the hinge of Ivani's jaw. A grinding sound echoed softly, like crumpled sheet metal. Under the pressure, Ivani's mouth fell open involuntarily. Realization flashed across his face. He struggled to make guttural, broken sounds. Still not convinced, Zhuiying smiled. When did I ever say I'd fight you barehanded? You've cultivated your body well enough. But your brain is hopelessly dull. His legs tightened, pinning Ivani's flailing limbs even more firmly. Ivani desperately twisted his head. Too late. A brilliant streak of gold and emerald flashed into his open mouth, pierced through the roof of his palate, and drove straight into his brain. His pupils instantly dilated. Blood mixed with saliva trickled from the corners of his lips. Nestled inside his mouth was an exquisitely crafted necklace of gold, pomegranate, and peridot. Zhuiying reached inside and drew out the golden hairpin, now stained with blood and brain matter. As blood streamed from Ivani's mouth, white thread-like matter slowly mixed with it. Meanwhile, Emperor Su and Feng Zhu fought side by side against the wind summoner. The three figures twisted and darted through the raging gale, rising and falling in rapid succession as flashes of steel flickered through the storm. Earlier, Emperor Su had identified the barbarian's secret art as wings hanging to the south. Zhuiying had heard Feng Zhu speak of it before. It was a secret technique inherited from the previous dynasty, named after the rock soaring majestically upon the southern wind. When Emperor Chu Jing, founder of the Great Zheng dynasty, rose from humble beginnings and forged the empire through countless battles, one general of the fallen dynasty had refused to surrender. Surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers, he had unleashed this very technique. Before finally collapsing from exhaustion, he had slain or wounded more than 200 men. Suddenly, Emperor Su was hurled out of the battle. His 3-foot sword shattered inch by inch as he crashed to the ground beside Ivani's corpse. Ignoring Feng Zhu entirely, the barbarian charged straight at the emperor, exposing his own back. Emperor Su seized Ivani's corpse and lifted it before himself as a shield. The barbarian discarded his sword and struck with his palm, aiming directly at the corpse's back. Before the blow landed, Zhuiying sprang forward. He shoved Emperor Su aside. Grabbing the corpse by one shoulder, he twisted it while striking its back with his palm. Instantly, the corpse convulsed. More than a dozen diamond-shaped iron spikes burst from the acupoints across its chest and shoulders. The barbarian roared in fury. With a flick of his fingers, invisible currents of wind swept out, knocking every spike aside. But he had neglected Feng Zhu behind him. Feng Zhu's palm strike was neither particularly fast nor especially flashy. It was simply steady, unyielding. His palm landed squarely upon the barbarian's neck. Crack! The cervical spine shattered. The barbarian collapsed to the ground. Ignoring whether the enemy still lived, Feng Zhu immediately hurried to Emperor Su and helped him to his feet. Zhuiying also approached the fallen barbarian. Though his spine had been crushed and agony racked his body, he had not yet died. His blue eyes burned with fury until the corners nearly split. Zhuiying crouched beside him. The barbarian stared back. A final trace of azure flickered within those clouded eyes. With great effort, he gasped out a few broken words. Zhuiying, Hansha Notabayan. It was the final request spoken by many Hoku warriors before death. No matter how deep the hatred between enemies, the victor would never refuse such a plea. Zhuiying Hansha Notabayan. Kill me. Grant me a warrior's honor. To die in fierce battle, accepting victory or defeat without regret. That was the greatest glory. They were also the very first words the young duo Han had spoken to Feng Jiaming. From them came his eastern land's name. Zhuiying's lips moved. No sound emerged. Wuji Tana. We shall meet again in the next life. The barbarian understood the silent words. He closed his eyes peacefully and waited for the final blow. Without another word, Zhuiying drove the golden hairpin into the barbarian's zoning acupoint. The tension left the man's face. The pain vanished from his brow. He died at peace. Hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. At last, The Imperial Guards had realized something was wrong. Zhuiying rose and went to support Emperor Su. The Emperor had escaped injury, though his right eye was smeared with the barbarian's blood. Seeing Zhuiying approach, he smiled faintly. Zhuiying, though still young, your abilities are remarkable. What reward do you desire? Zhuiying smiled. His deep, unfathomable eyes shimmered beneath the lantern light. This servant fears asking beyond his station. It matters not. If it exists within my empire, you may have it. Leaning upon Zhuiying's shoulder, Emperor Su raised a hand to wipe the blood from his eye. Then, forgive my presumption. A flick of Zhuiying's fingers. A streak of golden light flashed like a treacherous rainbow. It shot straight toward Emperor Su's chest. Swift as an arrow, Emperor Su had no time to dodge. The smile had not yet faded from his face. The tip of a single hairpin was about to claim his life. So this had been the true plan. Two assassins. One wielded the wind. The other had forged his blood into iron, concealing hidden weapons within the joints of his meridians. Even if the wind blades failed, the corpse could still deliver the killing blow. Even if both assassins died, an exhausted and wounded Emperor Su and Feng Zhu would never suspect Zhuiying's sudden betrayal. There had always been one final strike. A scheme within a scheme. A killing move hidden inside another killing move. Blood erupted. It spread rapidly across the emerald silk robe in a widening stain. The hairpin buried itself deep through flesh and bone. Its tassels still swayed gently. The pearls chimed with a clear, delicate melody. Jamming. Emperor Su cried out in shock. Dozens of Imperial Guards rushed in with drawn swords, only to freeze in disbelief at the sight before them. The Emperor sat slumped upon the ground, his face streaked with blood. Feng Zhu, chief of the Phoenix Court, stood before him protectively despite the blood pouring from his shoulder. Feng Zhuiying of the Imperial Cavalry kicked a fallen sword into his hand and charged directly into the guards with dazzling speed. Pressing tightly against the wound in his shoulder, Feng Zhu shouted. Zhuiying. Blood spurted between his fingers. Zhuiying had already fought his way to the corridor's end. Battling as he retreated, he declared coldly, there never was a Zhuiying. I am Duo Han. The next instant, he leapt over the crowd, vaulted onto the many-tiered roof of the Golden City Palace, and disappeared into the night. Your Majesty, my adopted son has rebelled. Feng Zhu's elegant brows drew together as he spoke softly. Emperor Su slowly shook his head. The bond between us was forged upon the battlefield, where we traded life for life. I understand. Besides, if I die, you cannot live either. He gave a mocking laugh. I always believed the Golden City Palace was a palace without shadows, where nothing could ever be hidden. And yet, in the end, it was these eternal lamps that nearly took my life. Cold sweat soaked Feng Zhu's robes. The scar beside his lips twitched faintly. Your Majesty, please cherish your sacred person. I will not die. Emperor Su looked upward. I shall wait right here. When will heaven and earth finally punish me? When will they finally succeed in killing me? I await divine retribution. He gave a quiet snort. Until then, I will not die. His eyes blazed with fierce defiance as he stared overhead. Yet above him there was no boundless sky. Only the cold white jade ceiling of the Golden City Palace, flooded endlessly with unwavering light. Chapter 8. The pristine white cloth had just been laid over the wound when deep, dark bloodstains quickly soaked through it. The young palace maid, flustered and panicked, hastily grabbed 2 more cloths and pressed them haphazardly against the injury. She pressed a little too firmly, causing the man's elegant, long eyes to narrow slightly. Chief Feng, the young maid, terrified, dropped the cloth and knelt on the floor, tears welling in her eyes as her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Feng Zhu cast an indifferent glance at the timid, pitiful figure. It was no wonder they feared him. A sword that had claimed countless lives, even if not pointed directly at one's face, was enough to chill the heart just by watching the blood droplets roll down its blade. You may leave. I'll take care of it. Hai Shi, dressed in a man's blue robe, leaned against the doorway and spoke coldly. The maid stifled her tears and glanced cautiously at Feng Zhu. Seeing no objection from him, she felt as if granted a reprieve and hurriedly retreated from the room on tiptoe. Feng Zhu's left shoulder, stained with blood, was bared to his waist, the white cloth covering it now mottled with crimson marks. Haishur closed the door behind her and stepped forward, gently peeling away the cloth. She drew a sharp, silent breath. The wound was no larger than a mung bean in diameter, but exceptionally deep. The bleeding had slowed slightly, yet it still trickled like a fine spring, painting his shoulder, back, and upper arm vivid red. Frowning deeply, Haishur sat by the bed, dipping a cloth in cold wine to wipe the bloodstains from Fang Zhu's skin. Gradually, the natural hue of his skin emerged. With each wipe, the expression in Haishur's eyes grew darker. Due to years without sunlight, the wheat-colored complexion of Fang Zhu's youth had faded to a pale, bluish white. His exposed shoulder was densely crisscrossed with scars of varying sizes, some deep purple, others faint white. The coin-shaped marks piercing through his shoulder and back were arrow wounds. The raised, intersecting lines were blade scars, and the dark purple ones that would never fade were burns and frostbite. "Father, how many people have you killed?" Haishur dipped the cloth into the cold wine in the basin, a faint red hue spreading through the liquid. "Countless," the man replied, tilting his head away without looking at her. The pure white cloth had already turned a light pink. Haishur lowered her gaze, carefully and skillfully avoiding the fresh wound. "When was the last time?" The man remained silent for a moment before answering. 7 years ago." 7 years ago? Haishur's fingers stilled. As the pause lengthened, the warmth of his skin seeped through the damp cloth. She watched her own fingers curl uncontrollably, squeezing moisture from the fabric. 7 years ago? Fang Zhu remained silent. "You're lying." Haishur hung her head, her shoulders trembling as if under immense strain. Suddenly, she lifted her face, her clear eyes brimming with pain and hatred. "Just this morning, you killed Zhilu. With just those few words, you killed her." Fang Zhu still refused to look at her. His elegant, refined profile remained as impassive as a stone statue, devoid of joy or sorrow, yet steadfastly avoiding her gaze. That old palace maid, before she died, cursed Zhilu for causing her ruin, and Haishur's thick lashes were beaded with fine, shattered tears. "She cursed you to die a miserable death." Fang Zhu responded with a faint smile. Born into a noble family, trained in the imperial court, he had fought across 1,000 miles and rebelled multiple times in his life. The notion of a miserable death was something he had long accepted. If life itself was not worth living well, why bother about whether death would be kind or cruel? "Why? What exactly do you want Zhuing to do for you?" "He values his promises more than his own life. Since he was 13 and you took him under your wing, has he ever once disobeyed your command? That kind of emperor. Zhilu lost her sight because of him. The 6 Wings generals perished because of him, and when I was 6, I was thrown into the Merman Sea, my father dead and my mother scattered, all because of him. With just one word from you, he would willingly sacrifice his own life to protect such an emperor. Even if Zhilu took her own life immediately after returning from Prince Chang's residence, if he sought revenge, he would only go to Prince Chang. Why would he turn against the emperor?" Haishur reached out her hand, her fingers trembling. His eyes were long and profound, like a dragon's hidden abyss. His nose was sharp and narrow, like a blade's edge. His face was gaunt, burdened with heavy thoughts. Her fingertips brushed lightly against his cheek, like 5 petals of a falling flower, vainly trying to draw his gaze back. "Why did Zhilu have to die? Since we were young, no matter what you asked of us, no matter how difficult, even if it cost us our lives, we would have done it for you. But Zhilu, did she really have to die? She was just a blind girl. After she died, Zhuing didn't shed a single tear. I'm afraid he'll never be able to cry again in this lifetime. That is precisely why the blind girl had to die." Fang Zhu finally met Haishur's gaze and spoke slowly. A sharp crack echoed as Fang Zhu's face was slapped to the side, 5 red marks rising on his pale cheek. Haishur clutched the collar of his robe tightly, staring in disbelief at his impassive face as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She and Zhuing were nothing more than pawns, heartlessly manipulated by his fingers. He had never regarded Zhuing or her as his children, not even as human beings. Aside from Emperor Su, no one else truly counted as human. To Haishur, Zhuing was a brother and comrade, someone with whom she could drink freely, discuss swordsmanship, and ride side by side, as close as if they were born of the same womb. But Fang Zhu was her teacher, her father, her friend, the lightning and light that had cleaved open her chaotic world. She had always known that nothing could ever be between them and had never harbored any illusions. Without questioning the past or considering the future, she had killed relentlessly just to earn a word of praise from him. And in the end, this was what she received. She gripped his clothing tightly, her gaze piercing his eyes, tears falling like strings of pearls onto the wound on his left shoulder, causing a sharp, stinging pain. This child clung to him with the naive stubbornness of a young beast. She was the little one he had personally brought back, but he had forgotten that she would grow up. Sometimes, even in male attire, her undeniable beauty could still dazzle the eyes. She stared at him with her clear, black and white eyes, tears falling in torrents. Yet she bit her lip tightly, refusing to let out a single sob. She had always been proud and brave, unwilling to show weakness even when she cried. He felt his tightly clenched hands silently relax. His fingertips hesitantly lifted one by one, and after what felt like an eternity, they stretched into a small, tentative gesture. If he raised his hand just a little higher, he could have embraced her slender shoulders. A light knock sounded at the door. A servant from the residence called from outside. "Young master, a message from the palace urges you to depart immediately." Haisher trembled, abruptly releasing his lapel. She froze for a moment, then roughly wiped the tear stains from her face with the back of her hand. From her bosom, she pulled out a gold thumb ring inlaid with pale green glass and flung it at Fang Zhu. The ring had originally been his. It was too large for her, so she had wrapped it with green silk thread, much like how young women of noble families adjust their rings. Fang Zhu seemed to pay it no mind, and replied toward the door. "Tell them the young master will be there shortly." His voice held not a trace of fluctuation. Haisher took a deep breath, then stood and walked step by step toward the door. Suddenly, she turned back, her brow furrowed with confusion and sorrow. "You raised me for 10 years and Zhuang for 15. Was it all just so we could destroy each other today? How much can I truly trust you?" She stood there for a long moment, but never received his answer. Chapter 9. On the night of the first day of the 7th month, Duo Han attempted to assassinate Emperor Di Su but failed. Dozens of palace attendants and imperial guards were injured, and he fled north under the cover of darkness. Deputy General Fu Yi of the near-capital garrison and Adjutant Fang Haisher of the Huangquan garrison led 500 soldiers through the Yongzhou gate of the imperial capital that very night, carrying torches as they pursued the fugitive. They crossed the 3 prefectures of Zhonglu, Qishan, and Heian, covering more than 1,000 li and exhausting countless horses. Duo Han was exceptionally cunning, slipping through trap after trap, while the imperial forces suffered nearly 100 casualties. By the middle of the 8th month, he was finally killed beyond Mo Pass, and his body was taken by the Jumon army. Cabinet Archives, Memorials and Documents, Tianxiang, 14th year, 8th month. When they reached Mo Pass, it was the afternoon of the 15th day of the 8th month. Beyond the pass lay Jumon territory. Since the remaining 400 cavalrymen were neither envoys nor merchants, they could not openly cross into another country while armed. They therefore sent 10 scouts disguised as civilians beyond the pass to gather intelligence. The appointed time came and went. As dusk approached, not one of the scouts returned. Earlier, 2 warning whistles had sounded from the grasslands, but after that, there had been only silence. It was likely all 10 had perished. To avoid accusations of favoritism through old connections, the 500 soldiers sent from the capital had not been chosen from the Imperial Guard, but from the near-capital garrison, most of them former subordinates of Fu Yi from Huangquan Pass. According to rumors within the palace, Fang Zhu, the chief steward of the Phoenix Court, had intended to capture Fang Zhuang personally, but had been prevented by serious injuries. In his place, another adopted son, Fang Haisher, had been sent. After half a month of pursuit through ambushes, encirclements, and carefully laid traps, Fang Zhuang had traveled alone like a ghost, escaping capture across thousands of li from Zhongzhou to Hanzhou. Instead, dozens of seasoned soldiers had lost their lives. Now, with 10 more dead, quiet unease spread through the remaining 400 cavalrymen. Fu Yi pulled on the reins and closed his eyes in thought. Haisher watched his indistinct profile from the side. After a long moment, Fu Yi raised his right hand and pointed firmly ahead. Across the pass, twilight over the grasslands blazed with extraordinary brilliance. The sky was layered with clouds like countless floating castles. The golden sun still lingered above the horizon, while the icy moon had already risen in the east. Sun, moon, and stars all shone together, making the heavens seem entirely different from those within the pass. The summer grass grew lush and tall, reaching the horses' backs. Beneath the setting sun, the endless prairie resembled waves of crimson gold rolling into the distant horizon. Zhuing narrowed his eyes as the evening light painted his handsome face in shades of gold and crimson. He let his horse wander at its own pace, stopping whenever it pleased before setting off again. The northern climate changed slowly. Within Mo Pass, the pomegranate trees were still in full bloom, their fiery blossoms visible from 7 or 8 li away. Far beneath the blue sky, a plume of dust rose in the distance, racing from southeast to northwest. "They're here." Zhuing tightened his legs slightly. The 9-flowered steed beneath him immediately broke into a swift gallop. Shouts gradually spread behind him, closing into a tightening ring. He glanced back. Across the endless sea of grass, a crescent of yellow dust swept toward him from behind, now less than 2 li away. Riders appeared and vanished among the rolling waves of grass. An indescribable exhilaration surged through Zhuing. He truly was still a Hukou man, a descendant of Sijio. Throwing back his head, he laughed. He cracked the whip lightly, leaned close to his horse's ear, and whispered in the Hukou language. "Fei Guang, let me see whether you truly deserve your reputation." As though it understood him, Fei Guang gave a fierce whinny, reared high, then launched forward. It ran so swiftly its hooves scarcely seemed to touch the earth. Little by little, Zhuing felt life returning to his body. His heart was clear. His vision was clear. His body was as light as a swallow, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Across these endless grasslands that flourished in summer and withered in winter, generation after generation had lived and died like mayflies, forever galloping on horseback beneath the open sky, singing loudly. Born in the wilderness, returning to the wilderness, as insignificant as blades of grass, yet content and joyful. "I'm back. I'm truly back." "Is that him?" Fu Yi asked. "The voice sounds like his," Haisher replied expressionlessly. Fu Yi sneered. "Living quite comfortably. He's even singing." He raised his hand. "Flank him, General." Someone suddenly cried out. Another cloud of yellow dust was rising from the northwest. A shrill note from a blade of grass floated through the crimson twilight. The hoofbeats were perfectly synchronized. The formation was disciplined. This was clearly a well-trained force. Is it the Jiamon army? No, they're dressed as civilians. There's no mistake. Those are Jiamon warhorses. Uneasy murmurs instantly spread through the 400 riders. Jiamon. Fu Yi frowned. So that's how it is. Eastern Hukou bordered Jiamon. The left Pudu tribe lay to the south, while the right Pudu tribe occupied the north. The two kings had long been bitter rivals. Recently, the left Pudu king, Duoluo, appeared to have designs on Jiamon. Naturally, Jiamon sought to win over the right Pudu king, Erji. Fang Zhuing was Duoluo's younger brother. If Erji wished to oppose Duoluo, the most legitimate method was to support Fang Zhuing's claim to the left Pudu throne. To overthrow Duoluo, Jiamon had gone so far as to send troops to contend with the Zhen dynasty over Fang Zhuing. Most infuriating of all, the Jiamon soldiers had concealed their identities, disguising themselves as ordinary herdsmen. If negotiations came later, they could simply deny everything and claim the attackers had merely been bandits. Jiamon had always feared the Zhen dynasty and outwardly submitted to it. When the left Pudu tribe first began causing trouble, Jiamon had even requested military assistance from Tianqi, but Emperor Shi had dismissed their envoy without a second thought. Now it seemed they had abandoned all hope in the Zhen dynasty. Even so, Fu Yi gritted his teeth. If Jiamon were pushed into open retaliation, the consequences would be terrifying. As deputy general of the imperial garrison, he had no reason to ignite a war on Jiamon soil. "General Fu, allow me." A young officer urged his horse forward. Fu Yi turned and saw Fang Haishi's delicate, almost feminine profile. Ahead, Fang Zhuing was less than 1 li away from joining the 1,000-strong Hoku force. Once he merged with them, pursuit would become impossible. Fu Yi nodded. Go. Haisher flicked the reins and struck her horse twice with the whip. Her slender figure shot forward, seeming to dissolve into the setting sun. The wind howled past her ears. She released the reins. With one hand, she drew the 6-stone bow from her back. With the other, she took a white falcon-feathered arrow from her quiver and nocked it. Her left hand held the bow steady. Her right drew the string. She aligned the arrow with her eye. Even a powerful man would struggle to fully draw a 6-stone bow. Yet the young rider accomplished it effortlessly. Her thumb ring was gone. Instead, several layers of rough leather had been hastily wrapped around her thumb. Mind at peace. Spirit clear. No distractions. No hesitation. All thoughts extinguished. All hearts silenced. When she had first learned archery at the age of 6, Fang Zhu had stood behind her, guiding her hands as she drew the bow to its fullest, speaking those very words. Only then could an arrow fly straight and strike without deviation. This shot could not miss. It had to hit. Her fingers relaxed. The bowstring snapped. The instant the arrow flew, cheers erupted behind her. The arrow sped unerringly toward Zhuing's heart. Haisher, so it really is you. Zhuing urged his horse due west, charging directly toward the enormous setting sun, as though another half-hour's ride would carry him straight into its blazing heart. Sagebrush bent and rustled on either side, like waves parting before the wind. He could not dodge. Haishi's arrow had to strike true. That child had always possessed astonishing talent in riding and archery. He believed she would never miss. A sharp whistle split the air. The tremendous impact slammed into his back. His body pitched violently forward before he tumbled from the saddle. Warm liquid trickled down his spine, soaking his back. Zhuing, this is the last wager I'll ever make with you. If you believe in the bond you and Haisher have always shared, if you trust that she would rather defy orders than kill you, then let us stake everything on this gamble. If we win, you'll gain your freedom, and these 7,000 li of Hanzhou. Even as he was thrown through the air, that man's face and voice remained vividly clear. He lay motionless on the damp ground, listening as the Jiaman riders surrounded him while the Zhun army gradually withdrew. With effort, he pushed himself upright. The arrow was still lodged deep in his back. Drawing his sword, he cut off the shaft. Then he reached beneath his left arm and removed the silver flask concealed against his body. A bitter smile appeared on his sharply defined face. Foster father, have you truly never miscalculated in your entire life? The arrowhead had pierced the flask, draining nearly all the wine. His wound was less than half an inch deep. He laughed silently as tears streamed down his face. Haisher and I, we each stubbornly walked our own paths, only to discover that every twist and every turn had already been arranged by you. Our desperate struggles against fate were nothing more than puppets dancing on strings in the play you had written. Lin, director of the Weaving Bureau, stood trembling as he watched those slender, almost feminine fingers casually tap a steady rhythm across the aloes wood table. To think that old fox. The young man shed his usual playful demeanor. The 2 prime falcons we painstakingly selected ended up becoming stepping stones in his scheme. Now, with Fang Zhuing exiled beyond the pass and branded as the man who attempted to assassinate the Emperor of Zhan, the Hoku people suspect nothing. Instead, they hail him as a young hero who endured 15 years of humiliation. Fang Zhu's calculations. They are exquisitely precise. Lin's plump face flushed crimson. This lowly one was too dull-witted. I never imagined Fang Zhu would even sacrifice Zhuliu just to shift the disaster onto your highness. I should have foreseen it. Prince Chang raised a hand to stop him. This isn't your fault. Even if that blind girl had lived, Fang Zhuing would still have stood against us when he returned to Hanzhou. Her death merely strengthened his resolve. It's just like, if Sister Mutant hadn't died, I still couldn't have allowed Brother Su to continue down that path. Having said this, Prince Chang lifted his elegant brows and smiled faintly. I shouldn't be discussing such matters with you. A chill crept into Lin's bones. Back then, Princess Yanling witnessed the unbearable burden of corvée labor and heavy taxation imposed upon the common people. She came to despise Emperor Su for his tyranny and cruelty and urged Prince Chang to assassinate the emperor and seize the throne. Prince Chang, however, believed neither his strength nor the timing was sufficient. He deliberately maintained the facade of a frivolous, carefree nobleman both publicly and privately, deceiving even Princess Yanling herself. Enraged, she left. A few days later, she brought poisoned wine to Emperor Su, intending to share a drink with him, but the black-clad imperial guards thwarted the attempt. Princess Yanling fled. The imperial forces pursued her to the corner tower of the outer city. After being struck by 2 arrows, she pulled the one lodged in her chest free with her own hand and leaped from the 5 Zhanghai Tower, plunging to her death on Yongle Avenue. To protect Prince Chang, she was falsely identified as the illegitimate daughter of the Prince of Finyang. She died with her eyes wide open, filled with endless grievance. Now all we can do is wait until next spring, when the left Pudu king launches his feigned assault on Huangquan Pass as agreed, taking advantage of the capital's weakened defenses. The young man's fingers continued tapping lightly against the table, his smile cold beneath the lamplight. But before then, we must cut off every last one of Feng Zhu's claws. Sister Muden was too foolish. She had courage, but no strategy. Even so, I won't let her death be in vain. After the false princess died, music and revelry within the prince's residence continued without interruption. The guests drank themselves into merriment. The prince summoned a beautiful woman to his chambers. At dawn, he asked, "Did I say anything while drunk last night? Or speak in my sleep?" The beauty replied, "No." The prince smiled. "You're a clever girl. Unfortunately, your cleverness ends today." He drew his sword and killed her. Records of the Emperors, Chapter 131, Prince Chang, from the Book of Conquests. While pursuing the barbarian duo Han, Haishur missed the scheduled return to Huangquan Pass. Heavy snow in the northern wilderness blocked the roads, forcing her to travel south and remain in the eastern regions until the following spring. On her way back to Tianqi, she fell ill outside Qishan City. By the time she reached the courier station, she was slumped across her horse's back, unconscious with fever. A physician was summoned to examine her before being escorted to another room for tea while he wrote a prescription. He diagnosed an invasion of wind cold, adding that as a young woman, she suffered from deficiencies of both qi and blood, so he prescribed several nourishing tonics as well. Fu Yi listened silently and rewarded the physician generously. That very night, the physician died suddenly. The silver he had received was just enough to cover his funeral expenses. The prescription itself was sound, though hardly extraordinary. Haishi's fever gradually lessened but stubbornly refused to disappear. Fu Yi left several soldiers behind at the courier station to care for her, intending for them to rejoin the main force once she recovered. Haishur, however, cared little for her own condition. Even after the weather turned cool in the 9th month, she still wandered about in light clothing, heedless of the cold wind. Her fever lingered. Her return to Tianqi was delayed again and again. By the 10th month, she had developed a persistent cough. Her fever rose and fell unpredictably. She seemed in no hurry to return to the capital, almost as though remaining here suited her perfectly. One by one, she dismissed the soldiers assigned to care for her. By the 11th month, goose feather snow blanketed heaven and earth. Yet every day, Haishur continued practicing archery in the rear courtyard of the courier station. Her eyes seemed to see no arrow. Her hands seemed to hold no bow. Her heart was as still as calm water. Each arrow split the previous one from fletching to tip, cleaving it neatly in two. Again and again, she struck the same bullseye until broken arrows piled together in a tangled heap. At first, it was astonishing. After enough repetitions, it became almost monotonous. A 15-year-old servant girl named Xiao Lu often paused along the corridor while carrying a wash basin, watching Haishur practice. Her round cheeks glowed red from the cold, and her eyes shimmered with something clear and innocent. Haishur could only smile bitterly to herself. One day, for reasons unknown, Xiao Lu finally gathered the courage to timidly ask Haishur for her birth date. Haishur answered casually. The girl immediately grew uneasy. After hesitating for a long while, she awkwardly produced a cypress scapegoat from inside her clothes. Haishur recognized it at once. A cypress scapegoat was a 3-inch wooden figurine carved from cypress. Whenever a child contracted smallpox or someone in the household suffered a lingering illness, ordinary families would carve one, Write the patient's name and birth date upon its chest, then split it in two to symbolically transfer the illness onto the figurine. Because Xiao Lu could not read or write, she asked Haishir to inscribe the characters for her. Haishir had never believed in such superstitions. Still, seeing the girl's eager sincerity, she couldn't bear to disappoint her. After the writing was finished, Xiao Lu placed the figurine upon a chopping block, split it in half with an axe, then solemnly burned both pieces in the stove. Grinning happily, she even brought the ashes over for Haishir to see. Strangely enough, after that, Haishi's condition really did improve. Her fever gradually faded. By the time Xiao Lu was born, the Prince of Yi's rebellion had long since been crushed. Qishan County had been reclaimed early and, blessed with fertile land and abundant resources, its people no longer endured the hardships Haishi's parents once had. Back then, the barren, salty soil yielded nothing. They had been forced to become pearl divers, risking violent seas and whales simply to survive. Though Xiao Lu came from a humble family and earned her living as a servant, she had grown up during more than 10 years of peace. That peace had allowed her to retain a childlike innocence. She probably had no idea that, in troubled times, such youthful innocence and vitality could become the very reason for her destruction. Perhaps it would be better simply to rely upon martial skill and live out this life as a man. Another 20 years. Once youth and beauty had faded, even the nuisance of attracting a young girl's affection would disappear. The thought left Haishir strangely dejected. She shook her head with a faint, self-mocking smile. Voices drifted from the post road ahead. Horses neighed. The old station sergeant shouted in a voice as hoarse as a cracked gong. Xiao Lu, I'm coming." Xiao Lu hurried off, her cloth shoes slapping noisily against the frozen ground. In weather like this, there were no ordinary travelers. Only military couriers carrying urgent dispatches. They were always impatient, demanding warmed wine, horse feed, dry cloaks, and hot meals the instant they arrived before rushing off again. Serving them usually kept Xiao Lu occupied for at least half an hour. Haishir tilted her head toward the sky. Snow drifted down endlessly. A few flakes landed on her lips before melting into icy water. The heavens remained a chaotic blur. Soon another series of hurried footsteps echoed beneath the eaves. Haishir glanced sideways. Xiao Lu was running back, waving a letter excitedly. "Lord Fong, a letter for you." As she handed it over, their fingers brushed. The girl's face instantly turned scarlet. Somewhat embarrassed, Haishir accepted the letter and began opening it as she walked. The envelope was remarkably thin. On it, only a single character had been written. Fong. 3 months had passed since they had last exchanged letters. That was unusually long for Haishir. She bit her lower lip slightly, wearing an expression that looked oddly boyish and resentful, then slipped 2 fingers into the envelope to draw out its contents. Xiao Lu followed behind her enthusiastically. Suddenly, she stopped in surprise. The young general ahead of her froze as though stung. His fingers abruptly released the paper. From the plain white envelope drifted a brilliant scarlet card. Against the snow, its color was so vivid it almost seemed to burn. Quick thinking, Xiao Lu hurried forward and crouched to retrieve it. A hand suddenly pressed firmly over hers. It was slender yet strong. The palm was faintly warm, covered with fine calluses. A roar filled Xiao Lu's ears. Her face burned crimson. "Don't touch it." Haishir frowned. Her elegant brows knitted tightly. Her expression turned cold and commanding, almost murderous. Xiao Lu immediately turned pale. Tears welled in her eyes, though she dared not let them fall. How had this handsome, cheerful young general suddenly become so frightening? Haishir picked up the scarlet card. After hesitating briefly, she unfolded it. The moment she read it, astonishment flashed across her long brows. She looked sharply at Xiao Lu. "Where is the messenger?" "I in the front hall, waiting." Xiao Lu's voice trembled uncontrollably. A loud clatter rang out. She jumped in fright. Looking down, she saw arrows scattered across the snow-covered courtyard. Haishir was already gone. She rushed straight into the courier station's front hall. An ordinary middle-aged soldier waited there. His appearance was so plain it was nearly impossible to remember, yet somehow he seemed vaguely familiar. When Haishir entered, he immediately rose and saluted. His bearing was calm and dignified. She found herself unable to underestimate him. She had indeed seen him several times before at Jifeng Hall. He was likely someone important among the black-clad imperial guards. That alone showed how seriously Fang Zhu regarded this letter. "Did you bring enough silver?" Haishur asked. "Yes, young master." "Then buy yourself another horse for the return journey." She turned toward the stables. "I'm taking yours." The horse he had ridden was the fastest mount in the hall. It had once belonged to Zhuoying. Its saddle was still in place. When Haishur let it out, it immediately recognized her, blinking its dark, gentle eyes. She patted its neck sadly. Then she mounted. The whip cracked. The horse shot forward like lightning. The journey from Qishan City to Tianqi was 600 li. Even the fastest courier carrying a flying phoenix gold plaque needed a full day and night. Ordinary travelers required 5 or 6 days. The road ahead vanished beneath heavy snowfall. Yet the horse charged relentlessly south through the white storm. The wind howled. Snow lashed against the windows. Fang Zhu suddenly opened his eyes. Amid the roar of the storm, distant hoofbeats gradually drew closer. Time had erased the marks left by years of military life. The calluses from drawing bows. The scars left by blades. All had faded. Only his instinctive alertness at night and his remarkably keen hearing remained unchanged. The hoofbeats stopped 2 or 3 li away, no doubt while the rider roused the guards to open Chihuahua Gate. Then they continued straight toward Jifeng Hall. Clear, steady, resonant in the silent night. Who else could it be? Except Haishur? Frostping Lake had long since frozen over. He remembered that summer day. Lotus blossoms had swayed gracefully beyond the window. Duckweed had covered the pond. Another half-year had slipped away just like that. Outside came the sound of hurried footsteps. The guards whispered urgently, trying to dissuade someone. One let out a muffled cry of pain. She had probably struck him. Fang Zhu smiled bitterly to himself. Who could possibly stop her? Haishur strode directly into his bedchamber and shut the door behind her. She had raced through the snow like the wind itself. Not a single snowflake clung to her shoulders. Only the front of her collar bore a fine dusting of white. He watched her approach without the slightest surprise. Slowly sitting upright, he simply waited for her to speak. His eyes were deep and unreadable. Their gray depths concealed everything. The charcoal brazier filled the room with oppressive warmth. Only then did Haishur realize that her hands, feet, and cheeks had become so numb from the cold she could scarcely feel them. Gradually, she became aware of the heat burning inside her own body. The brazier was not warming her. Her fever was. With great effort, she reached inside her robe, withdrew the scarlet card, and held it out before Fang Zhu. What does this mean? Rage blazed across her beautiful face. A reward? Because I personally killed Zhuoying for you. Is this how you reward my loyalty? Fang Zhu looked at her across the scarlet card. He said nothing. The card, decorated with gilded mandarin ducks, folded accordion style into an unbroken chain symbolizing lifelong union. It was a marriage certificate. Only 2 names could be seen. One on the left, one on the right. Fang Jiaming, Yi Haishur. The handwriting was upright, elegant, and perfectly rounded. It was unmistakably the refined script of an aristocratic gentleman. He had written his original name. He had remembered her original surname, Yi. He knew how deeply she cared for Zhuoying. He knew how agonizing it had been for her to loose that arrow herself. So, was this meant to be compensation? The candle flame suddenly flared with a sharp crackle. Haishur felt as though her heart were boiling. Grief scorched her from within. A bitter taste rose into her throat. At the slightest provocation, it threatened to burst free. She clenched her fists, closed her eyes, summoned every ounce of strength she possessed to force the anguish back down. When she opened her eyes again, even she was surprised by how calm her voice sounded. I didn't kill him. She spoke each word slowly. I knew he always carried a wine flask beneath his left arm. I aimed only at the flask. She looked straight at him. I disobeyed you. For the first time in my life. Her voice rose slightly, and it felt indescribably satisfying. I know. His gentle voice carried the faintest trace of amusement. You don't know. The bitterness burst through her clenched teeth. Haishur thought she would scream. Instead, only a hoarse whisper escaped. You told me to kill, and I never once asked why. But if Zhuoying and I were destined to become enemies, why did you let us call each other brothers? Why let us eat together, sleep together, study together, train together since childhood? I've always loved you. I never expected you to return those feelings. So long as I caused you no trouble, I was willing to endure everything in silence. I never complained. Hot tears shimmered in her eyes. But if I'm nothing more than a weapon, a loyal hunting dog, why dangle a marriage before me like bait? You've utterly humiliated me. Fang Zhu did not avoid her gaze. Instead, a faint smile appeared. I know. So does Zhuoying. You're an exceptionally perceptive child. I never had to tell you what to do. You always understood. Now, Zhuoying is officially dead in the records of the great Zheng. But among the Heku, he is the fugitive duo Han Ursa, who has returned against all odds. Without that arrow, Prince Chang's faction would never have stopped pursuing him. He could never have established himself among the Heku. Your arrow landed exactly where Zhuoying, and I hoped it would. Confusion slowly spread across Haishi's face. Fang Zhu continued smiling gently. You're far too willful. What you desire, I cannot give. But I know how much you've suffered this time. The faint scar across his face curved upward almost like a smile. Within his long phoenix eyes flickered a trace of youthful warmth. Besides, it's been many years since I last allowed myself to act willfully. Haisher blinked in bewilderment. Her thoughts raced wildly. Before she fully understood his meaning, her hands and shoulders began trembling uncontrollably. A bittersweet wave of happiness surged through her. Moments later, she slowly lifted her face. A blush bloomed across both cheeks. Fang Zhu rose from the bed, draping a robe over himself. He gently enclosed her tightly clenched fists within his own hands. One finger at a time, he eased them open. Retrieving the crumpled marriage certificate, he laughed softly. Don't crush it. It still has a purpose. Even if no one else ever sees it, we shouldn't neglect these formalities. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare auspicious dishes for tomorrow evening. Within the dynasty, eunuchs were permitted to marry palace maids. Such unions were called paired dining. Some even kept homes beyond the palace walls or took concubines. Rather than hiding such arrangements, many proudly displayed them. Everyone understood the reality behind those marriages. Even so, the ceremonies were often conducted with meticulous observance of all 6 traditional rites. Proposal, exchange of names, confirmation of the auspicious omen, presentation of betrothal gifts, selection of the wedding date, the wedding procession. If held outside the palace, the celebrations were often even grander. Many eunuchs also adopted children from poor families to care for them in old age. But none of that was possible for them. To the world, they were the chief eunuch of the palace and a frontier general, an adoptive father and his adopted son, a eunuch, a young man. Every aspect of their relationship defied convention. If Haishi's identity as a woman were ever exposed, her participation in the imperial examinations disguised as a man, and her appointment as third-rank scholar, would become undeniable evidence of deceiving the emperor. This marriage certificate was destined never to be presented before heaven, earth, or their ancestors. Her knees weakened. A roaring filled her ears. The 600-li journey, ridden without food or rest while burning with fever, had utterly exhausted her. Joy and sorrow crashed together like towering waves. They swallowed her consciousness whole. Her mind went blank. She collapsed sideways. Fang Zhu caught her by the waist. Somewhere in the distance, someone knocked at the door. She tried to push him away. Tried to stand. The arm around her waist tightened instead. A calm voice spoke. Xiaozi, come in. The next instant, a numbness spread behind her ear. Haisher sank into dreamless sleep. The man who entered was the same middle-aged soldier who had delivered the letter to Qishan City. He must have ridden back at full speed, arriving barely an hour after Haisher. Seeing Fang Zhu supporting the unconscious youth by the shoulders and waist, Xiaozi showed no surprise. He cupped his hands respectfully. Without using any formal title, he reported, the informant has sent word. Prince Chang has finalized his plan. He intends to use his birthday celebration the day after tomorrow as an excuse to request that His Majesty transfer the young master to his residence as captain of the guards until the roads to Huangquan Pass reopen next summer. There's one more thing. While listening in, our informant heard Prince Chang refer to the young master as that Fang family girl. By then, Fang Zhu had already laid Haisher gently upon the bed. He rested a hand against her smooth forehead. The fever had lessened somewhat. With her bright eyes closed, Her sleeping face appeared unexpectedly fragile. What an impatient young prince. Fang Zhu never looked back. He simply gazed at her while gently wiping the thin sheen of sweat from her brow. Does he intend to eliminate every one of my people before spring arrives? Chief Eunuch. Even the usually calm Xiaozi couldn't help raising his voice. Fang Zhu finally turned. It was my mistake. I should never have held on to hope. Return immediately. Tomorrow, during the Chiyue hunt, keep a close watch on Prince Chang and his men. Do not allow them to act ahead of schedule. Once Haisher enters Prince Chang's residence, it will be almost impossible for her to leave. But with snow this heavy, Xiaozi asked, will His Majesty even go hunting tomorrow? The candlelight made Fang Zhu's face seem unusually pale. If His Majesty does not go to the hunting grounds tomorrow, this child's life will most likely be ruined. That very night, Xiaozi left the city. He did not return until just before dawn. Holding a newly acquired eaglet in his arms, he sat atop the hip and gable roof of Chongren Gate. Through the swirling snow, he could just make out the tiny glow of the lamp burning in the side courtyard of Jifeng Hall. It remained lit until daybreak. By then, the lanterns throughout the brilliantly illuminated Jincheng Palace had burned through the night, and the palace attendants had already begun their morning duties. Chapter 10. That night, she slept so soundly that not even a single dream found her. Wrapped in a familiar scent, she finally let her guard down, like a young beast returning to its den, allowing her consciousness to sink into the comforting darkness. If only she never had to wake up. She frowned, shrinking away from the cool, broad hand gently patting her cheek. Through the haze of sleep, she felt as though she were 7 or 8 years old again, refusing to get up in the morning to practice calligraphy while her adoptive father tried to wake her. She burrowed deeper beneath the quilt to escape him. Zhuiying, always mischievous, would snatch the blankets away with a flourish, making her sneeze 3 or 5 times in a row. Half asleep, Haisher smiled and instinctively hugged the quilt tighter, bracing herself for Zhuiying's prank. But after a while, nothing happened. The sweet heaviness of sleep gradually faded. Time rushed back, and memories settled against her heart like a piece of cold jade. Even before opening her eyes, sorrow welled up within her. She was no longer the little girl with twin buns in her hair, and Zhuiying, the boy with dark golden eyes who had accompanied her for 10 years, would most likely never return to play with her again. She opened her eyes, closed them tightly, then opened them once more. Zhuiying was gone. Only he and she remained here. Yes, this was his room. The bedding and curtains were simple and elegant, carrying a faint fragrance of ink. His pillow, his marrow jade waist pendant, the ancient sword Jingni resting beside the bed, and his cool, warm hand gently touching her cheek were all still there. Bright winter light filled the room, and beyond the window paper, snow drifted down like flying willow catkins. Haisher blinked her thick lashes. It's snowing. He tried to withdraw his hand, but she caught it and held it against her cheek. Her touch was light, hesitant, and awkward, as though she feared the slightest sign of displeasure from him. At any moment, she looked ready to let go and run away. I want to leave the military registry and stay in the capital. Don't you like the frontier? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I do. She glanced at him before immediately lowering her eyes again. But the frontier is too far away from you. Whether it's the emperor or the barbarian kings, I'm not afraid of any of them. As long as I can always stay by your side, and I'm the only one, that's enough. He fell silent. His chest churned with both ice and fire. The tenderness shimmering in her eyes at that moment frightened him more than anything else. She was growing up. Day by day, her androgynous beauty became more striking. Though years beneath the sun had tanned her skin to a warm honey gold, whenever she let down her hair, an unconscious grace and charm emerged that no one could mistake. On the battlefield, she was as resolute as forged steel, colder and steadier than any man. Yet beside him, she always regarded herself as a child, trusting him without reservation and indulging in the brief happiness she had found. And the only thing he could do was shatter that fragile, bubble-like happiness with his own hands. Suddenly, she lifted her face, her bright eyes shining with determination. I've always been the best at martial arts since I was little. I won't hold you back. The hand resting against Haishi's cheek remained gentle, while the one hanging at his side quietly clenched into a fist. The Emperor is going on the winter hunt today. Will you accompany me? The winter hunt? Yes, I want to go. At the mention of hunting, Haishur immediately brightened. She jumped barefoot off the bed and hurried toward her own room. I'll go change. Your hand. Huh. She stopped in confusion and cautiously held out her hand. A cold, weighty object dropped into her palm. It was a gold archer's thumb ring inlaid with pale green glass, an heirloom whose surface had acquired a warm, mellow sheen from years of use. The inside had been carefully wrapped with thick green silk thread. She slipped it onto her right thumb. It fit perfectly. She beamed at him. He answered with the faintest smile, though unfathomable shadows lingered in his eyes. It was the major snow solar term. Dark clouds gathered from every direction, and snowflakes danced through the sky. Even so, Emperor Di-Su insisted on going hunting. On the day of the imperial winter hunt, Yong'an Avenue, Yongla Avenue, and Qingji Gate were closed to commoners as usual. Every shop and food stall along the route was shut. On both sides of the snow-covered avenue, stretching for 50 li, brocade curtains more than 10 feet high formed an unbroken wall. Fine sea sand had been spread evenly across the road to keep the imperial carriages from slipping, leaving it broad, level, golden, and spotless, as though it had been paved with pure gold. Along Yong'an Avenue, officials in robes of the 5 official colors advanced in orderly formations. Banners and ceremonial canopies filled the road until they seemed to blot out the sky. The Great Zheng dynasty honored 5 colors: black, gold, vermilion, blue, and purple. Black embroidered with golden dragons was reserved exclusively for the ceremonial robes of the emperor and empress, while the remaining colors were assigned according to rank and office. Even in winter, when everyone wore fur cloaks over their robes, no one was permitted to exceed the colors designated for their station. Because this was a hunt, all officials wore riding attire. Their ceremonial hats had been removed. The left shoulder of their court robes slipped down to reveal matching inner garments, and the long front and back panels were tied at the right side of the waist. Fur cloaks in their assigned colors were then worn over everything. Haishur rarely wore fur. In her haste, she could not find a blue sable cloak that matched her rank, so she settled for a silver fox cloak instead, making her particularly conspicuous among the military officials. Before long, another officer approached to make conversation. Haishur introduced herself, giving both her name and her place of origin. The moment they heard the name Fang Haishur and realized she was Fang Zhu's adopted son, the surrounding officials exchanged uneasy glances before falling silent. Haishur said nothing more and simply urged her horse onward alone. When they reached the intersection of Yong'an and Yongla avenues, a young eunuch rode over with an imperial order, instructing both the civil and military officials to halt. By then, nearly half a li separated Emperor Di-Su's procession from the officials behind him. A waiting procession entered the gap from Yongla Avenue. At its head rode a young man draped in an exceptionally long cloak of brilliant red fox fur. His face was hidden beneath a wind hood, though beneath the hem of the cloak gleamed exquisitely crafted purple-gold stirrups. Vermilion was reserved for members of the imperial family. This could only be Prince Chang. Prince Chang reined in his horse and turned toward the assembled officials, though it was impossible to tell whom he was looking at. After a brief pause, he casually threw back his hood and faced forward again. His features were finer and more delicate than Emperor Di-Su's, and he usually wore a perpetually listless expression. Yet in that fleeting moment, his face was unexpectedly cold and sharp. Anyone who caught that glimpse might have questioned their own eyes a heartbeat later, for Prince Chang suddenly threw back his head and let out an enormous, completely unrestrained yawn before leading his guards after Emperor Di-Su's procession. Wansher period, first year. The imperial procession arrived at the hunting grounds. Chiyue hunting ground lay below Chiyue Pass, enclosed on 3 sides by the Tianzhi Mountains. It was the royal hunting park closest to the capital. For more than 670 years since the founding of the dynasty, the Great Snow Winter Hunt had been held there every year, interrupted only during the 8 years of the Yiwang Rebellion. Originally, the purpose of the Great Snow Winter Hunt had been to divine the fortunes of the coming year according to the quantity and variety of game taken. The hunt was expected to produce leopards, sables, sparrowhawks, and rabbits, symbolizing wealth, warmth and livelihood, favorable weather and prosperity. Over time, however, it evolved into a ceremonial hunt. Before the imperial carriage, the 4 animals would be released one after another for the emperor to symbolically capture or shoot before offering them to heaven, earth, and the mountains during the great spring sacrifice. The officials permanently stationed at the hunting grounds were known as hunters, numbering around 100. When they came out to greet the imperial procession, they too had loosened one shoulder of their court robes and tied up the hems into riding attire, forming a separate column to the left of the 5 colored ranks of officials. Heischer studied them. Each had a specific duty. Some carried eagles or sparrowhawks. Others led cages filled with rabbits. 16 were assigned solely to transporting leopard cages. Among them stood 2 young women wrapped in mottled gray squirrel fur cloaks. Their appearances were ordinary, and they looked neither like palace maids nor noble women. Their black hair fell loose over their shoulders without ornaments or elaborate styling. Their squirrel fur cloaks covered them from neck to ankle. Such attire was highly disrespectful in the emperor's presence. Yet no one seemed to pay them the slightest attention. As though sensing Heishi's gaze, one of the young women turned and looked back. Her eyes were innocent and timid, like the white rabbit cowering inside the nearby cage. At that moment, the civil officials ahead stepped aside as a eunuch loudly announced that the leopard was about to be released, ordering all military officials to move forward and protect the emperor. Heischer followed the others, leading her horse on foot through the ranks of civil officials. Among the forest of imperial guards, she spotted the soldier who had ridden Win's steed to deliver the message to Qishan. Prince Chang and Emperor Di Su stood surrounded by blue-clad imperial guards and military officials. Their fox fur and sable robes gleamed like the finest tribute silk, making them the 2 brightest splashes of color against the endless white snow and blue-gray landscape. Fang Zhu stood quietly among the eunuchs. He wore the same sable outer robe, his wind hood casting a shadow over his eyes. Even so, his bearing remained unmistakable. Many military officials had already noticed him and whispered among themselves. Could this be the legendary chief steward Fang, the man who supposedly never left the palace? A slight commotion rippled through the crowd ahead. The leopard had been released from its cage. The leopard was a clouded leopard that had been raised in the imperial hunting grounds since it was a cub. It was familiar with the hunters who cared for it, and they trimmed its claws every day. As long as no one got too close, it was little more than a harmless ornamental beast. Freshly released from its cage, tiny golden bells tinkled around its paws. It padded uncertainly through the snow, leaving plum blossom-shaped prints behind. Catching sight of a familiar hunter in the crowd, it bounded happily toward them. A sharp shout suddenly split the air, carrying such murderous intent that it sent a chill through everyone present. Emperor Di Su casually shrugged off his black sable cloak and flicked his wrist. A flash of steel cut through the air. The clouded leopard let out a pained roar, thrashing wildly as the bells on its paws rang frantically, spraying powdery snow in every direction. Imperial guards rushed forward with military staves, forcing the beast to the ground. It took nearly 20 men to subdue it. Only then did the crowd see the weapon. A finely crafted steel axe, thrown by Emperor Di Su himself, was buried squarely between the leopard's eyes. One strike. A perfect kill. After the ritual officer completed the ceremonial prayers, the guards dragged the leopard aside. The assembled officials immediately fell to their knees. Long live the emperor! Their voices rose together in praise of his martial prowess. Emperor Di Su accepted the black sable cloak from a young attendant, draped it over his shoulders, and cast a weary, indifferent glance across the hundreds of kneeling civil and military officials, resplendent in embroidered robes and jeweled belts. By the time Heischer looked up, all she saw was his retreating figure. The heavy sable cloak billowed behind him like a pair of black wings. Where are the sable maidens? His clear voice carried a trace of amusement, like a spoiled young noble anticipating a cruel game. Almost imperceptibly, the officials' gazes shifted toward the hunters standing to the left. 2 young girls wrapped in gray squirrel fur cloaks stepped hesitantly from the ranks. They exchanged a nervous glance. Their shoulders trembled. Snap! The soft sound echoed through the silence. Emperor Di Su lightly tapped the handle of his riding crop against his palm. Impatient, the girls instantly froze. Their faces remained expressionless, but their pale, rounded lips quivered almost imperceptibly. Two hunters stepped forward. They undid the clasps at the girls' throats and pulled away their cloaks. The thick, warm fur slipped silently to the ground. Then, with a hard shove from behind, the girls stumbled into the snow, still stained with the clouded leopard's fresh blood, exposed before hundreds of watching men. Beneath the cloaks, they wore almost nothing. Only thin, sleeveless white satin tunics barely covered their bodies. Their boots had been removed. Their bare skin, suddenly exposed to the bitter cold, quickly flushed a delicate rosy pink against the white snow. "Move forward." The command came in a cold, elegant voice. "Separate, and keep walking." The girls obeyed. Their tender bare feet crossed the frozen ground. The icy snow made them step lightly and quickly, as though they were dancing upon burning coals. "Stop. Stay where you are." They halted 10 zhang away, alone in the open snowfield. Two slender white figures, black hair fluttering in the northern wind. The hunters opened the sable cages. 24 black sables darted free. Most avoided the crowd, racing across the snow toward the forest. A few, however, circled curiously around the girls before curling up around their ankles and resting comfortably atop their feet. Everyone unconsciously held their breath. The sable hunt was the most dangerous part of the winter ceremony. No one wished to bear responsibility if anything went wrong. That day brought the heaviest snowfall of the winter. The sky churned beneath a curtain of white. Snowflakes drifted down like willow catkins, settling upon the sable maiden's shoulders before melting against their body heat into tiny streams of water. Gradually, the warmth faded from their skin. The snow no longer melted. Fresh flakes continued to gather, covering them layer by layer. Like a frozen branch snapping beneath the weight of ice, one sable maiden suddenly dropped to her knees before collapsing face first into the snow without moving again. The dark sable curled at her feet circled her in confusion. It sniffed at her face. Then it lifted its head and let out a mournful cry. Haisher drew in a sharp breath and forced herself to lower her eyes. Moments later, the second maiden swayed. Her slender body stiffened. She toppled backward like a withered tree collapsing into the snow. The immense imperial procession remained utterly silent. The wind grew stronger. Loose snow swept across the ground in shimmering silver waves. Before long, the girl's black hair disappeared beneath the accumulating snow. Only a pure white world remained. Haisher heard a faint crack. Someone had clenched a fist so tightly their knuckles had popped. She glanced to her left. A fist protruding from beneath blue fox fur was clenched so tightly the knuckles had turned white. To her right, someone gripped a riding crop, absently picking at the leather wrapped around its handle. Ahead of her, another person's hands hung loosely at their sides, one finger tapping lightly against a thigh where a long sword would ordinarily have rested, had weapons not been forbidden in the emperor's presence. No one spoke. She could not see their expressions. Haisher slowly raised her head. The orderly ranks of officials remained perfectly aligned. Within this magnificent, silent procession, what was everyone thinking? A timid cry drifted from the forest. The two black sables beside the fallen maidens immediately lifted their heads and answered anxiously. Another cry came in reply. Then two sleek, jet-black sables emerged from the undergrowth, darting lightly across the snow to join the others. They cautiously sniffed the maidens before rubbing themselves against their cheeks with soft whimpers. More rustling followed. One sable after another emerged from the woods. Completely ignoring the hundreds of people only 30 meters away, they gathered around the girls until two living blankets of glossy black fur covered them, shielding them from the bitter cold. Dozens of hunters advanced cautiously with a net 4 zhang wide. The sables neither fled nor resisted. Occasionally one let out a soft cry. Instead, they huddled even closer around the girls until the entire group was gathered inside the net. The lead hunter presented the drawstring to Feng Zhu. Feng Zhu offered it to Emperor Disu. Symbolically, the captured sables had been presented to the emperor. Wearing thick leather gloves, the hunters began removing the sables one by one. Only then did the animals realize what had happened. They clawed wildly, crying with shrill, infant-like voices. As the net emptied, one of the sable maidens gradually came into view. She sat motionless amid patches of crimson. Her bewildered eyes wandered through the mesh. After a long moment, she screamed. The piercing cry sliced through the frozen air like a blade, sending a chill through everyone present. Once a sable's fur is damaged or stained, it becomes worthless. For that reason, neither blades nor traps may be used to capture them. Even if lured into a snare, terrified sables will claw one another apart, ruining their precious pelts. The method of using a sable maiden as bait had been adopted from the northern kingdoms. It preserved the animal's fur better than any other method. For these gentle, innocent creatures, the sable maiden was the perfect lure. Emperor Di Su casually tossed aside the net's drawstring. A young eunuch hurried forward to retrieve it. Another attendant presented the emperor with a bow and arrows. The sable maiden remained seated inside the net, staring blankly at her hands. From face to limbs, her body was covered with crimson scratches left by countless tiny claws. The cold had done nothing to numb the pain. A single tear rolled from her eye to her fingertip, tracing every wound before falling onto the snow. A bright crimson drop bloomed against the endless white. Across the frozen plain, it looked like two clusters of wild flowers blooming out of season. Haishi's eyes gradually lost focus. There was only red and white. Yet somehow it felt as though an endless sea of blue had suddenly unfolded before her. A heavy, suffocating blue surged over her, stealing away her breath. Steel gray shark fins, tangled blue hair, radiant pearls, the fierce faces of soldiers. Fragments of memory shattered through her mind. A salty taste spread across her tongue. A dull ache pulsed in her right palm. She lowered her head. There were no wounds. Yet she could clearly feel where the pain belonged. She looked up desperately, searching for him. Among thousands of people, she found him immediately. Like a solitary pine rising above a forest, he was not especially imposing in stature, yet an unyielding dignity set him apart from everyone else, regardless of the disgraceful titles forced upon him. Both he and Emperor Di Su had removed their fur cloaks and handed them to a young eunuch, revealing the riding attire beneath. He held the ceremonial 8-foot bow in one hand. His bearing was every bit that of a noble young aristocrat. For more than 670 years, 53 emperors of the Chu imperial line had ruled the dynasty. Among them had been no shortage of tyrants and fools. The common people had learned only one way to survive: endure. The greatest upheaval during those 6 centuries had come 22 years earlier under Emperor Xilin, a ruler celebrated for diligence and strict laws. Yet strangely enough, the reigns of foolish emperors often proved more peaceful. The empire was simply too vast. Even neglected, it could continue governing itself for many years. But emperors were mortal. A human life lasted only a few decades. Cruel rulers often died even sooner. In the endless struggle between ruler and subjects, the emperor was always the one destined to lose. Yet Emperor Di Su inspired a different kind of fear. Among the common people, rumors persisted that perhaps he had merely been led astray by wicked ministers. Court officials knew better. He was neither ignorant nor foolish. He understood righteous governance. He simply chose to reject it. When he killed, his eyes remained open. He never flinched from his own sins. Even someone as ruthless and terrifying as Feng Zhu was merely an extension of the emperor's will. Most frightening of all, 14 years had passed. Neither of them showed the slightest sign of age or decline. Everyone knew immortal tyrants could not exist. Yet reason alone could never overcome fear. As though she could see through layers of fur to the hands hidden beneath, Haisher almost heard the silent thoughts surrounding her. Why haven't those two died yet? The hunting grounds were so quiet that every 6-pointed snowflake seemed audible as it touched the earth. Those unspoken words hung frozen in the air like lead, making it difficult to breathe. Emperor Di Su casually plucked his bowstring. The sharp twang shattered the silence. At once, a storm of wings exploded from the surrounding forest. Dozens of birds of prey took to the sky. There were 24 eagles, representing the 24 solar terms. Among them flew a single white-feathered, blue-backed sparrowhawk, symbolizing harmony between heaven and earth and favorable weather. The emperor alone was to identify it and shoot it with the ceremonial 8-foot bow. Afterward, the imperial princes and officials of the second rank and above would shoot down every remaining eagle. Not one was to survive. Emperor Di Su's eyes were sharp. His hands were quicker still. He drew and released in one smooth motion. The arrow streaked upward like a meteor, piercing one white wing of the sparrowhawk. The bird shrieked in pain and veered toward the forest. The emperor frowned. Without hesitation, he loosed a second arrow. It pierced the sparrowhawk's heart and burst out through its back. The bird stiffened, then fell like a stone. The ritual officer proclaimed an auspicious year. Prince Chang and the high ministers all raised their bows. Fang Zhu stood among them. As though sensing Haishi's gaze, he turned and looked briefly toward her. Seeing his calm, composed face, she finally felt her heart settle. Ever since he had lifted 6-year-old her onto his shoulders, she had believed that, in this bustling world, he alone was her unwavering support. He was reserved, detached, yet simply knowing she occupied a place within his heart had always been enough. His gaze rested on her for a moment, then shifted slightly past her. Haisher followed his line of sight. The soldier who had carried the message to Qishan stood not far behind her, watching her intently. Eagles pierced by arrows continued dropping from the sky. Officials looked upward in admiration. Imperial guards busied themselves collecting the golden rings from the bird's talons and delivering them to the ritual officers. No one noticed anything else. The soldier quietly reached inside his robe. He withdrew a small leather pouch. Inside was a struggling eaglet, barely a month old. Its soft gray feathers were still sparse. Its yellow beak and tiny claws looked pitifully delicate within the man's broad hand. His fingers slowly tightened. The eaglet stretched its neck. Tiny cries escaped its throat. Suddenly, an enormous shadow plunged from the sky. The mother eagle folded her wings and dove straight toward the soldier's head. "Be careful," Haisher cried out instinctively. The soldier looked at her. There was unmistakable pity in his eyes. His gaze seemed to pass through her entirely, settling somewhere far beyond, as though he could already see a fate she herself could not comprehend. Haisher felt as though her own heart had become that helpless eaglet. An icy hand gripped it tightly within the void, crushing it, until nothing remained but blood and shattered flesh. She turned abruptly. Fang Zhu was drawing his bow. It was aimed directly at her. "Xiaozi, move." "Chen Xiaozi." The Imperial guards shouted desperately. Without bows, they could do nothing to help their comrade. Fang Zhu had already drawn the string. The three of them stood perfectly aligned. It was not that Haisher happened to be standing between Fang Zhu and Xiaozi. Xiaozi had deliberately placed himself behind her to lure the mother eagle into position. To everyone else, it appeared Fang Zhu was waiting for the perfect moment to save Xiaozi. But she knew. He was waiting for something else. She finally understood. She should have known from the very beginning. Happiness would never come so easily. What kind of cold, faithless man was he? He had abandoned Zhuiying without hesitation. Why would he not abandon her as well? Strangely, she felt neither anger nor grief. For years, his eyes had resembled a flawless mirror. Everything outside reflected upon its surface. Nothing within could be seen. But at that moment, the mirror cracked. She saw into the depths of his eyes. A violent darkness churned beneath their calm surface, struggling desperately against the restraint that held it back. She could easily avoid the arrow. One nudge to send her horse forward, or a quick duck beneath its belly. Either would suffice. But he was the only archer in the world capable of wounding her. If this was his will, she would not evade it. She would remain here, and allow him to end her life with his own hands. Though only an instant passed, countless thoughts surged through her mind. The arrow flew. With a sharp whistle, it skimmed over the crown of Haishi's head before driving deep into the mother eagle just as it reached Xiaozi. Its force did not diminish. The arrow carried the furious bird onward, pinning it to a nearby poplar tree. Only then did Haisher feel the cold upon the top of her head. Her carefully bound hair had come undone. The arrow had sliced cleanly through the embroidered headscarf securing it. Her raven-black hair spilled freely to her waist like a fragrant waterfall. Its breathtaking beauty left the onlookers speechless. She slowly lifted her face through the scattered strands. Bright eyes, crimson lips. She seemed to shine. Her beauty was like a reflection upon water. Never entirely clear. Impossible to look away from. The unmistakable bloom of youth. She saw none of the stunned admiration on the officials' faces, nor Prince Chang's thunderstruck expression, nor Emperor Di Su's raised brow and intrigued smile. She looked only at him. Her face, usually untouched by fear or sorrow, now wore an expression he could not describe. Like a traveler in the desert gazing upon a mirage. Like a child chasing floating lanterns during the Lantern Festival. It was the face of someone yearning for an illusion they already knew they could never reach. The corners of her lips trembled. Slowly, they lifted. A smile. Fragile enough to shatter. 2 streams of tears slipped silently down her cheeks. They froze into ice before reaching the ground. You never needed to go this far. You never needed to scheme so carefully. If only you had asked. No matter how impossible, I would have done it for you. Her eyes spoke those words. This time, he did not look away. He met her gaze directly. Relief and sorrow mingled across his brow. The noise around them gradually faded. The colorful ranks parted to form a path. Someone rode leisurely toward her. He wore robes of noble black. Golden thread embroidered 9 dragons across his sleeves and raised hem. As he approached, his handsome features came into view. They strongly resembled Prince Chang's. Yet his expression was languid and weary. The faint smile upon his lips inspired only unease. Ah, so it's you. The mellow, elegant voice carried less impatience than before. Now it held quiet amusement. Haisha recognized it immediately. The voice that always seemed wrapped in shadow. The man seated upon the throne. Emperor Di Su. Before she could react, she felt herself lifted effortlessly from the saddle. The emperor wrapped one arm around her waist and drew her onto his own horse, seating her before him. He casually discarded her silver fox cloak. Then he wrapped her in his own black sable cloak. The fur was thick and impossibly soft. Its deep black coat was scattered with evenly spaced white guard hairs, the pattern known as hidden needles in ink. The fur seemed to grow warmer in the wind. It felt almost like fire. Snowflakes vanished the instant they touched it. Disguising herself as a man to take the military examination was an act of deceiving the throne, a crime punishable by death. Yet Emperor Di Su showed no intention of pursuing the matter. Naturally, none of the officials dared raise objections or invoke the law. Even so, unease spread quietly among them. Since the death of Empress Cizan, Emperor Di Su had seldom sought the company of women. The imperial harem remained almost empty. Aside from consort Shurong Ti Lan, only 1 or 2 low-ranking consorts remained, and even they were rarely summoned. The emperor's whims were impossible to predict. Now that he had set this precedent, who could say whether the long-abandoned selection of palace consorts might not begin once again? The hunters stood respectfully along the roadside with lowered heads. At their feet lay dozens of lifeless black sables, their necks broken, piled together inside nets. The sable maiden had already been taken away. No one knew where. The soft black sable brushed gently against Haishi's cheek. Emperor Di Su drew the cloak more tightly around her. Chapter 11. When Prince Chang returned to his mansion, it was already time to light the evening lamps. Among the servants attending the dinner was a young maid with an unfamiliar face, likely new to the household. She seemed captivated by everything around her, her bright eyes fixed on the ivory animal-shaped chopstick rests on the table, unable to look away. Ji Chang found her reaction amusing and beckoned her closer. "What is your name, and where are you from?" The girl's plump cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered. "Your Highness, this humble servant is called Xiao Lu. I'm from Qishan." Ji Chang was just about to say something else when the steward hurried in and whispered into his ear. He set down his silver chopsticks and rose to leave. Before walking away, however, he turned back, picked up one of the chopstick rests, and tossed it to Xiao Lu. "It's only a chopstick rest. Take a few to play with if you like." Embarrassed and flustered, Xiao Lu lowered her head and stared at the tiny ivory tiger in her hand. It was exquisitely carved, lifelike, and utterly adorable. After Prince Chang had gone, one of the senior maids playfully tugged Xiao Lu's ear and laughed. "You're lucky. Our prince only cares about amusing himself. If you'd behaved like that in front of any other master, you'd have been scolded long ago." Upon entering his private chamber, Prince Chang found Fu Yi already waiting. Fu Yi immediately rose and bowed. Ji Chang gave a slight nod. The trace of a smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a stern expression. "Fang Zhu has beaten us to it again. I never imagined he would dare take such a reckless gamble." Fu Yi sighed. "A brilliant move. Forcing himself into a dead end to find a path to survival." Prince Chang let out a soft scoff. "If that girl had fallen into my hands, She truly could have been used to pressure Fang Zhu. No wonder he chose to hand such a beauty over to the emperor. After a brief silence, he continued, Fang Zhuing is a difficult opponent as well. With the mountain passes blocked by heavy snow, it's impossible to know the situation with the left Pudu king. I've heard the left Pudu king has a strategist from the eastern continent who commands troops as though guided by the gods. The tribesmen hold him in great awe. With him there, we needn't worry too much. Hearing that makes me almost impatient for spring to arrive, Prince Chang said with a chuckle. Fu Yi's face remained as expressionless as forged iron. Your Highness, forgive my presumption, but since our plans keep being leaked, there must be spies within the mansion. We should find a way to eliminate them. Most of the household servants were born into service and are trustworthy. Only 70 or 80 were purchased from outside, and fewer than 20 of those are allowed into the inner courtyard. Interrogating them one by one would be far too troublesome. Prince Chang let out a slow breath, his brow relaxing. No matter. I'm hardly lacking in attendance. That night, on the eve of Prince Chang's birthday, poisonous mushrooms were mistakenly served from the mansion kitchen. 23 servants went mad from the poison and died. Their bodies were carried out through the back gate and sent to the capital's coroner. Passers-by averted their eyes and hurried on without stopping. A man dressed in blue, wearing a snow hat, had only taken a few steps when his boot struck something beneath the snow. He moved his foot aside and found a tiny ivory tiger no larger than his thumb lying half-buried. From beneath the brim of his hat, he watched cart after cart rumble past, disappearing into the snow-filled street beyond. The man hurried another 2 or 3 miles before knocking on the side door of a tavern. An attendant brought out a horse, its saddle carrying a long bundle wrapped in oilcloth. He mounted at once. The horse trotted only a few steps before breaking into a full gallop. More than 10 miles ahead, atop a mountain, stood the imperial palace. A pair of gilded candles had nearly burned to their ends, yet their bright crimson flames still flickered steadily. From dusk until midnight, the man seated alone beneath the candlelight had not blinked once. His gaze remained calm and clear, as still as unmoving water. 2 gold-inlaid, cloud-patterned double-gourd wine cups sat filled to the brim with fine wine, connected by colorful silk ribbons tied into a lover's knot. Beside them lay 2 pairs of gold-tipped ivory chopsticks, likewise bound together with silk ribbons and arranged neatly side by side. The table was laden with auspicious dishes, pomegranate blossoms symbolizing abundant descendants, preserved perilla and emblic fruits, tender young lotus roots, fragrant herbs dusted with gold, delicacies of scallops and shrimp, crispy fried tripe, and steamed quail with lily bulbs. None had been touched. Little by little, they lost their warmth until every dish had gone cold and congealed, exactly as it had been when first served. Suddenly, the man sensed someone outside. Who's there? Steward, it's Xiao Xiao. Fang Zhu rose, walked to the door, and opened it only a foot. Xiao Xiao stood outside in dark robes, his bamboo hat still dusted with snow. He held a long bundle wrapped in oilcloth. The moment he saw Fang Zhu, he froze. Fang Zhu was still wearing the blue court robes he had worn earlier that day. The left shoulder of the garment hung loose around his waist, while the front and back panels remained fastened. Xiao Xiao handed over the bundle. The eldest young master sent someone with this. He said they launched a night raid on the Zuopudan tribe's camp and killed a strategist from the eastern continent. This was the weapon he carried. Fang Zhu peeled away the layers of oilcloth. Inside lay a straight sword of dull iron gray. Its design was simple yet dignified. Though the blade, about 1.5 inches wide, was already cracked, it had still sliced through several layers of the wrapping. A broad-bladed straight sword from the Diaochong workshop. He examined the finely engraved character, Chong, Chong, near the hilt while holding the spine of the blade. So the eastern continent strategist serving the Zuopudan chieftain really was Su Ming, who disappeared years ago. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He was always exceptionally good at reading the tides of the times, clever and resourceful to the very end. Yet even he couldn't escape dying by the sword. Looking past Fang Zhu's shoulder, Xiao Xiao caught sight of the meticulously prepared feast inside the room. The paired wine cups, the paired chopsticks. Everything remained untouched. It was as though the host had kept lonely vigil through the entire night. quietly waiting for someone he already knew would never return. After all, he himself had been the one who had driven her away. For the first time, Xiao Xiao noticed the faint shadows of fatigue beneath Feng Zhu's eyes, along with the deep crease that had formed between his brows overnight. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao instinctively stepped back. His right hand gripped the hilt of his sword. "What is it?" Feng Zhu frowned slightly, studying Xiao Xiao's stunned expression. Even someone as composed as Xiao Xiao could scarcely believe what he was seeing. He stared in speechless shock. Before his eyes, two pale diagonal lines suddenly appeared beneath Feng Zhu's left eye, as though an invisible blade had slashed across his face. A moment later, blood began to seep from them. Feng Zhu slowly raised a hand and touched the wounds. When he lowered it, his fingertips were stained red. His expression was one of bewilderment, as though the blood belonged to someone else. The straight sword slipped from his grasp and struck the floor with a sharp clang. "Steward!" Xiao Xiao struggled to suppress his alarm. Feng Zhu's eyes widened slightly. He lifted the back of his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, leaving behind a vivid smear of blood. It was not blood from an internal injury, nor had he bitten himself. Xiao Xiao saw it clearly. At the corner of Feng Zhu's mouth was a tiny row of delicate bite marks, as though left by a child, or perhaps by a woman. Only a moment earlier, they had not been there. "It's nothing. Go back." Feng Zhu's voice turned cold as his brows drew together again. Quickly, Xiao Xiao bowed and immediately withdrew, not daring to remain another moment. What truly frightened him was not the blood rapidly spreading beneath Feng Zhu's dark blue court robes as though it were alive. It was the fact that this man, who had always stood so upright and composed, was trembling uncontrollably. Feng Zhu quickly shut the door. Summoning the last of his strength, he made his way back to the table and reached out to extinguish the gilded candle. After the faint clink of porcelain, only the sound of heavy, labored breathing remained in the darkness. "Hate me if you must, as long as you live. Even if it's a life worse than death, as long as you live." Amid his ragged breathing, a quiet laugh escaped his lips. Chapter 12. That was the scent of the sea. The tide ebbed and flowed, and the wind carried fresh, faintly salty moisture. Beneath the moonlight, the surging ocean resembled a vast piece of translucent dark jade. With every step she took, she sank deeper. The cool, silken seawater eagerly embraced her inch by inch until it swallowed her whole. Though she had left the seaside years ago, she still faintly remembered that gentle touch. Yet the instant she slipped beneath the water, her body arched tight as a drawn bow as a sudden wave of agony swept through her. The wounds that crisscrossed her body split open again, like crimson cords buried deep beneath her skin. "Madam," someone cried, grabbing her arm to keep her from sinking. After a brief moment of tension, her whole body went limp, like a puppet with its strings cut. She could no longer even support the weight of her own head. Yuran paid no attention to the splashing water. She quickly freed her other hand to support the woman's shoulders and gently brushed aside the satin-like strands of wet hair clinging to her cheeks. As her fingers combed through the tangled locks, the delicate face beneath made Yuran catch her breath. The woman had pearl-bright eyes with obsidian pupils, coral-red lips, and skin as smooth and luminous as pale gold, yet there was not the slightest trace of life in her expression. Had it not been for the vivid purple bruises and crimson bite marks scattered across her neck and shoulders, Yuran might have believed she was holding nothing more than a lifeless statue. She scooped up the pool water and carefully washed the woman's wounds. A faint crimson quickly spread through the milky water. Yuran sighed softly. She had heard the palace maids whispering about this woman the previous night. They said she was the adopted daughter of the chief steward of the Phoenix Court, raised as a boy since childhood. She had placed third in the military imperial examinations and had long been known as the sworn brother of Feng Zhuing, the former commander of the Imperial Guard who had been executed for conspiring against the emperor. She must have possessed considerable martial skill. What kind of knight could have left her covered in such terrible wounds? Before dawn, while the sky was still dark, the emperor had emerged from the main bedchamber, hastily dressed, and immediately summoned the master of rites from the rear palace administration. Yuran, who had spent the entire night awake in the adjoining chamber, hurried over to help the emperor dress. Instead, he merely shook his head and said, "Aunt Yu, go inside and attend to the lady." Having served in the palace for more than 30 years, even the emperor addressed her respectfully as Aunt Yu. She had witnessed more than enough of the intrigues within the inner palace. The unusual sounds that had echoed through the night had already told her much of what had happened. But when she pushed open the doors to the main bedchamber, the sight before her made her silently cover her mouth with her handkerchief. The room looked as though a whirlwind had torn through it. Silk quilts and brocade mattresses lay strewn across the floor. Several of the 24 floor-to-ceiling gauze curtains had been ripped to shreds. At first, she saw no one. Only after staring for quite some time did she notice a bruised shoulder, mottled purple and blue, protruding from beneath a mountain of black satin dragon-patterned quilts. She hurried over and carefully lifted the covers. A pair of eyes stared back at her. They were wide open, hollow, and unfocused, like a pool of stagnant water, so clear it seemed capable of swallowing everything whole. Later, as Yuran led several palace maids in carrying the woman to the Nine Lotus Pool, the emperor stood with his arms outstretched while court ladies dressed him. Yuran could not help glancing at him. A chill ran down her spine. The emperor appeared exactly as he always did, calm, composed, and without so much as a single scratch. "It hurts," the unconscious woman murmured. Yuran quickly cupped her face. "Madam." The thick, dark lashes fluttered before the woman slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was vacant and unfocused. "Mother, it hurts so much." From the unfamiliar accent, tinged with the softness of a southern dialect, and from the faint, indistinct murmurs slipping from her lips, Yuran could tell she was crying out in pain. Gathering her courage, Yuran comforted her gently. "I know it hurts, madam. This pearl infusion stings your wounds, but it possesses remarkable healing properties and prevents scarring. Please bear with it a little longer." The vacant gaze slowly focused, settling on Yuran's face. Haishur shifted her eyes and saw the middle-aged woman dressed in a palace attendant's robes. "Madam?" she asked weakly, her voice as fragile as drifting silk. Relieved to hear her speaking in the official dialect, Yuran smiled warmly. "Congratulations, madam. Today His Majesty issued an edict conferring upon you the title of pure consort, with the special designation consort pearl measure. Alongside the virtuous consort, you now hold the rank of one of the three consorts, second only to the empress in honor." "Consort pearl measure?" Haishur repeated blankly. The chief steward of the Phoenix Court delivered a full measure of rare mermaid tears this morning. He said that when you were a child, you encountered an immortal, and that these pearls were a dowry bestowed upon you by the merfolk. While His Majesty was dictating the edict to the ceremonial officials, he regarded it as an auspicious omen and graciously bestowed this special title upon you. He also ordered this pearl-infused bath to be prepared. A childhood encounter with an immortal. Haishi's body stiffened. She gritted her teeth, trying to summon the strength to move, but none came. In the end, she could only continue leaning helplessly against Yuran. During the first years after leaving the sea, every time she closed her eyes she saw the deep blue waters churning into monstrous whirlpools. Night after night, she was tormented by convulsive nightmares. He and Zhuing had taken turns watching over her, never entrusting her care to anyone else, simply to ensure that no one overheard the delirious words she cried out in her sleep. That measure of mermaid tears had also been locked away by him in the storeroom, hidden from the light for 11 full years. He had never allowed her to see it again, fearing it would reopen old wounds. She had believed it was a secret shared only by the three of them. So many years had passed without anyone mentioning it, that she had almost convinced herself she truly was nothing more than an orphan, taken in by him on a passing whim. But what had been offered up was not merely her still youthful body. He had exposed the part of herself she had struggled hardest to bury, tearing open old wounds and leaving them to fester beneath the harsh light of day, seeping poison and blood for all to see. Utterly exhausted, Haishur closed her eyes. She had no tears left to cry. Yuran found herself unable to say anything more. She simply continued supporting Haishi's shoulders while gently washing her wounds. Thin streams of blood floated upward, gradually tinting the entire pool a pale crimson. Haishur clenched her teeth, enduring the burning pain that engulfed her body. Then she caught a familiar scent. Fresh, faintly salty. Confused, she opened her eyes and looked around. The water appeared milky white, Yet on closer inspection it was actually a clear, pale green, filled with countless tiny, star-like specks that scattered rainbow colors beneath the sunlight. Though she had left the seaside more than 10 years ago, Haishur had been born into a family of pearl divers. She could not help gasping softly. "This is seawater, and crushed pearls." Her trembling hand stirred the water. Her eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. Could it be? The annual pearl tribute is all used for. Her hoarse, feeble voice suddenly broke into a cry. Every year, how many people die at sea for the pearl tribute? All 4. She could not finish. Instead, she buried her face beneath the water. Beneath the milky pearl infusion, something shimmered faintly. Puzzled, Yuran reached down into the pool. Her fingers found Haishi's hand and lifted it gently from the water. A soft white radiance spread across her palm, revealing 2 glowing characters. Longhuan. Startled, Yuran abruptly let go. Water splashed across her face. Freed from her grasp, Haishur sank straight toward the bottom of the pool. "Madam." Without hesitation, Yuran stepped into the pool, fully clothed. Feeling her way through the water, she found Haishur, lifted her up, and urgently patted her cheeks. Although Haishi's limbs were weak, her gaze remained clear and steady. Fine pearl powder clung to her brows and lashes, shimmering softly. "Don't worry," she murmured. "I simply have no strength left. The sea cannot drown me." Yuran let out a long breath of relief. She was just about to help Haishur toward the edge of the pool when a calm, leisurely male voice sounded behind them. "Yugu, go change out of your wet clothes." Yuran gasped and turned while still supporting Haishur. "Your Majesty?" Chief Fong. Leaning against Yuran's chest, Haishur looked toward the newcomers. Her beautiful face was pale, and her pupils were dark as lacquer, empty, lifeless, without the slightest trace of light. "Yugu." Emperor Disu's voice grew slightly firmer. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yuran answered in confusion, unsure how she was supposed to move Haishur from the pool. Disu shifted his gaze toward the man beside him. Fang Zhu bowed respectfully before walking calmly to the poolside, his expression no different from any other day during the past 14 years. The hem of his dark green eunuch's robe brushed silently across the floor before her eyes. The chief steward of the Phoenix Court crouched before Yuran and extended a hand. Yuran carefully transferred Haishur into Fang Zhu's care before hurrying out of the pearl bath pool, bowing as she withdrew. "Madam, please come out of the bath." His warm, mellow voice echoed through the quiet halls of the Nine Lotus pool. Haishur looked into his eyes, yet it was as though she saw nothing at all. "I have no strength," she whispered, parting her pale lips. Even with eyes as empty as stagnant water, those naturally upturned lips remained vividly red. "This servant will support you, madam." She neither answered nor resisted. Applying only the slightest pressure, Fang Zhu slowly lifted her from the milky pool. She was astonishingly light. Something inside him drew tighter, like a cord pulled taut. The healthy honeygold glow her skin once carried had completely faded. In its place remained only bruised reds, sickly yellows, and lifeless white. The sight suddenly reminded him of the 34th year of Lentai. That year, carrying the young Zhuing in his arms, he had turned in the saddle to look back across Red Medicine Plain after the great battle between the 2 armies. All he had seen was white snow stained red with blood. A land of utter devastation. Just like the body before him now. Beneath his left eye ran 2 slanting scars. At the corner of his lips were faint tooth marks, delicate enough to have been left by either a child or a woman. Haishi's fingers resting on his arms suddenly tightened. Panic filled her face. Memory seeped into her blank consciousness like a single drop of ink falling into clear water, spreading with terrifying speed until darkness swallowed her once again. She had once believed that after her heart died, her body would die with it, that it would become numb, incapable of feeling. But her body still remembered. It still resisted. That night of howling wind and snow, she had struggled desperately beneath the crushing weight pinning her down. Had Disu not turned his head at the last instant, her fingers would have gouged out the eyes of the Son of Heaven. When his lips forced themselves upon hers, she bit down without hesitation. The man before her had lured her back to the capital with a forged marriage decree. He had ended her future with a single perfectly aimed arrow. If nothing else, she would leave an indelible scar upon the emperor he protected so stubbornly. She clawed and struggled with all her strength, as though tearing hard enough could rip this terrible knight apart. Yet in the end, those wounds had appeared on him instead. The answer she had searched for all this time now stood before her. Just one more step, and she could pierce the veil and touch the soul he had hidden so deeply. But she hesitated. Even the smallest glimpse was already more painful than she could bear. Fangzhu avoided her eyes. He picked up a robe and draped it over her shoulders. The cool white silk settled against her torn skin. Blood mixed with water beneath it, blooming like crimson flowers. Kneeling on one knee, he used his long, elegant fingers to straighten her collar. Where their skin met, she felt only icy coldness. Time seemed to flow backward. Another night like this surfaced from the depths of her memory. That night he had tied up her hair. One by one, he fastened the 5-colored silk ribbons. He had secured a steel dagger at her waist, along with the gold-inlaid Swanee token. She had stood with her arms outstretched like a beautifully crafted doll, allowing him to dress her layer upon layer in silk and brocade. Those fingers that once brushed gently across her cheeks had been so warm, so steady. That's enough, jamming. The envoys from Nawoluo should be arriving soon. Go entertain them for half an hour. Emperor Di Su watched Haishi's knuckles turn white. A trace of cold mockery flashed through his dark eyes. No, make it an hour. Fangzhu's hands paused briefly on the sash of Haishi's robe. Then he slowly released it. He turned to leave, only for his expression to change. Head lowered, Haishi timidly yet stubbornly clutched the hem of his robe. Ever since childhood, she had possessed a fearless, boyish spirit. In 11 years, this was only the second time he had ever seen her so frightened. The first had been the day they met. She raised her head. Her pleading black eyes looked like 2 holes burned through silk. A sharp pain pierced his heart. For an instant, it was as though he saw the 6-year-old Haishi again, small and weightless as a feather, fierce and tenacious as a young wolf. After fighting her way through more than a dozen pursuing soldiers, covered in wounds, she had thrown herself into his arms. A faint smile flickered in Emperor Di Su's eyes. The old scar at the corner of Fangzhu's mouth tightened. It was as though it sealed away a heavy resolve. His hand slowly reached toward the fingers clutching his robe. Instead of taking her hand, he grasped the fabric of his own robe. Then, little by little, he pulled it free from her grip. Without another glance, he walked away. It was as though her soul left her body one fragment at a time. The world before her silently collapsed. Carved beams and painted rafters crumbled into dust. The pearl-white pool dried away in an instant. The whole world abandoned her. Nothing remained except endless emptiness. Do you understand now? The voice was cold. Warm fingertips traced leisurely along her jaw before lingering at the corner of her lips. Haishi jolted awake. She gasped and instinctively stepped backward. Di Su smiled and advanced another step. Jiaming will never disobey me. Haishi retreated again until one foot reached the submerged steps. Di Su raised his hand to his lips and bit down on the back of it. Then, wearing a cruel, arrogant smile, he extended that hand toward her. Its skin was smooth and flawless. There was not the slightest trace of a bite mark. This wound won't remain on my body. And the blood that flows isn't mine. Haishi retreated several more steps. Her foot caught the hem of her robe. As she lost her balance and began to fall into the waist-deep water, Di Su stepped forward, caught her around the waist, and held her firmly. His enchanting eyes fixed upon her. Do you know why? A cold smile rippled through his gaze. What great merit do you think Fang Jingfeng rendered when this dynasty was founded, allowing him to become the first duke outside the imperial clan? And why has every heir of the Qinghai duke been brought into the palace to grow up alongside the imperial princes? Since Fang Jingfeng, exactly 53 generations of Qinghai dukes have inherited the title, and exactly 53 generations of the Chu imperial family have ruled. Why? His icy gaze pressed closer. For more than 670 years, almost none of the Qinghai dukes have died of old age. They died in battle, of illness, by drowning, from poison, by lightning, or by sudden, inexplicable deaths. Their ends have been as varied as they were tragic, leaving behind widows and orphaned children. Why? Because the Fang family were never merely military commanders. They are the Bo-shi of the Chu imperial house. Haishi met his handsome face with a cool, unwavering gaze. She remained silent. Exactly. The kind of bow she common people imitate with cypress wood dolls that absorb misfortune and disease in another's place. But ordinary bow she are lifeless. Once broken, they are simply discarded. These, however, are living bow she. They bleed. They die. So they must be treasured and used with great care. Haisher closed her eyes. When she opened them again, tiny flames burned within her pupils. Di Su continued calmly. The Qinghai Fong bloodline is unique. For generations, they have served as the bow shi of the Chu emperors. Only sons of the Fong family can become the emperor's bow shi. The bond between an emperor and the Qinghai duke has often been closer than that of blood brothers. That is why each heir has always been raised alongside the crown prince. After an emperor ascends the throne, a secret life-binding ritual is performed. From that moment onward, the Qinghai duke bears every illness, calamity, curse, and disaster in the emperor's place. The eternal empire. The boundless territories. They belong to the emperor. The Qinghai duke receives wealth, privilege, and honor, along with twice the suffering. As long as the Qinghai duke lives, the emperor cannot die. If the Qinghai duke dies first, no replacement bow she can be found. From that moment on, the emperor must bear his own fate. The previous Qinghai duke outlived Emperor Xiao by 6 years, Haisher said quietly. Di Su gave a cold smile. It happens occasionally. At that time, 9 of the empire's 14 provinces, including the 3 neighboring Liuxiang commandery, had risen in rebellion. If the old Duke Qinghai had died first, my father would have perished as well. Under Chu Fengyi's coercion, the old duke pretended to join the rebels in order to preserve the strength of the Liuxiang army. Following Chu Fengyi's orders, he deliberately broke the life-binding covenant. My father died from the resulting backlash, though history records it merely as illness. Among the 53 emperors of Chu, 17 died because the covenant was broken. Haisher let out a cold laugh. And the Fong family has sacrificed 52 Qinghai dukes for your Chu clan. As for how your imperial family deals with those disposable substitutes, your methods are hardly merciful. True. Di Su laughed softly. Our 2 families are bound together less by loyalty than by mountains of blood. An endless cycle of vengeance. Neither can ever truly be free of the other. But my adoptive father is already a eunuch. The Fong family was exterminated during the Prince Yi rebellion. There will be no descendants. Haisher struggled against his embrace. She could not break free. Di Su continued evenly. Jiaming was originally meant to become Boyo's bow shi. When my father died unexpectedly, he never had the chance to pass on the secret. Boyo then cowardly took his own life. The old Duke Qinghai died in battle. The Fong family was exterminated in the 32nd year of Lintai, 2 years before I ascended the throne. The battle beneath Tongping City was second only to the Battle of Hanyao Plain. The entire battlefield became a sea of blood. I was gravely wounded and hovered between life and death. Amolan risked his life to drag me back from enemy lines. At the time, Jiaming was leading the Eastern Army and had been cut off from the main force. After fighting for an entire day and night, he finally annihilated the rebels and rejoined us. Boyo was weak. Shuyun died young. And Ji Cheng's mother, Consort Nya, had spent years opposing my late mother. Only Jiaming had always stood closest to me, closer than my own brothers by 100-fold. When he learned I was dying, he rode straight into headquarters without even removing his armor. He stayed beside me for 13 days. When I awoke, there wasn't a single wound left on my body. But Jiaming lay unconscious on the ground. A bloody arrow wound tore through his chest. It was the wound that should have been mine. He endured the agony of my injuries, claiming only that he had fallen gravely ill. He remained bedridden for half a year before finally recovering. Those wounds upon Jiaming, half of them should have belonged to me. Feeling the woman in his arms grow even more rigid, Di Su smiled with quiet cruelty. Zhixing and Qi, I killed them. Before I dealt with Amolan, Deshang, and Su Ming, Jiaming stopped me. He always believed he owed me. He insisted on carrying out such tasks himself, so that my hands would remain clean. His long index finger traced the side of Haishi's neck, carefully avoiding the gold thumb ring set with aqua green glass that hung from a chain around her throat, before slowly gliding lower. Haishi's face became deathly pale. Her lips trembled, pressed tightly together. I have saved his life. He has saved mine. More than once. Since childhood, he has always been gentle and steadfast. He never counted the kindness he gave, and he never forgot the kindness he received. No matter how difficult or distasteful the task, if it was for my sake, he would endure it and complete it perfectly. As for future emperors of Chu, he cared nothing for them. As brothers, as comrades, as ruler and subject, or as emperor and Bo Shi. What he did for me far exceeded duty. But perhaps, Jiaming finally grew weary. Weary of generations of mutual debt. Weary of binding two great families together forever. He was wiser than I was. So he simply ended the Fong bloodline. He broke the chains. From this day onward, there will be no more Bo Shi for the emperors. Di Su suddenly laughed and swept her into his arms. Come. We cannot receive the envoys from Nawayuo while we're soaked. At the age of 16, the pure consort served on the frontier disguised as a man. The following year, she accompanied the emperor on the imperial winter hunt. Captivated by her beauty, His Majesty summoned her into the palace, conferred upon her the title of pure consort, and cherished her above all others. Chronicles of the Imperial Consorts, Empress Dowager Huani.